Chapter 645. The huge body covered the sky and Myth City was shrouded in darkness. Lin Fei, come out. A deafening voice reverberated in everyone's hearts. Those who were weaker had their spirits broken down and spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were badly injured. Giant dragon, what a huge dragon. Why is someone from the dragon race here? It seems like he has a life and death feud with the city lord. What should we do? The dragon race is extremely strong on the continent. Back then, they wiped out a huge empire for a young dragon. Many people were terrified. Giant dragons and the dragon race were not to be trifled with. To the spies, the dragon race's attack was good news. Demon Lin must have done something to offend the dragon race. Could it be because of the dragon meat? For example, the families who had eaten dragon meat felt their hearts in their throats. They were relying on the city lord now. Once the city lord was gone, they would be in trouble immediately. The anger of the big sects would also affect them. The huge dragon was a black dragon. It was Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi found out about Long Outyan's death, and he hated Long Outyan for failing to live up to his expectations. He had even imparted the true dragon transformation to Long Outyan, only to end up like this. He felt like slapping Long Outyan to death. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I will break your turtle shell. Let's see how long you can hide. Long Tianyi's huge body slammed into the Myth City and it seemed like it was going to shake. Long Tianyi, are you going to go against the continent's agreement? So two figures appeared in the sky outside. So, it is the demon lord. Long Tianyi's gaze was like a knife. Who said that I am going to go against the continent's agreement? Lin Fei killed someone from the dragon race. As a deacon of the dragon race, shouldn't I do something? Long Tianyi was still a little afraid of the demon lord. This person was famous across the continent. Even if he wasn't afraid, if they fought, he would definitely lose. Myth City is now allied with the demon sect. Since we are close, you should leave. How could the demon lord let Long Tianyi deal with Lin Fei? Long Tianyi squinted. You want to protect Lin Fei? Are you willing to go against our dragon clan? Without waiting for the demon lord to speak, Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Four-legged bug, you came to my Myth City and created trouble for no reason. Could it be that you think there's no one in my Myth City? You are the Lin Fei who killed the Jiao Dragon King. Long Tianyi stared at Lin Fei, and the might of the dragon race rushed over. With Lin Fei's current strength, how could he care about this pressure? With a shake of his body, he shook off the pressure. You're talking about the four-horned bug in the sea, right? If so, I should be the one who killed him. Puny human, how dare you kill my nephew and slander the dragon race? I'll destroy your Myth City today and turn you into ashes. Long Tianyi was enraged. Their dragon race was high and mighty. Now, someone was calling them four-legged worms. This was blatant mockery. The demon lord found it funny. This Lin Fei really had a way of attacking others. In Lin Fei's words, the powerful dragon race of the continent had become four-legged insects. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei realized that he was right. As for the dragon clan, the demon lord also couldn't stand it. Due to the strength of the dragon clan, the demon lord wouldn't offend them. Once they were offended, with his temper, he would kill them first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that after killing a worm, a giant dragon would come. However, you came at the right time. I'll take you as the bird that sticks out. If you want to destroy my Myth City, I'll be the first to kill you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I've never slain a dragon in my life. I wonder how it feels to slay a dragon. Myth City was in an uproar. City Lord Lin wanted to slaughter the dragon. How exciting. Everyone knew about the term, Dragon Slayer, but no one dared to claim to be a Dragon Slayer hero. The dragon race was too strong, so strong that even the continent feared them. Long Tianyi's mood had never been so bad before. A human still wanted to slay a dragon. This was provoking the mighty dragon race. Lin Fei had to die. Now, he had a legitimate reason. Even if the Dragon Island elder knew about it, he would be fine. Unfilial bastard, die. Long Tian-yi spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. With his attack that was almost comparable to a heaven immortal's battle strength, when this dragon breath was spat out, the dragon's might shook the sky. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all living beings prostrated on the ground. Senior Demon Lord, you don't need to do anything. I'll take care of this myself. Lin Fei waved his hand. He didn't need the Demon Lord's help. The Demon Lord smiled. Actually, he also wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. From the first glance, the Demon Lord knew that Lin Fei was very dangerous. How dangerous was Lin Fei? Even with his strength, he couldn't see it. This had always been a question in his heart. You have to be careful. The dragon race's close-range attack is very domineering. The Demon Lord reminded Lin Fei. His figure disappeared and appeared in the sky somewhere else to watch the battle. Brat, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you come. Today, you will die without a burial place. Long Tian-yi was secretly happy. If the Demon Lord intervened, things would be difficult. Now that the Demon Lord left, it was clear that he didn't want to intervene. Even if he just watched, as long as Long Tian-yi acted quickly, the Demon Lord couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't take care of a brat. Boom! The dragon breath didn't hit the opponent. Long Tian-yi wasn't surprised. The huge dragon swung its tail, and the whole world darkened. All that was left was this domineering attack. Your master is making a move. Aren't you going to help? Little Purple appeared not far away from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord asked casually. It's just a giant dragon. Master can take care of him easily. Why do I have to do it? Little Purple said coldly. Green Dragon Transformation. Boom! In the face of the domineering and fierce attack, Lin Fei shouted. With a long roar, a green dragon entrenched in the sky and blocked the opponent's attack that could kill a half-step heaven immortal. The void shattered, and the astral wind whistled. Everyone was stunned. One black and one green, two giant dragons. It was really surprising. Is the city lord a member of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan is indeed the strongest species on the continent. That attack just now was too fierce. The experts of the Myth City broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder they could destroy an empire in the past. You actually blocked it. Long Tian-yi felt that the attack just now hit a hard boulder and couldn't move the opponent at all. When he saw the giant green dragon, he cried out, "Why do you know the true dragon transformation? You talk a lot of nonsense." Lin Fei snorted coldly and rushed up. His giant claws were like sharp knives, cutting off a piece of flesh from the opponent's body. Blood flowed. In front of me, the Dragon Clan is just a piece of trash. After using the green dragon transformation, Lin Fei's defense reached a limit. He was no weaker than Long Tian-yi. Every time he attacked, a piece of flesh was cut off, and blood splattered all over the sky. In the sky, the two giant dragons quickly stood together and used the purest close-range attack. The people watching felt their scalps go numb. If this attack landed on them, they would have died many times. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be a member of the Dragon Clan. The Demon Lord was also stunned by this change. Chapter 646. Boom! A tall mountain, accompanied by two huge figures, came crashing down. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground, and rocks flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. How can you be so strong? The two figures, one black and one green, were none other than Lin Fei and Long Tianyi, who had fought all the way here. One was a true dragon, and the other had a defense that was not inferior to that of the dragon race. They had fought all the way from the mythical city, destroying countless mountains. With their terrifying strength, any mountain or building would not be able to withstand a single collision from them. At first, Long Tianyi thought that he could kill Lin Fei with the advantage of the dragon race. But as the fight went on, he realized that this guy was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities, he couldn't keep up with the consumption of his energy. However, Lin Fei was still in peak condition from beginning to end. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above Lin Fei's head. With a stream of light, it slashed Long Tiany's body, and half of his body was sent flying. Didn't you want to kill me? Do you still want to kill me? Lin Fei returned to his human form, and there was no visible injury on his body. He looked down at the battered and exhausted Long Tiany. In the sky, the Demon Master and Little Purple were watching the development of the situation. Long Tiany lost. The Demon Master looked at the result of the battle. Without a doubt, Long Tiany was at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had given him too much surprise. The powerful dragon race had used their strength to defeat it. The Devil Master knew that he couldn't do this. This kind of close combat against close combat was something that only they could do. It's normal to lose. Little Purple was not surprised. He was courting death by competing with Master in defense and attack. Although Master is only a half-step Heaven Immortal, he can escape unscathed if he encounters a Heaven Immortal. The Demon Master naturally hoped that the alliance was strong. When the time came, they would help each other. The stronger Lin Fei was, the more he would applaud. Cough, cough. Long Tiany returned to his human form. He was in a sorry state, and his body was covered with wounds. He was full of resentment. Although I don't know why you have the unique skill of the dragon race, from now on, this will be your nightmare. The dragon race will never allow you to exist. It doesn't matter. I'll kill as many dragons as you come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You will die today. I will never let off anyone who threatens me. Even the dragon race's deacon dared to cause trouble for him. If Lin Fei did not make an example out of him, even more people would come to cause trouble for him. He had to deal a heavy blow to such a person. Die. Of course. Lin Fei stabbed out with the killing sword in his hand. Thousands of sword intents swept out like a rain of swords, rushing towards Long Tiany. Lin Fei's sword intents had already reached the great accomplishment stage. Humph, our dragon clan is not so easy to kill. Long Tiany coldly snorted. He knew that with his strength, it would be very difficult for him to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was not inferior to his. Great Dragon God, please descend upon me. Profound words came out of Long Tiany's mouth. A beam of intense light descended from the sky, blocking the rain of swords. Be careful, this is the dragon race's dragon language, it summons the power of the dragon god. The demon lord could tell with one look that something was wrong. Dragon god? Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Great millstone of sword intent. Lin Fei comprehended sword intents the earliest, especially the invincible sword intent. Thousands of sword intents gathered, forming a large millstone behind him. Traces of sword intents cut through the void. This is sword silk. Lin Fei can actually use sword silk. The demon lord revealed a look of surprise. What a genius of the sword Dao. Above the invincible sword intent was comprehending the use of sword silk. That was a terrifying killing move, because each sword silk contained a terrifying attack that was sharp and unstoppable. The huge great millstone of sword intent crushed everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, everything was razed to the ground. The void collapsed as it crushed all the way to the periphery of the light pillar. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Now that I have the protection of the dragon god and the power of the dragon god, die. Long Tiany didn't look well, but with the help of the power of the dragon god, his injuries were healed. He gave off a powerful aura. With the help of the power of the dragon god, he wouldn't be able to use the power of the dragon god for 100 years. It was totally worth it to kill Lin Fei. It would be best if he could capture Lin Fei alive. It was a great crime for a human to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and change his voice to that of the Azure Dragon. He could atone for his crime. Bang! Long Tiany's powerful punch landed on the millstone. The huge millstone only moved a little and then returned to normal. It couldn't be destroyed. Storm. Crash! The huge millstone turned into a huge black storm, enveloping Long Tianyi. The sword silk killed and swept away all the power. Protection of the dragon god. A golden dragon appeared on Long Tianyi's body. It circled around and blocked the sword silk attack. The world of the dragon god. Long Tianyi was deeply frightened by the terrifying attack of the sword silk. To think that a puny little human could make him feel threatened. This was something that had never happened before. This was especially so for the proud dragon race. This was not something that could be tolerated. The golden dragon roared and the storm rippled, trying to shake off the storm. It didn't break. Suddenly, Long Tianyi had a bad feeling. A storm couldn't break it. This was the power of the dragon god. Break. Long Tianyi attacked frantically, but the storm couldn't break. It was like a boulder, not moving at all. How can your sword silk attack trap me? Lin Fei laughed. This was the first time he had fought since his strength had improved. He was in a good mood, especially when he saw the dragon clan being defeated. Ha, who told you that this is a sword silk attack? Celestial power storm, kill. Boom, the terrifying storm suddenly changed. Celestial might was boundless. The power of Long Tianyi's protection of the dragon god began to disappear. You actually use celestial power to attack. Long Tianyi's expression changed drastically. Why can't I? Lin Fei used celestial power to activate the sword silk attack. The protection of the dragon god was shattered. Blood immediately gushed out of Long Tianyi's body. He couldn't block the celestial power attack at all. Celestial power attacks were something only immortals could do. In this world, very few people use celestial power, because once they did, it was equivalent to provoking the heavenly tribulation. This was also why sky immortals rarely use celestial power, because celestial power didn't belong to this world. It would cause the world to be dissatisfied and send down the heavenly tribulation. As for those who hadn't become sky immortals, once they used celestial power, the heavenly tribulation would descend and kill them. Apart from that, celestial power would decrease every time it was used, unless one was a sky immortal. Rumble, the sky darkened, and the roar of the heavenly Tao could be heard. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation is about to appear, the demon lord thought. If he had known that Lin Fei used celestial power to attack, he would definitely have killed Lin Fei instead of letting Lin Fei use celestial power, especially when Lin Fei's celestial power was so terrifying. You're dead. The heavenly tribulation is about to appear. Half of Long Tianyi's body was gone, and the power of the dragon god was gradually disappearing. A celestial power attack was not something a mortal could block. Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't die. The celestial power storm spun again, and the remaining half of Long Tianyi's body was completely strangled, and he died completely. Withdraw. Once the celestial power was released, it spread out in all directions. Lin Fei swallowed the essence left behind by Long Tianyi in one gulp. His entire body turned into a huge ball, as if it was about to explode. What a domineering demonic technique. It's even stronger than the demonic techniques of our demon sect. A long time ago, the demon lord had heard that the myth city had a demonic technique that could help people increase their strength, regardless of the existence of realms. He didn't expect Lin Fei to have such a powerful demonic technique. Little Purple was amused. He was just a half-step sky immortal giant dragon. Who knew how many half-step sky immortal demonic beasts he had refined in the space back then? After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal, and the demon lord was shocked again. It was indescribable. What a freak. The accumulation of the dragon clan is indeed huge. A half-step sky immortal giant dragon is equivalent to several half-step sky immortals. Lin Fei was secretly delighted, and he sneered when he saw the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. The heavenly tribulation came in a threatening manner, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Heavenly Tribulation. As the demon sect leader, the demon lord had never seen such an incredible scene, and he couldn't even guess what was going on. The heavenly tribulation released by the heavenly law wouldn't disappear unless it killed someone. However, Lin Fei had clearly used celestial power to kill Deacon Long Tianyi of the Dragon Clan. The demon lord was confused. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? This had never happened on the continent before. Normally, the use of celestial power would trigger the heavenly tribulation. Once it appeared, if you wanted to avoid the heavenly tribulation, you had to either withstand it or die. There was no other choice. Grotto Heaven Dharma Treasure? Someone had once carried Senfu, but he was also killed by the heavenly tribulation. How could Lin Fei avoid it? The demon lord really couldn't figure it out. Little did he know that this shocking change had also shocked many people, and their expressions were almost the same as the demon lord's. The first person to know that a vengeful dragon had appeared in the myth city was the giant God King. He was in charge of this area, and after suffering a huge loss last time, he bribed human spies to report on the situation. After the Dragon Clan attacked, the giant God King was in a good mood. He had just killed a human half-step heaven immortal a few days ago, and now he saw his enemy being attacked by the Dragon Clan. He seemed to be relieved. The giant God King had been paying attention to the development of the situation, afraid to miss this exciting scene. However, he didn't expect that Lin Fei was actually a member of the Dragon Clan. He suppressed the Dragon Clan that came to him, and finally used celestial power to attack and kill the dragon. The giant God King thought that Lin Fei was dead for sure, and that he would turn into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he became an itinerant immortal, he could kill him when he was weak and kill him. But in the end, the damned heavenly tribulation disappeared just like that. The giant God King felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. No matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with a conclusion. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? Chapter 647. The ferocious black dragon was slaughtered by Demon Lin instead. This news shocked the entire continent. Be it the 10 super factions or the alien races, they all chose to remain silent. He even dared to slaughter the dragon race. Demon Lin was really bold and reckless. If the dragon race came in the future, he would be in big trouble. Apart from that, there was another reason why everyone feared Lin Fei. It was because of the heaven tribulation that had mysteriously disappeared. The fluctuations of the heaven tribulation had appeared in the myth city. It was easy for experts to sense it and find out about the situation. Lin Fei easily avoided the heaven tribulation. This was undoubtedly the biggest question in everyone's mind. They wanted to find out what was going on. This matter was too important and they had to take it seriously. There was a lot of discussion outside. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he could use it as a blanket. What was there to worry about? After sending off the Demon Lord and Prince High Air, Lin Fei's life returned to normal. As the auction soared, everyone in the Myth City knew about it and it became a unique faction. That morning, everyone realized that there was a notice at the city gate. Once the Myth City made any move, it would be known at the first instant. There would usually be many people at the notice office. When the notice was posted, it would be filled with people in both the outer and inner circles. Stop squeezing. I will kill whoever squeezes. The one in front, tell us what it says so that we know. The people at the back shouted. After all, every notice was a huge matter. Moreover, it was posted at the city gate. Even if it wasn't a huge matter, it would become a huge one. That's great, our benefits are here. When the person at the back saw the contents of the notice, his face was covered in tears. The guy in front, tell us what benefits it is. This action made the people at the back even more anxious. City Lord Lin said that in a few days, he will create a Hunters Guild. Hunters Guild? Everyone was stunned. What was this Hunters Guild? Tell us in detail. The originally lively scene suddenly quietened down. They could hear something different from the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild specializes in killing alien races. Every alien race killed will give you points. Once the points reach a certain level, you can exchange for pills unique to the Myth City and even legendary demonic techniques and celestial artifacts. Ah, there's such a good thing. I'm going to be a hunter. Me too. When this news came out, it was great news for those who had been looking for someone to rely on. 3 years ago, following the rise of alchemical pills, everyone knew the benefits of alchemical pills. It was a pity that many alchemical pills could only be obtained through auctions. Even if it wasn't auctioned, it would still fetch an astonishing price. Killing outsiders and gaining points would allow them to obtain medicinal pills and even the legendary demonic arts. They were all excited. There's also the city lord who's calling for a new batch of consecrators, and they'll be treated well. On this day, the entire Myth City was in an uproar. This news spread out like the wind. Regardless of whether it was the Empire or the Empire, they were unable to stop the news from spreading. The Myth City wanted to establish a hunters' association and obtain points to obtain alchemical pills and other things. Many people's eyes lit up at that moment. This was especially so for those who had a deep hatred for the alien races. They seemed to have found an organization, and there was an endless stream of people heading toward the Myth City. Sect leader, this move of yours is amazing. When Lin Fei announced this news, all of the loose immortals were filled with excitement. Undefeatable True Immortal carefully asked, Sect leader, we brothers have quite a number of friends regarding the recruitment of consecrators. I wonder if it's possible? Ever since that day, when Lin Fei encountered the heavenly tribulation and left calmly, they became even more respectful. No problem, the stronger the better. The Myth City needed to increase its strength. Only then would Lin Fei announce the recruitment of consecrators. At this time, the Myth City already had the qualifications to recruit consecrators. Sage Reincarnation, you and Big Brother Qi Lian will be in charge of the recruitment. Lin Fei continued, as for the Hunters Association, I have already listed out the key points. You guys just need to go and arrange it. Sect leader, rest assured. We will definitely investigate everyone. Sage Reincarnation was very excited to be able to hand this task to them. He had followed the right person. Lin Fei was very assured towards these few elders. After settling the matters, Lin Fei went to the backyard and stayed with his daughter, little Lele, to enjoy the happiness before the storm. 5 days later, the Hunters Association appeared in the Myth City. The encampment was originally a clan's place. Later on, it was destroyed and the place was razed to the ground. A magnificent building was built. For powerful words were emitting celestial might. From the day the news spread, many people surged into the Myth City. Many of them came for the Hunters Association. On the day the Hunters Association opened to the public, the outside was filled with people. These people were very honest. Outside the Myth City, one could casually make a move, but in the Myth City, one would be killed without mercy, regardless of who it was. Inside the Myth City, it was strangely peaceful. City Lord Lin's array killed so many people. Later on, he slaughtered a dragon. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would definitely not break the rules. As usual, the Hunters Association first gave an exciting speech, which undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. There were also some explanations about the system. Countless people surged into the spacious Hunters Association hall. Quickly look, this is the bounty hunter level. It was unknown who suddenly shouted, but in an instant, that place was filled with people. Bounty hunter, such an awesome name. So there are a total of 10 stars for bounty hunters. 1-star hunter is the lowest, 10-star hunter is the highest. From 5-star hunters onwards, they can enjoy the care of the association. They were most concerned about the benefits of being a bounty hunter. After seeing it, they were shocked. After seeing it, they finally understood the significance of the Hunters Association. We came to the right place this time. Quickly look here, points can be exchanged for elixirs, arrays, weapons. The entire Hunters Association hall was filled with exclamations from time to time. Those were the items that were exchanged for points. Sect leader is a genius to think of such a method. The Hunters Association will become a powerful force under their sect leader. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said in admiration. Once those super forces know about this, they will probably vomit blood. Venerable Reincarnation smiled. With sect leaders' advantage, even if those super forces are helpless, they won't be so generous. The two of them didn't see the significance of the Hunters Association at the start, but as the rules and regulations were perfected and various benefits were provided, they immediately realized its importance. They believed that once they joined the Hunters Association, it would be impossible for them to withdraw. Because there were many targets waiting for them to attack. Even those experts would find it hard to resist such temptation. They were destined to join the Hunters Association. I want to sign up, Profound Ancestor Late Stage. Chapter 648. On the first day, there were a few thousand people who registered. This was just the beginning. Every day, no less than a few thousand people would register as bounty hunters. In just a few days, there were more than 100,000 people who registered as bounty hunters. This number was still increasing. News of points exchanging for items spread like wildfire in the Hunters Guild. This time, there were many pills for different realms. For many people who couldn't raise their realm, they saw hope and a future in the Hunters Guild. You could bring back the dead or capture them alive. The latter would give you more points. Apart from that, you didn't have to exchange points for true essence crystals. The slogan of the Hunters Guild quickly spread across the continent. As such, the alien races started to be unlucky. At night, a group of people appeared in a valley. We have to end this quickly. If we take too long, the alien races will come to support us. We don't need to fight them to the death. We need them. These people all had badges on their chests. They were the hunter badges of the Hunters Guild. At this moment, their badges were only 1 star, which meant that they were the lowest 1-star hunters. There weren't any special benefits. It's best if we can capture them alive and exchange them for points. Did you hear? A few days ago, a 1-star hunter was the first to become a 2-star hunter. In the end, he obtained a realm-breaking pill and increased his realm right away. Damn, I'm really jealous. The Hunters Guild hadn't been established for long and all the bounty hunters went crazy. The first hunter to break through to star level would receive a reward of that level. All sorts of firsts would receive rewards. This undoubtedly made everyone go all out, and they wished for nothing more than to create new records. Tonight, they were going to ambush a base of an alien race. They had bought this base from other bounty hunters. Of course, you could also buy it from the staff in the hall. We can't fail this time. To buy information, we have to pay a tip fee. As long as we succeed tonight, I'll treat all of you to drinks when we return. We'll drink to our heart's content. As the number of bounty hunters increased, all sorts of hunter adventure teams appeared. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and worked together. Thus, hunter adventure teams quickly appeared in the Hunters Guild. This made them even more excited. Attack! Along with the order, a few people shot out like ghosts and charged towards the alien race at the base. The popularity of the Hunters Guild. No one was able to react in time. The superpowers looked down on such a guild. They felt that Demon Lin had worked for nothing. However, who would have thought that the result would be unimaginable to them? They felt like they had been slapped in the face. The Hunters Guild grew rapidly, and the number of registrations quickly exceeded 100,000. At that moment, they realized that the Hunters Guild would be a great help to Demon Lin. As the spies investigated, they were angered to the point of vomiting blood. Medicinal pills of all levels were like cabbages that could be exchanged for with points. This undoubtedly caused them to curse the wastage. Demon Lin became even more mysterious. With so many medicinal pills, they were able to establish a guild. As a result, many of the independent players in the powers under their jurisdiction left one after another, leaving them helpless. Demon Lin had created the Hunters Guild. He was poaching their members. Many small factions left in a single night. The same thing happened in almost every faction's jurisdiction. They hated Demon Lin to death, but there was nothing they could do. The identity of the dragon race caused them to be extremely fearful. Unless the dragon race made a move, they wouldn't dare to make a move on their own. They could only give the order to forbid anyone from heading to the Myth City. It would have been fine if this kind of obstruction didn't appear. Once it did, they would have even more thoughts about it. Especially after the martial artists who became bounty hunters returned and described the benefits of becoming bounty hunters. Who knew how many people were fooled? It was really hard to guard against. The various factions tried to stop them, but it incited their dissatisfaction. This was something they hadn't expected. The news of the Hunters Guild spread out, causing all the factions to grit their teeth. If they could, they really wanted to kill Demon Lin. This wasn't the way to poach people. Sect leader, there are tens of thousands of people registering as hunters every day. Many factions have started to restrict them from heading to our Myth City, but they still can't stop those people. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon really admired Lin Fei. Back then, he had suggested letting the bounty hunters go back to spread the news, which had directly brought them trouble. Now, they didn't know whether to let it go or not. It was a very difficult situation. I am openly poaching their members. What can they do? Lin Fei smiled. How many experts have you recruited recently? Not many. Maybe they are still observing. Venerable Reincarnation was a little embarrassed. They really know how to think. Lin Fei thought about it. Let them be. When the time comes, they will regret it. Lin Fei actually hated this kind of people who were observing. They were like grass on the fence. However, he couldn't do anything to them. The Hunters Guild was developing rapidly. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. This situation couldn't be replicated in the continent. It could be said that it was hard for any sect to imitate it because they lacked the main thing. This was what Lin Fei was least worried about. I will definitely arrange the matters of the Hunters Guild well. The current Hunters Guild was of great use to Lin Fei. He couldn't afford to lose it. As the number of people increased, he would be able to earn back the points he had lost. Sect leader, something happened. A guard ran in. Venerable Reincarnation said. Why are you panicking? The guard's face was pale. It was obvious that he was frightened. What happened? Lin Fei asked. Normally, as long as it wasn't a big matter, Lin Fei would get them to send it to a specialized place. Only big matters would be sent to the city lord's mansion. An empire under the Celestial sect has controlled the hunter members who went to spread the news. The guard said carefully. The one who went to spread the news is the first hunter to become a 2-star hunter. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Lin Fei didn't have any change in his expression. This scene was already within reason. The only thing he didn't expect was that it was much faster than he expected. It's this Celestial sect again. They are clearly going against us. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was furious. Sect leader, this should be a test. They are specifically testing if we will make a move for a 2-star hunter. Once we choose to remain silent, it will have a huge impact on the Hunters Guild. Venerable Reincarnation frowned and said. Maybe this is the Celestial sect's intention. They don't want our Hunters Guild to grow. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Test. I want them to know the consequences of testing. I will make them regret it. When Qi Lian Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation heard this, it was obvious that they were going to make a move personally. Now that the Myth City's foundation was established, they didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. The core of the Myth City was Lin Fei. Losing Lin Fei was equivalent to losing everything. Sect leader, why don't you let Little Purple go? Little Purple will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei didn't think so. Hee, Celestial sect provoked me first. They thought that I wouldn't dare to make a move. I will make a move for them to see. Otherwise, they will forget how the name Demon Lin came about. The Hunters Guild was still a small guild. It needed a period of growth. Lin Fei didn't wish for any changes. You guys don't need to say any more. Lin Fei had already decided. I will arrange for Little Purple to oversee the Myth City. You guys will be in charge of the matters in the city. I will personally bring the person back. If it was in the past, they might have said a few words. Sect leader, be careful. That group of people from Celestial Sect seem to be open and aboveboard. In reality, they are narrow-minded. During the last auction, they lost 2 half-step Heaven Immortals. It's hard to guarantee that they won't set up an ambush. Venerable Reincarnation reminded. Last time, the foreign race's God Kings made a move. 3 of them killed 6 half-step Heaven Immortals. Celestial Sect had 2 of them. Hee, I hope they have half-step Heaven Immortals. Xian Empire. One of the empires controlled by Celestial Sect. In the past 3 years, with the protection of Celestial Sect, Xian didn't have much influence. Instead, it expanded its territory. Demon Lin probably won't dare to come. This is Celestial Sect's territory. In the magnificent palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing a crown. He was the Xian Emperor. He spoke politely because in front of him sat an expressionless old man. It's best if Demon Lin doesn't come. If he does, I don't mind bringing him back to Celestial Sect. This trip to probe was the idea of Celestial Sect. The Hunters Guild showed signs of rising up. Of course, they were unwilling. Hence, they took advantage of the return of the 2-star hunters to control them and send the news back. Deacon Wu Hen, if Demon Lin doesn't come, will they still kill him? The Xian Emperor asked carefully. Kill, of course they will. Perfected Wu Hen said. If we don't kill them, how can we let others know that Demon Lin is a coward? I want to spread his weakness to the entire continent. A 2-star hunter died just like that. I think the Hunters Guild will definitely be greatly affected and collapse on its own. This Hunters Guild is indeed an eyesore. When the Violet Cloud Emperor mentioned the Hunters Guild, he was filled with anger. This was because the hunter had returned from being a 2-star hunter and had bewitched quite a number of people to head to the Myth City. This caused him to be at a loss whether to kill them or not. He was very conflicted. Fortunately, Perfected Wu Hen came and brought the decree of Celestial Sect. Both Perfected Wu Hen and the Xian Emperor didn't really believe that Demon Lin would come. After all, this was Celestial Sect's territory. They had the advantage. Recently, Celestial Sect had lost 2 half-step Heaven Immortals and more than 10 itinerant Immortals. Celestial Sect hated Demon Lin to the core. Why would Demon Lin appear and put himself in danger? Rumble. Just as the 2 of them were thinking this, the huge imperial palace shook violently. The exquisite decorations fell from the ceiling and shattered into pieces. Chapter 649. Walala, many buildings in the Xian capital collapsed. A huge figure swept past. Be it big or small buildings, they were all smashed into pieces. The capital was in a mess. The warriors of the capital fled in terror. They didn't care where they were going and their faces were pale. Why is the dragon race here? What the hell is going on? Run! The capital was filled with all sorts of voices. Without exception, they were all frightened by this scene. In the sky above the Xian Empire, an azure dragon swept past the buildings. At this moment, it was crashing into the palace. Many buildings were destroyed and the smell of war filled the air. Xian old thing, come out. The giant dragon spoke in human language. Every time it spoke, a building in the majestic palace would collapse. You dragon race are so bold. A few high-level unaffiliated Celestials flew out and tried to suppress the giant dragon to prevent it from continuing to cause trouble. Who would have thought that with a sweep of the dragon's might, the high-level cultivators would be swept away one by one and lose their ability to fight? The array of the palace was forcefully broken. The giant dragon rushed into the palace and wherever it passed, it destroyed all the buildings. The Xian Imperial Palace was in trouble. The experts in the Imperial Palace all paled when they heard this. They were scared stiff by the enormous dragon. There were a few loyal to the Imperial Palace who tried to stop it, but their enormous bodies were swept away and turned into a bloody mist. Demon Lin, how dare you? How dare you come to our Xian Empire and cause trouble? The Purple Cloud Emperor was furious. He looked at the destroyed palace and the capital. He recognized it right away and wanted to kill Lin Fan. He had lost all his face. This giant dragon was Lin Fei. He didn't stop and continued to destroy the palace. I have always been bold. Whoever offended me, I will regret it. The Xian Emperor was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would attack and break into the capital to cause such destruction. If such a scene were to spread, he would die of embarrassment. The warriors of the capital all heard it clearly. He is Demon Lin. What is going on? Why is Demon Lin here? There was no one who didn't know the name of Demon Lin. They had never thought that Demon Lin would attack them in such a manner. It seemed like the Xian Empire had done something to let them down. Demon Lin, you dare to destroy my palace. You don't have to go back today. After the Purple Cloud Emperor recovered from his rage, he was excited. He had made a huge contribution. People from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, come out. There's no need to hide anymore. Don't tell me you still want to sneak up on me. Lin Fei swept his gaze across and forced out a figure from the void. Perfected Wuhan walked out of the void and stared at Demon Lin. Your divine sense has already reached the level of a celestial immortal. No wonder you could see through my position. The moment Demon Lin appeared, Venerable Hentian asked the Purple Cloud Emperor to attract his attention while he secretly attacked and took down Demon Lin in one fell swoop. When the time came, the credit would be split equally between the two of them. In the end, Demon Lin saw through him with one look. Your mystic sect is so shameless. How dare you detain people from our Hunters Guild? Do you really think that Myth City doesn't dare to make a move? Lin Fei's gaze was ice cold. Oh no. The two of them had always wanted to capture Demon Lin, but they had neglected an important matter. As a result, Lin Fan had the upper hand. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they were watching in shock, especially one of them, whose face was covered in tears. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, a city lord would make a move for me. This person was the first 2-star hunter, Su Bai. He would never have thought that his detention would lead to City Lord Lin personally taking action. The people next to him muttered to themselves. Brother Bai, is that City Lord Lin? He's so impressive. I want to join the Hunters Guild. With such a city lord, I'd rather leave the Purple Cloud Empire. These people had all intended to go to Myth City, but they had been stopped by the Purple Cloud Empire and temporarily detained. They had thought that their lives would be lost this time, but when they were in despair, City Lord Lin had appeared and brought them hope. Demon Lin's words spread throughout the Purple Cloud Empire. Many people secretly despised the Purple Cloud Emperor. As a dignified emperor, he deserved to do such a shameless thing. Of course, there were people who objected to Demon Lin's violent behavior. Demon Lin, don't talk nonsense. The Purple Cloud Emperor snorted coldly. The Empire disdains doing such things. You broke into the Imperial capital, so just surrender. Suppress. The Purple Cloud Emperor suddenly became extremely sacred. A huge crown flew up, and the Jingguang shone. It turned out to be an immortal weapon, and it covered Demon Lin. Above the crown, a dragon appeared. That's the Purple Cloud Emperor's unrivaled crown. Someone exclaimed. Unrivaled crown was the Purple Cloud Emperor's crown. It contained the Empire's destiny and suppressed thousands. It was a terrifying immortal weapon. Spiritual Master Wuhan followed suit and took out a long golden rope. The Jingguang shone. It was also an immortal weapon, and it turned into a Jingguang that wrapped around Lin Fei's huge body. Ha ha ha, unrivaled crown suppressed Lin Fei, and the Jingguang wrapped Lin Fei tightly. Demon Lin, you have lost this time. The Purple Cloud Emperor laughed, activating unrivaled crown to suppress him. I want to see how you will resist. Spiritual Master Wuhan paid attention to his every move. Even though there were rumors that Demon Lin was strong and that he had killed a giant dragon of the dragon race, it seemed like it was just a rumor. He had worried for nothing. If that was the case, he could have suppressed Demon Lin just now. Why did he need to take credit? Lin Fei smiled. This crown is not bad, it contains destiny. This golden rope is also not bad. It should be a low-grade celestial artifact. I can sell it for a bit. What? Sell it for money? The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan suspected that they had heard wrongly. I lost control of my crown. Mine is the same. Lin Fei's huge body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was back to normal. The crown and golden rope had disappeared. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above his head, and the sharp aura seemed like it was about to cut open the entire space. The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan were shocked, and they each took out their celestial artifacts. Lin Fei's attack was even faster, and when it landed on their bodies, one of their arms flew off. Lin Fei moved forward and appeared in front of the Purple Cloud Emperor. He looked at his pale face and said, "I don't like you, Emperor." He punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head. No, a tragic voice spread throughout the entire capital. Everyone was stunned. The Purple Cloud Emperor was dead. The Emperor of the Empire was dead. Demon Lin killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. Lin Fei punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head and body, and a bit of celestial power wiped out his primordial spirit. Spiritual Master Wuhan spat out blood. Seeing the Purple Cloud Emperor die, he instinctively wanted to escape. Lin Fei looked over, and his heart shook. His entire mind went blank. Divine Sense attack. Another bright moon came, and Spiritual Master Hate Heaven was split into two. His primordial spirit also suffered, and a half-step Heaven Celestial died just like that. Chapter 650. After Lin Fei killed the Emperor of Ziyun and a half-step immortal in front of everyone, the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. Domineering and audacious. The Emperor of Ziyun had the backing of the Xianmen. But Demon Lin still killed him. After killing them, Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense and found Su Bai and the others. After getting their permission, he waved his hand and took them away, swaggering out of the Xian imperial capital. In the Xian Empire, the top experts were all half-step immortals. Coupled with the Xuanmen support, even the strongest half-step immortals did not dare to make a move. The Xuanmen support was the greatest power. Daring to attack the Xian Empire was disrespectful to the Xianmen, unless that person was willing to be hunted by the Xianmen. No one had ever survived being hunted by the Xianmen. It was a pity that they had met Demon Lin, who was not afraid of anything. He came to visit them for a small matter. In their eyes, this was indeed a small matter. He killed the Emperor of Ziyun on the spot and swaggered away. None of the masters of the palace or the group of officials dared to make a move. Even a half-step immortal was dead. Would they make a move? No matter how many went, they would all die. More importantly, the death of the Emperor of Ziyun had a great impact on the Xian Empire. There might even be a good show of princes fighting for the throne. After half an hour, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Xian imperial capital. They were all dressed in Xianmen attire. Seeing half of the palace ruins, their expressions were not good. Deacon Wu Hen is dead, and so is the Emperor of Ziyun. They both died at the hands of Demon Lin. An itinerant immortal went down to check the situation. When he came up again, his expression was very ugly. He knew that the Xian Empire was backed by the Xianmen, but Demon Lin still dared to kill them. D****. When they heard that Demon Lin had broken into the Xian imperial capital, they rushed over immediately but were too late. Not only did he leave, but the Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen were also dead. Chase. They naturally did not dare. Let's go. The leader snorted coldly. There was no need to stay here any longer. The name Demon Lin once again filled them with fear. He didn't treat their Xianmen sect as anything at all. For the sake of the bounty hunters, Fiend Lin had attacked the Purple Cloud Empire in a fit of rage. He had killed the Purple Cloud Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen, who was a half-step heaven immortal. This news spread like the wind. This news was like a blow to the head, forcing them to stop and prepare to detain the bounty hunters. It was especially so for the emperors of the empires. They gnashed their teeth in hatred at the subordinates who had proposed to detain the bounty hunters. They were almost killed. The Emperor of Purple Cloud was already dead. They did not think that Demon Lin would show mercy. He would definitely kill them on the spot, and in front of everyone. The entire royal family would be humiliated because of this. Very soon. The superpowers backing the empire passed down orders not to make things difficult for the bounty hunters for the time being. The bounty hunters were free to do whatever they wanted. It could be considered as turning a blind eye to the bounty hunters. This was equivalent to sending a signal to Demon Lin. We won't target your bounty hunters. Don't be rash and kill your way over. Let's talk nicely. Because of this matter, the Hunters Association was once again known by people. As bounty hunters, they were able to receive the city lord's attention. The people who had been observing immediately packed up and headed to the Myth City to prepare to join the Hunters Guild. The number of people registering at the Hunters Guild quickly exceeded 1 million, then 2 million, 3 million. With City Lord Lin who valued them so much, they were satisfied. At least they didn't have to worry about anything happening in the future and that the Myth City wouldn't do anything. The Purple Cloud Empire was looked down upon by numerous powers. Because of their ignorance, the Hunters Guild was unstoppable. They could only look on and didn't dare to stop them. Demon Lin's overbearingness was already imprinted in their hearts. They didn't want to become the next tragic emperor. Didn't they see that the Purple Cloud Empire's emperor had died and they were about to fight for the throne? As for revenge, they would think about it when they became the emperor, otherwise, everything would be for naught. Okay, the Purple Cloud Empire didn't have any thoughts of revenge. The righteous path behind the scenes was once again slapped in the face by the Myth City and they even lost a half-step heaven celestial. In a month, the Xian sect lost a few half-step heaven celestials. Even in 100 years, they might not have lost as much as they did in a month. Who could they find to talk about this? Within the Xian sect, it was forbidden to discuss the Myth City and Demon Lin. They knew that the Myth City was just a lone power but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as the other party continued to roam freely. To the Xian sect disciples, this was the most tragic thing. Demon Lin, it's that Demon Lin again. Meeting hall. A bunch of core elders were there and they weren't in a good mood. They had lost another half-step heaven celestial and their expressions weren't too good. It affected the Xian sect. One of the elders was expressionless. He lowered his head and the corner of his eyes twitched. He looked really uncomfortable. Sage Hong Tian, since you went against the will of the sect, you will be punished to face the wall for 30 days. Go and accept your punishment. In the middle, a middle-aged man in his prime said calmly as if he had sentenced the other party to death. Thank you, sect leader. Sage Hong Tian turned around and left to accept his punishment. The other elders sighed. Sage Hong Tian was too anxious and lost a half-step heaven celestial. To the Xian sect's righteous path, any half-step heaven celestial was extremely precious. Sage Hong Tian had caused such a mess and punishment was necessary. Facing the wall for 30 days wasn't a light punishment but it was much lighter than stripping the position of an elder. He just wanted to take revenge for his disciple. Before the dragon race takes action, whoever dares to provoke Lin Fei will be punished severely. The cold words shocked everyone and they knew that the sect leader was angry. Within a month, losing a few half-step heaven celestials would have a huge impact on the overall strength of the Xian sect. Understood. Understood. The sect leader's figure disappeared from the hall. The remaining elders finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were under too much pressure facing the sect leader. Demon Lin is really despicable. A half-step heaven celestial is so arrogant. Sooner or later, our Xian sect will destroy the Myth City. If not, how will they look at us? All of them are looking at us as a joke. They are really despicable. Sage Hong Tian is really unlucky to be involved in such a thing. These elders shook their heads and left. They went back to instruct their subordinates and disciples not to provoke Demon Lin. If they were to suffer, they would be helpless. Disciple requests to see the old ancestor. In a space, the sect leader stood in front of a door respectfully. He didn't have any of the dignity he had before. What's the matter? Speak. An emotionless voice came from the door. The surroundings suddenly fell into a void, boundless and nowhere to be found. Disciple wants to know about the situation of that demonic beast. Did someone do anything to it? The door opened and a demonic beast was sent out. This fire elemental giant lizard is pretty good. I helped it advance. Now, it is a half-step heaven celestial demonic beast. Recently, the sect has been affected. The elders have already expressed their opinions. Don't let me down. The middle-aged sect leader was shocked. He could hear a trace of anger in his voice. Rest assured, old ancestor. Disciple already has a comprehensive plan. I will definitely not let you down. Go down. A force came. The middle-aged sect leader's body was as light as a swallow. He left the void and appeared on a tall mountain. The establishment of the alliance will be the destruction of the myth city. The middle-aged sect leader kept the half-step heaven celestial demonic beast and left. Xian Empire, Xian sect, kept their silence. This undoubtedly caused the various forces to keep their silence. The myth city continued to do things their own way. The number of registrations at the Hunters Association kept breaking. A month later, the number of registrations exceeded 30 million. As the beneficiaries kept hiding, the influence of the Hunters Association kept increasing. No one knew why the myth city collected these foreign race corpses. This became a mysterious mystery. However, to the martial artists who yearned for the myth city, this was not what they were concerned about. On the other hand, the foreign races started to pour in a large amount of their forces from the tug-of-war. They launched another attack and conquered many imperial cities and empires. In an instant, the continent's situation changed. The foreign races no longer attacked in all directions. Instead, they chose to surround and attack. The godly kings, who had always been in seclusion, started to appear frequently, leading their armies to conquer the empire's sections. In 2 months, the continent was in a mess. More than half of the continent had fallen into the control of the foreign races. This was clearly out of everyone's expectations. The first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, was conquered by the foreign race's godly kings last night. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After returning from Xian Empire, Lin Fei did not go out. He was either cultivating or accompanying his daughter. His days were very leisurely. I really didn't expect that the first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, would also be conquered. Even though he was enjoying the happiness of being a father, Lin Fei had always been paying attention to the continent's situation. All sorts of spies were spread across the continent, forming an intelligence department. The first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, had been conquered by the godly kings. The myth city received the news immediately. So it was the transformation king of the foreign race's godly kings. He transformed into an elder of the Yellow Mountain sect and destroyed their formation, catching them off guard. Lin Fei had an impression of this sect. This sect was very proficient in formations. The foreign race's army had attacked them several times in the past, but they were unable to conquer it. Seems like we have to be careful. Imperceptibly, Lin Fei felt a wave of pressure. The Tianji secret vault had ended. The foreign race's army had started to move. Perhaps a great war would break out soon. They would conquer one sect after another, swallow up territory after territory, and completely dominate the continent. Sooner or later, the myth city would be surrounded and attacked. Lin Fei had to start preparing for a rainy day. He didn't want to be caught off guard when the time came. From the destruction of the Yellow Mountain sect, it could be seen that the foreign race's army was no longer satisfied with small skirmishes. They were prepared to speed up the pace of conquering. Savage world. In this savage world, there was a black mass of killing intent. In the center of the savage world, there was a huge golden palace that was incomparably dazzling. Chapter 651. The Golden Palace. The God Kings sat in the innermost area. Outside them were aliens with the power of half-step sky immortals and ninth tribulation loose immortals. There were countless of them. If the human experts were here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The alien army was more than 10 times stronger than they had expected. The alien army on the continent was just the tip of the iceberg. It was nothing. They sat in the center, surrounded by a giant golden alien statue. All the experts had solemn expressions. The entire place was silent. Whoosh, a wave of power descended from the sky and landed on the golden statue. An ugly spherical thing appeared in the sky above them. It was 3,000 meters long. Holy Mother! Holy Mother! All the aliens prostrated on the ground. Only the 10 God Kings in front of them had respectful expressions. They lowered their heads and occasionally showed fear on their faces. Your child greets the Holy Mother. Your child greets the Holy Mother. The 10 God Kings said in unison. So this ugly thing that looked like an insect queen was the Holy Mother of the alien races, the powerful existence that had nurtured thousands of races. You all disappoint me. The Holy Mother's first words caused everyone in the Golden Palace to turn pale. Their bodies began to tremble. Even the God Kings couldn't hide their fear. If the human race knew that the awe-inspiring 10 great divine kings would feel fear because of a sentence, it was unknown what kind of change in expression they would have. Holy Mother, please calm down. We have already sped up our attack on the continent. In less than 5 years, we will definitely conquer the continent. We will use the continent as a springboard to radiate to the entire galaxy and unify it. The alien God King on the left said carefully. He was no longer as mighty and domineering as before. The Holy Mother looked around. Everyone lowered their noble heads. No one dared to look her in the eye. We must conquer the Xiantian continent within a year. The Holy Mother said in a tone that brooked no refusal. If you haven't conquered the continent by the time we come out of seclusion, you can forget about living. Trash doesn't have the right. Holy Mother, we will do our best. Don't worry, Holy Mother. We will conquer the continent within a year. The 10 God Kings had solemn expressions filled with madness. If the Holy Mother said 1 year, it would be 1 year. They didn't dare to disobey. They didn't know that they were born from the Holy Mother. Their lives were in her hands. In order for you to successfully conquer the Xiantian continent, I will allow you to use the astral beasts to conquer it in advance. Don't disappoint me. The eyes of the godly monarchs lit up. If they had to go crazy within a year, then using the giant star beasts in advance would increase their success rate to more than 80%. The huge figure in the void began to disappear, and the huge statue returned to normal, becoming an ordinary object. With the Holy Mother disappearing, the 10 great divine kings heaved a sigh of relief. The rest were the same. Everyone is already aware of the Holy Mother's orders. Within a year, the Xiantian continent must be conquered. There is nothing that can be changed. Starting tomorrow, use the astral beasts. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. The 10 godly kings shall remain. The rest of you shall leave. A God King stood up. He was the most influential God King among the 10 great God Kings, God King Hao Tian. When the Holy Mother wasn't around, Divine King Hao Tian was in charge of everything for the alien army. The outsider loose immortals and half-step heavenly immortals had all left. Only the 10 godly kings remained in the Golden Palace, representing the highest authority of the outsider race. The Holy Mother is very unhappy. Everyone should understand. God King Hao Tian said, recently, God King Giant Eye, God King Heavenly Wings, God King Crimson Light, and God King Transformation have all done well, slaying human half-step heaven immortals. However, next, I want all of you to launch a fierce offensive and cooperate with the space behemoths to sweep through the various sects. Divine King Haotian was the Divine Mother's representative. They didn't dare to have any complaints. Godly King Hao Tian, since the Holy Mother has given the order, we will naturally do our best to complete it. With the astral beast in our hands, the human sex will no longer be a problem. The strength of the human race lies in their spell formations. If we use the star behemoths, our spell formations will become a thing of the past. We'll definitely accomplish the Holy Mother's task within a year. They all knew how powerful the star behemoths were. As long as the star behemoths made a move, they would definitely be able to wipe out the human sex and solve the problem of the human race. Follow me. Godly King Hao Tian opened a door and walked in. The projection of the Holy Mother in the savage world was of great significance. The tug-of-war had turned into a full-scale attack. The outsiders' army had launched an all-out attack. The human army defended themselves, trying to break the non-humankind army. Who would have thought that in the next half a month? The tables had turned. The second-grade dragon sect was destroyed by the Heavenly Wings Godly King. The first-grade Black Dragon sect was destroyed by the Transformation King. The second-grade Heaven sect was destroyed by the Mermaid King. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed by the Giant Eye Godly King. The outsiders launched an all-out attack. In less than half a month, they destroyed dozens of sects and empires. The battle became one-sided. The originally unconquerable first-grade sects fell one after another in the face of the outsiders' Godly King's army. No one knew what trump card the outsiders had used to turn the tide of the battle. A month later, the human race was at a disadvantage. The entire continent was dominated by the outsiders. It seemed like they were going to unify the continent. Only the 10 major factions and some other old factions were not affected. According to the situation, a full-scale battle was about to begin. If the human race lost, they would completely lose their right to rule over the Xiantian continent. If the human race won, they would obtain the right to continue living and flourishing. At the same time, the investigation of the outsiders' army was carried out in full swing. If the outsiders didn't reveal their trump card, they would be a huge potential threat to the human race. Myth City. In 2 months, the continent was in a state of panic. The Myth City was still a land of warmth and gentleness. Bounty hunters were still hunting outsiders and demonic beasts. With tens of millions of registered members, the number of bounty hunters every day was still quite impressive. The situation isn't good. Lin Fei frowned. Based on his calculations, the outsiders shouldn't have attacked so quickly. The outsiders seemed to have gone crazy after destroying the first-grade sects and other large sections. The outsiders must have a trump card. That's why they were able to destroy so many sects in one blow. That's why so many sects voluntarily surrendered and joined the outsiders. Lin Jiqing looked through the information and frowned as well. Hard to understand. Truly hard to understand. Lin Fei suspected that the outsiders had sent out their experts. But the first-grade sects had set up their formations, and the outsiders had attacked them multiple times but were unable to break through. How could they break through in such a short period of time? Lin Fei couldn't understand. Husband, don't think too much about it. Since the outsiders have used their trump card, it might be exposed soon. Lin Jiqing could only comfort him like this. Lin Fei sighed. The situation of the continent was changing too quickly. Even he was beginning to worry. I hope so. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space. City Lord Lin, don't attack. I mean no harm. A half-step heaven immortal walked out from the void and said politely. Facing the coldness in his throat, his heart tightened. Demon Lin was indeed as rumored. His strength was unfathomable. Chapter 652. The moment he appeared, Lin Fei attacked. If not for him opening his mouth quickly, he would have died. I am an alliance envoy. Don't kill me, I have no ill intentions. The person said and tried to explain himself. Lin Fei retracted his power and the dangerous aura disappeared. His cold voice followed, if you do anything, I will kill you right away. Don't doubt my words, even if you are some bullsh** T alliance envoy. Only a fool would doubt him. Who didn't know his personality? For a guild, he killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. The person cursed in his heart. A half-step heaven celestial appeared and was dealt a blow. He was terrified. The outside world said that Demon Lin was really strong. Rumors were just rumors, but some people didn't believe it and were suspicious. The person in front of him was. Especially since he was an alliance envoy, Demon Lin wouldn't dare to not give him face, right? Who knew that Demon Lin wanted to kill him right away and didn't give him any face? Not afraid? Fake. Everyone was afraid of death. My husband doesn't know any alliance. If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for killing you. Of course, Lin Jiqing wouldn't believe a half-step heaven celestial who barged in. Who knew what his goal was? I have proof, don't attack. Demon Lin was already so fierce. Even his woman was fierce too. They came from the same mold. The alliance envoy took out the item carefully, afraid that he would be killed if he did anything extreme. If he knew that Demon Lin was so heartless, he would have entered from the main gate. Regret. Who didn't know that Demon Lin wasn't afraid of anything? Alliance envoy? What was this? All of a sudden, the alliance envoy understood everything. He deserved to fall into their hands. The Xian sect had given up, so what was he? He was too arrogant. In truth, he was nothing at all. Lin Jiqing took it and saw that it was an invitation. Husband, look. Lin Jiqing's expression changed. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. If he entered from the main gate politely, then that wouldn't have happened. He could only blame himself for asking to be beaten up. He was lucky that he didn't kill him on the spot. Continent Alliance? On the invitation, Lin Fei was invited to join the Continent Alliance to discuss how to fight against the alien race and unite all the powers in the continent. Resist the outsiders. Not interested. Lin Fei shook his head. You can scram now. Continental Alliance? It had nothing to do with him, so it was nothing. Husband, this matter is beneficial to our myth city. Lin Jiqing transmitted her voice. What do you mean? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Continental Alliance. It was nothing more than a power struggle, so he wasn't too interested in it. The continent is currently in danger. If my husband can obtain your own voice in the Continent's alliance, the people who are preparing to target the myth city will be completely restrained. At the very least, they won't dare to make any moves before the army of the outsiders ends. Lin Jiqing thought further than Lin Fei. The significance of the mainland alliance was unimaginable to Myth City, which was filled with powerful enemies. If that's the case, it makes sense. Lin Fei had to admit that this reason wasn't bad. You know that I'm a person who isn't restrained. If I didn't guess wrongly, they are looking for me to join the Continent Alliance because of our Myth City's elixirs. In terms of scheming, Lin Fei wasn't good at it. It was easy for him to think it through. The possibility of this is quite high. Lin Jiqing also understood. However, if husband handles it well, the Continent Alliance will be very beneficial to our Myth City. From the bottom of her heart, Lin Jiqing hoped that Lin Fei would join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei thought about the details. Just like what she said, the Continent Alliance seemed to be a chance to improve Myth City. The alien race army was wreaking havoc on the continent, and the humans were scheming behind the scenes. It was very disadvantageous to Myth City. If they joined the Continent Alliance, the situation would be completely improved. There were still benefits to joining. The Alliance envoy didn't dare to boast. Demon Lin's character was unpredictable. Who knew whether or not he would leave a deep impression on him? Go back and tell them that I will come on the day of the Alliance. I'll take my leave first. The Alliance envoy felt as if he had been pardoned. He couldn't even speak fluently. He had never felt so dangerous before. Without saying anything, he prepared to leave. Go back and tell your people from the Alliance that if they want to see me in the future, they must come through the main door. Otherwise, they won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei said coldly. I understand. I'll definitely tell them. The Alliance envoy staggered and quickly walked out of the door. he didn't dare to leave directly from the city lord's mansion. Husband, look, you scared him again. Lin Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. This was really interesting. A half-step heaven immortal was scared away in the blink of an eye. Humph, he's already lucky that I didn't kill him. Lin Fei snorted. Looks like from now on, the city lord's mansion will have to set up a formation to prevent anyone from running in. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes. Who asked you to be lazy? You asked for it. Continent Alliance. To think that they could think of something like this. I was wondering why the people from the dragon race didn't come looking for trouble. Looks like they went to join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei pondered. Ever since he slaughtered the dragon, the people from the dragon race didn't appear. He was puzzled. According to the dragon race's temperament, they would definitely come looking for trouble since he killed their people. Yet, he couldn't find any traces of them. Now that he thought about it, the dragon race should have been restricted by someone. Myth City is in front? In the depths of the void, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. God King Giant, you were the one who suffered a loss from the human race? God King Mermaid, who had become one with the mermaid, mocked. God King Giant, I was unhappy. I suggest you go and try it yourself. When the time comes, you will understand. Stop arguing. Another God King, Heavenly King Crimson Light, stopped the two from arguing. This time, we are here to destroy the Myth Tower. If you have such thoughts, you might as well kill that human, Demon Lin. In 2 months, the foreign races destroyed the major sects and reversed the situation. They practically occupied the entire Mystic Sky continent. God King, is there a need for us to use the giant beast of space for a mere myth city? A half-step heaven immortal of a foreign race asked. The myth city was very famous. They sent out 3 god kings, over a dozen half-step heaven immortals, a few hundred rogue immortals, and even a giant beast of space. This was the only thing they couldn't understand. Was it appropriate to make such a big move? Crimson Light God King said indifferently, our spies that have snuck into the human race have spread the news that Devil Lin will be heading to the Continent Alliance in a few days' time. The people of the Alliance want to purchase large amounts of strategic resources through Myth City to fight against our army of the foreign race. We suspect that there is a huge power behind Devil Lin, and he is the agent. If we destroy Myth City and capture Devil Lin alive, the power behind might be used by us. The Myth City's pills and other things were famous. The foreign races also knew about it and realized the severity of the matter when they heard it. The continent was left with the toughest power. If they were destroyed, the continent would be completely controlled. They wouldn't allow any unforeseen events to happen. The Myth City was one of the unforeseen events. After going against the foreign races time and time again, Crimson Light God King decided to destroy the Myth City. It would be best if they could capture Lin Fei alive. If they couldn't join, they had to kill him in one strike. They couldn't let the Myth City affect the upcoming war. For the past 3 years, the Myth City was obvious to all. Other than that, the most recent auction had shocked the continent. Putting aside the endless pills, just the flame lizard alone was worth their attention. Crimson Light God King and the rest tried to snatch the flame lizard and almost succeeded. In the end, the experts of Mystic Sect arrived. After a massacre, they killed their half-step heaven immortals and missed their last chance. Set up the formation, seal the void. A few million miles away, Crimson Light God King worked together to set up a super formation, Yin and Yang reversal. In order to completely destroy the Myth City, they had put in a lot of effort. Especially the trump card of the giant beast of space, they definitely couldn't expose it. Open the formation. After the formation was set up, Crimson Light God King activated it. Why is the sky dark? What's going on? Once the Yin and Yang reversal formation was activated, the few million miles around the Myth City instantly became a chaotic place. In order to deal with the Myth City this time, they had put in a lot of effort to prevent any information from leaking out. Furthermore, once this formation was activated, the people outside couldn't barge in. The people inside seemed to be exiled to the depths of the universe. Everyone in the myth city was astonished, but they didn't panic. Back then, all sorts of people and experts had gathered, but they still ended up in such a miserable state. The memory was still fresh in their minds, and they were full of confidence in City Lord Lin. This is really a case of another wave rising before the previous one subsides. City Lord Manor. Lin Fei frowned. The other party had actually set up a formation outside the range of heaven immortals. This was something he didn't expect. Yin and Yang reversal, sealing the void, this formation has put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei could see the changes in space with one glance. The only thing he didn't know was which power was attacking the myth city this time. Once they made a move, they wanted to cut off all the exits. Even though the formation covered the entire myth city, Lin Fei didn't show any panic from start to finish. Big brother Qi Lian, you guys guard the myth city. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. With the existence of the formation in the myth city, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Little Purple then appeared. When there was nothing, Little Purple would appear and disappear mysteriously. Once something happened, she would appear at the first instant. Qin Mu didn't know what she was busy with. Little Purple, let's go. Let's see who is so daring to set up a formation on the myth city. Even though he knew that a storm was coming to the myth city, he didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Lin Fei, you are quite daring, you still dare to come out. Not far away from the myth city, a familiar and hateful voice appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Giant Eye God King, so it's you, the loser. Chapter 653. The foreign races attacked again, and Lin Fei was rather surprised. Was it not enough that they had suffered a loss? A yin-yang reversal formation, he really didn't take it to heart. There must be something fishy about the enemy setting up such a formation. Lin Fei couldn't help becoming alert. Devil Lin, I admit defeat when you ambushed me last time, but you won't be so lucky today. Giant Eye God King appeared from the void, and his eyes were filled with resentment. It was Devil Lin who made him suffer a huge loss and lost his elite army. When he saw the other party, he wanted to slap him to death. Invite your people out, you alone aren't enough for me to deal with. Lin Fei said to Giant Eye God King. He chose to ignore the resentment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 great divine kings, a dozen half-step heaven immortals, and a few hundred wandering immortals appeared one after another. As expected of the famous Devil Lin. Lin Fei looked towards the voice. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who saved Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King. Good memory, I'm Crimson Light God King. Lin Fei was shocked, and his expression returned to normal. So it's Crimson Light God King. Are you guys trying to recruit me again by putting up such a formation? If that's the case, you guys are wasting your efforts. I'm never interested in things like recruiting people to surrender. Even though 3 great divine kings appeared, and one of them was Crimson Light God King, Lin Fei wasn't worried. However, there was a sense of danger lurking in the unseen world, and the heart of his brows twitched continuously. Little Purple, let's work together to deal with this Crimson Light God King later. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. This person has secrets and great danger. Crimson Light God King is very dangerous. For Little Purple to mention danger, Crimson Light God King definitely had secrets on him. Lin Fei cut off their path of retreat, and Giant Eye God King was undoubtedly the happiest one. You can just reject, I'll let you die today. If Lin Fei agreed to surrender, Giant Eye God King would feel terrible for the rest of his life. He would feel as disgusted as eating a fly, and he couldn't kill it. There was nothing worse than vomiting blood. Do it. Crimson Light God King saw Lin Fei's decision and didn't waste any more words. This time around, they had gone into battle with light equipment because they wanted to end the battle quickly. If the power behind Myth City took action, there would be a change to their plan, and this was not something they wanted. Destroying Myth City and killing Demon Lin was of great significance. Without a doubt, it would crush the confidence of the human race once more and create an advantage for their next attack. Punishment Spear. Lin Fei's movements were even faster than them. With the pitch-black long spear in his hand, he stabbed at Crimson Light God King with his divine art. Little Violet was similarly unwilling to fall behind. A mouthful of violet flames transformed into an enormous fireball, which smashed towards the Crimson Bright God King. The scorching aura forced the half-step celestial immortals and loose immortals to retreat. Good timing. Crimson Light God King gave a loud roar and appeared in front of the long spear out of nowhere. With a punch, the long spear broke inch by inch. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a circular disc appeared in front of him, blocking the fireball attack completely. For the first time, Crimson Light God King's strength far surpassed Giant Eye God King's. The other party easily blocked the attack, and Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Among the 10 great divine kings, Crimson Light God King could be ranked in the top 5, and his battle power was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the formation and save the people back then. Crimson Light God King broke the attack, and Lin Fei was mentally prepared. Giant Eye God King, Mermaid God King, go and break the formation. This king is going to leave no one alive in Myth City. Crimson Light God King struck out with a punch, and fist shadows filled the sky, forcing the two of them to not have time to spare. We've been tricked. Lin Fei thought to himself that this was bad. Previously, he thought that Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King would deal with him together, but who would have expected them to break the formation instead, leaving him and Little Violet to be held back by Crimson Light God King. Little Violet, go stop them. Even though Crimson Light God King gave off a sense of danger, Lin Fei knew that this aura didn't come from the other party himself, but from an external force. All right. Little Violet returned to her original body, which was several thousand yards in size. Her abilities had increased drastically, and after breaking Crimson Light God King's attack, she chased after Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King. Fighting 1 against 2, her chances of winning weren't small. Crimson Light God King didn't stop them, and he said calmly, "It's useless, Myth City will definitely be breached today." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crimson Light God King was a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm, and his fist skill was incomparably tyrannical. Especially in terms of speed, he had the advantage. In an instant, Lin Fei was injured. In front of a true Heaven Immortal, Lin Fei's abilities were slightly lacking. Lin Fei blocked Crimson Light God King's attack while paying attention to Little Violet's actions. The situation was still alright for now. As expected of Devil Lin, you are the strongest among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Crimson Light God King injured Lin Fei with one punch, but he stopped instead. Such a deep accumulation, no one can compare to you among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Even if a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm wants to kill you, it will be hard. Lin Fei had indeed relied on his defense and powerful recovery ability to cause Crimson Light God King's attacks to be futile. At most, he could only exhaust Lin Fei's true essence. Since you know you can't kill me, why did you still come? The heart of Lin Fei's eyebrows were still twitching. You want to kill me, but it's destined to be futile. Why don't you leave quickly? If Giant Eye God King was in the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, then Crimson Light God King was in the middle stage of Heaven Immortal Realm. Even though Lin Fei said that, he was constantly mobilizing his strength, and he didn't dare to let his guard down. Crimson Light God King shook his head. I admit you are very powerful, but in front of me, you are still not enough. Just now was just a warm-up exercise, this is my true strength. Whoosh. Crimson Light God King took a step out and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A ray of white light flashed past his hand, and a heavy blow swept Lin Fei away on the spot. Boom, a tall mountain was smashed by Lin Fei, and half of it was broken. Rocks flew everywhere, and the surrounding area was a mess. Cough cough. Lin Fei flew out from below, and there was a huge wound on his chest. He took a deep breath, and the wound recovered rapidly. Heaven-raising finger. Mobilizing his true essence, Lin Fei pointed out with a finger. That knife just now made him realize the difference. This Crimson Light God King was a strong enemy, especially with a knife skill that could actually break his defense with a divine weapon. Lin Fei realized that this Crimson Light God King was very hard to deal with. Little did he know that Crimson Light God King was also shocked. Lin Fei, this person must be killed. Half-Step Heaven Immortal has already accumulated so much, and that knife just now would have definitely killed a Half-Step Heaven Immortal. Instead, he recovered quickly, and when he becomes a Heaven Immortal in the future, he would probably have the strength of a late-stage Heaven Immortal. With his own accumulation, he could even sweep all Heaven Immortal strong practitioners. Crimson Light God King slashed out with his knife, and he tried to break this finger. The knife light landed on it, and it was blown away instead. He was greatly astonished. What kind of power was this? Crimson Light God King felt something was wrong, and he quickly dodged. However, he still took a hit, and half of his body exploded. The injury wasn't heavy, and it wasn't even considered anything. He was actually injured. Ever since conquering the continent, Crimson Light God King had never been injured before. Die. Chapter 654. Crimson Light God King was very strong. Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of strength, and the attack he unleashed was no weaker than a Sky Immortal's attack. That was how he managed to barely block the attack. The Tempest's attack lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Crimson Light God King's knife skills were impressive, but it was a pity that he encountered a Lin Fei who had accumulated a lot of experience. He couldn't severely injure the other party, and he was also very bewildered. Meteor Fire Rain. Lin Fei dodged the knife and he formed hand seals to execute a Celestial Immortal level immortal art. Crimson Light God King was very strong, but he was suppressed from start to finish. His true vitality was greatly exhausted, so he had no choice but to execute his immortal art. Walala. Heaven and earth changed color, and a rain of fire descended. Everyone's expression changed. True essence was mobilized and fiery rain surged. Every single drop of the fiery rain survived and fell upon the ground, instantly creating a massive crater. Every drop of the fiery rain was in no way inferior to an attack from a heavenly immortal. Protective art. Crimson Light God King's expression changed, and a giant appeared above his head. His hand supported the sky. While resisting the rain of fire, he was also surrounded by the rain of fire. Lin Fei instantly withdrew and charged towards the giant Divine King. A half-step heavenly immortal flew forward in an attempt to stop Lin Fei. Not even God King Crimson Bright could kill off Lin Fei, let alone a half-step heavenly immortal. With a palm strike, primary energy surged out and the half-step heavenly immortal was blown up. Lin Fei had accumulated a great deal of power. A casual palm strike from him contained a peerless power. How could a half-step heavenly immortal stop it? 5 Thunders Strike. The divine ability summoned all the half-step heavenly immortals and loose immortals inside. Giant Eye God King, take my fist. He threw a punch at God King Giant Eye. The Giant Eye God King was focused on dealing with Little Violet. When the dangerous aura approached, he hurriedly chose to retreat, not daring to take it head-on. After suffering the previous time, he also knew that Lin Fei's attacks were incomparably tyrannical. Lin Fei and Little Z would be together. Meteor Fire Rain. Once again, he unleashed his celestial technique and placed them in the middle of the attack. Giant Eye God King was the first to flee. When the rain of fire landed on his body, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His main body was also severely injured. Seeing how miserable Giant Eye God King was, the Mermaid God King also chose to retreat. Celestial Art. Celestial Art. They knew how terrifying it was. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei could use it twice in a row. Damn it, isn't his accumulation a little too deep? As for the others, they were not as lucky. Loose immortals were crushed to death by the rain of fire, their bodies burned into nothingness, and the half-step heaven immortals were severely injured. Lin Fei walked in the rain of fire, devouring the heavily injured loose immortals and half-step heaven immortals, replenishing his energy. The colossal Divine King had wounds all over his body. He managed to control his injuries with great difficulty. He was clearly much more apprehensive when looking at Lin Fei. Do you believe me now? Giant Eye God King said. Actually, there was something he didn't say. Demon Lin was much stronger than the last time. A heaven immortal art was enough to injure him. The Mermaid God King nodded. A very terrifying person. Crimson Light God King was in a slightly sorry state. Celestial immortal art wasn't an ordinary attack, it was an attack of an immortal. In the blink of an eye, the experts they brought were all lost. They were either killed or devoured, leaving behind human skin that floated everywhere. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were too embarrassed to face Crimson Light God King. Crimson Light God King was too conceited. He didn't expect Lin Fei to know celestial immortal art. He didn't use it before, so he was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The remaining half-step heaven immortals finally understood why they had to bring their secret trump card. This Lin Fei was too strong. An immortal art could be used twice, who knew if it could be used thrice? There weren't many people who could accumulate this much. Crimson Light God King was even more apprehensive. Crimson Light God King, if you have any other tricks, just take them out. Otherwise, you will be greatly disappointed today. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Using celestial immortal art, Lin Fei was trying to force Crimson Light God King to use his final trump card. That was the existence that Lin Fei was truly apprehensive of. If they couldn't kill him, they would definitely use their final trump card. He also wanted to know what this secret trump card was. Why would it give him a dangerous aura and keep reminding him? I have to admit that you are very powerful. You have even successfully cultivated celestial immortal art and executed it twice in one breath. However, just like what I said before, Myth City will disappear from the continent today, so it will definitely disappear. Crimson Light God King was confident that he could kill Lin Fei, but that would require a very long time. He would still need to exhaust the other party to death, but it was already too late now. Giant Beast of the Galaxy, use your divine might and destroy everything in this world. Crimson Light God King was incomparably sacred. He opened a door, and a long howl came from it. Heaven and earth changed color. At least, within yin and yang reversal, everyone's spirit collapsed. Those with weaker abilities were immediately shocked to death. Inside the door, a shadow appeared. It was a giant that was 300 yards long. He held a huge blade in his hand and stepped out from the door. This giant was very ugly, and he had a humanoid shape. His entire body was golden, and he was a dazzling existence. Giant Beast of the Galaxy? Lin Fei was astonished. This was a giant beast of the galaxy. Could it be that it came from the galaxy? Little Purple rushed into the sky and opened its mouth to spit out purple flames, trapping the giant in an instant. The flame blade whizzed over and slashed on the other party's body. Little Purple also sensed the danger of the other party, and he immediately made the first move, trying to severely injure the other party. Little Purple, quickly dodge, there's danger. Lin Fei cried out in alarm, and in a hurry, he slashed at the other party. Bang! Little Purple's huge body couldn't react in time, and the blade that contained the might of the galaxy slashed on its body. Fresh blood splattered, and its huge body was sent flying. It crashed into a tall mountain, and that tall mountain was razed to the ground. Lin Fei, this is a giant beast of the galaxy. We like to call him the Wanderer of the Galaxy. Your pet is strong, but in front of the Wanderer of the Galaxy, it is destined to lose miserably. Crimson Light God King finally revealed a smile. In this world, the Wanderer of the Galaxy can sweep across the world. Bang! The Wanderer of the Galaxy attacked again, and Lin Fei felt a figure swaying in front of his eyes. His entire body flew out, and an intense pain came from his body. Wanderer of the Galaxy, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Lin Fei crawled up from the ground, and the heart of his brows twitched when the Wanderer of the Galaxy attacked again. Great slicing art. The attack that was effective against others landed on the Wanderer of the Galaxy. Instantly, a universe of stars appeared, and it was incomparably vast. It actually blocked the attack. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed, and he dodged this attack. A ravine appeared on the ground, and that was the masterpiece of the Wanderer of the Galaxy. This fellow is too strong, Little Purple and I are actually not his match. How can there be such an existence in the foreign races? While feeling astonished, Lin Fei immediately opened up the system and searched for information about the Wanderer of the Galaxy. After a moment, he found out about the Wanderer of the Galaxy. F***ck, this is asking for my life. After looking at the introduction, Lin Fei almost vomited blood. It turned out that the Wanderers of the Galaxy were a powerful race in the universe. They wandered in the galaxy, and that was why they were called Wanderers of the Galaxy. This kind of Wanderer of the Galaxy didn't cultivate any power, and they only used the strength of their corporeal body. Every giant beast of the galaxy wandered in the galaxy, traversing tens of thousands of galaxies, and their strength was exceptionally strong. They ignored all formations and all great formations of the Mountain Gate, and they came and went directly. Lin Fei finally understood why the foreign races were able to show off their might and conquer so many sections. The reason was probably because of the Wanderers of the Galaxy. They were born in the universe, and they walked in the galaxy. They cultivated their corporeal body, and as time passed, they gained the characteristics of the galaxy. The formation of the Mountain Gate automatically ignored this power. Lin Fei's heart sank. The Wanderers of the Galaxy were the bane of the sections. They had fused with the characteristics of the galaxy, so they were naturally unobstructed by the formation. Once they entered, it would be a massacre. The formation would lose control, and the outside would attack. Every Wanderer of the Galaxy had the strength of a celestial immortal, and they were superior in attack and speed. Crimson Light God King and the rest finally relaxed. With the Wanderers of the Galaxy making a move, Lin Fei should have no hope, said Giant Eye God King. He looked at Lin Fei with the gaze of a victor. The Wanderers of the Galaxy were one of the guards of Saint Mother. They didn't cultivate any power, and just their battle power could reach that of a celestial immortal. Arranging for the Wanderers of the Galaxy showed how important this war was to Saint Mother. It was because of the appearance of the Wanderers of the Galaxy that they could launch continuous attacks and ignore the formation of the sect. They were simply successful in every endeavor, and there was a reason why the sect wouldn't lose. It's a pity that Lin Fei isn't joining our foreign races. Mermaid God King shook his head. With his strength, if he joins the foreign races, he will become a celestial immortal and become an overlord among celestial immortals. Even though he said so, in reality, Mermaid God King still didn't want Lin Fei to join. A human that was stronger than them didn't feel good. Get ready. Once Lin Fei and that pet die, we will attack Myth City and leave no one alive. Right now, only Lin Fei and Little Purple were trouble for them. The rest were nothing. Especially when this area had formations set up, no matter how intense the battle was, the outside wouldn't be able to sense it. Crimson Light God King could attack to his heart's content and didn't have to worry about exposing the Wanderers of the Galaxy. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had been injured. The Wanderers' attacks were overbearing and fast, so he was always at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the attacks contained the power of the galaxy, so his injuries weren't easy to recover from. I have to find a way. If this goes on, I won't be insta-killed. After being injured again, Lin Fei knew that his attacks couldn't do anything to the other party. Even if he used the Art of Fate, it might not be effective. The power of the galaxy was too mysterious. Even though it was touched by the Wanderers of the Galaxy, it had already become an existence that was hard to defend against. Lin Fei opened up the system again and searched. Mother Empress? When he saw the introduction, Lin Fei couldn't help frowning. It was because of this frown that half of his body exploded, and he was heavily injured again. Damn. Could it be that the real existence of the foreign races is the Mother Empress, a terrifying species in the galaxy? Lin Fei was shocked by his own guess. Just now, he saw the information that Wanderers were usually the guards of the Mother Empress, and they never left. And this species couldn't be tamed by ordinary people. Only the Mother Empress could tame them and make them her guards. Chapter 655. Lin Fei and Little Purple together were always at a disadvantage. The Starry Sky Wanderer was incredibly powerful. He used an unknown saber to attack in a straightforward manner. It was simple, violent, and fast. No one could match its sharpness, and it suppressed the two of them. If it were not for the fact that the two of them were different from ordinary people, any other heaven immortal or half-step heaven immortal would have died with regret. Demon Lin's accumulation is too deep. He was able to last until now. While the giant Divine King was shocked, he finally vented his anger. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei's strength was engraved in their hearts. Every time the Starry Sky Wanderers attacked, they were always successful, killing people like scything flax, leaving corpses strewn all over the place. They were famous for their prowess. However, they were still unable to kill Lin Fei. This was truly rare. Demon Lin is indeed very powerful. However, no matter how deep his accumulation is, he will definitely run out of true essence in less than an hour when facing a Star Wanderer. The Mermaid Deity King's eyes never moved. He could see Demon Lin's weakness at a glance. The Mermaid Deity King is right. Demon Lin's accumulation has indeed exceeded our expectations. Crimson Light God King had no choice but to admit how powerful Devil Lin was. Wanderers in the starry sky don't need to expend their true vitality, and their attacks are purely simple. Devil Lin, on the other hand, isn't the same. No matter if it's immortal arts or other attacks, they can't deal any damage to Holy Mother's guard. No matter how deep the accumulation is, there will still be a moment when it's exhausted. At this moment, Lin Fei looked very miserable. He was like a small boat in the wind, rising and falling with the wind, and could capsize at any time. Everyone who saw him was terrified. Myth City. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others watched with trepidation. In their eyes, the sect master had always been a powerful figure. Now that he was in such a dangerous situation, they wanted nothing more than to fly out and help him. However, they knew that if they went out, it would be the same as falling into a trap. They could only pray. Inside the array, Lin Fei dodged left and right, pushing his speed to the limit. However, he was still unable to dodge the Starry Sky Wanderer's attacks. Wounds covered his body, and it was a ghastly sight. Crimson Light God King flew up. Lin Fei, give up resisting and surrender. I can represent the foreign race and give you another chance. Crimson Light God King really didn't want to miss a person who had accumulated so much. Talents were hard to come by. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you mutated races. Lin Fei dodged the attack. The reason why Crimson Light God King could put down his pride and recruit Lin Fei again was to give him a chance. He snorted coldly in his heart. This Lin Fei really refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. He completely gave up on the idea. Humph, stubborn. I think your true vitality is about to be exhausted. When that time comes, let's see how you will lose your powerful recovery ability. You might as well block the attacks. Crimson Light God King said coldly. The Starry Sky Wanderer sent Lin Fei flying with a slash, leaving a long and narrow wound on his body. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. The Queen Mother's guards are nothing more than this. When he heard this, Crimson Light God King didn't have time to think and cried out, "How do you know about the existence of Holy Mother?" After he said this, he immediately realized something was wrong. The Holy Mother had always been the greatest mystery of their race. Even though the upper echelons of the human race knew of the existence of the Holy Mother, they didn't know of her other name, Mother Empress. This name had never appeared on the continent before. Their race was tight-lipped, and if they weren't divine kings, they might not know about this secret. How in the world did a human know? It's the Queen Mother indeed. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the doubts in his heart were solved. Crimson Light God King knew he had been tricked, even though he didn't know how Devil Lin knew. Holy Mother is the Queen Mother, so what if you know? I've changed my mind now. I will bring you back personally and search your memories to see who leaked the news. There was a human spy in their midst. Crimson Light God King and the other two all had the same guess. This had become a huge matter, and they had to investigate it thoroughly. No human spy was allowed to appear in the midst of the foreign race. God kill! Lin Fei roared, and Akela flew out to suppress the void. He was as immovable as a mountain, and his enormous consciousness rushed straight at the Starry Sky Wanderer. Whoosh! The Starry Sky Wanderer's body froze, and his speed clearly slowed down. Lin Fei's consciousness attack had shaken the Starry Sky Wanderer. Akela, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, produced strange runes that produced a strange power. He struck a palm into the body of the Starry Sky Wanderer. Not good, go and stop him. Crimson Light God King was affected by the God kill. Even though the effect wasn't huge, he was still affected. His mind returned, and he realized the situation wasn't good. Devil Lin was using some secret technique, and he was instantly agitated. Little Purple gave a long howl, and purple flames spread out to form a sea of fire, delaying them. Hee, have a taste of the power of my heavenly fire. Crimson Light Emperor, Fist of the Great Emperor. Crimson Light God King went crazy. The descent of the Emperor, the Fist of the Great Emperor, and the tyrannical aura of the King suppressed everything. He included Lin Fei in the range of his battle, and a Fist of the Great Emperor struck through the air. This fist skill was obtained by Crimson Light God King in a secret realm. He communicated with an ancient existence, Crimson Light Emperor. Crimson Light God King's name came from this. Bam! The fist of the Great Emperor was incomparably tyrannical. Akela trembled, and he was in a state of collapse. Lin Fei's body was even half blown up, and he was actually heavily injured. Lowly ant, submitting is the only way out for you. In the space of his consciousness, a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. The voice of the Great Emperor rushed towards Lin Fei, and he was engulfed in a devilish voice. F***ck, this is the will of the Great Emperor. He actually wants to hypnotize me and make me one of his clones that walks through time. Lin Fei summoned Akela, and he recovered from his daze. He was secretly astonished. A Crimson Light God King actually communicated with Crimson Light Heavenly Emperor. A will, and you want to hypnotize me, Akela, crush me. Rumble. Akela was unmoving like a mountain, and he blocked the voice of the Great Emperor, crushing it. The figure of the Great Emperor was just like what Lin Fei had said, there was nothing to fear. Of course, Lin Fei had the consciousness of a celestial immortal, and it was incomparably powerful. Only after breaking the figure of the Great Emperor did Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He had almost been hypnotized, and it was really dangerous. This battle happened in the blink of an eye. He actually blocked the hypnosis of the Great Emperor's will. Seeing that Lin Fei had recovered, Crimson Light God King trembled again. He was clear about the power of the Great Emperor's will. Even a half-step celestial immortal was about to be hypnotized, and yet Devil Lin had blocked it. Amidst his astonishment, he came through the air. Every punch of the Great Emperor was a Great Emperor. In my name, summon the Wanderer of the Universe. Lin Fei formed a complicated imprint, and he gave a loud roar that was incomparably sacred. Summon the Wanderer of the Universe? Crimson Light God King was astonished, and a bad feeling rose from his heart. Swoosh! The heart of his brows jumped, and a dangerous aura came from behind him. He escaped through the air, and even so, there was still a wound on his body. When he saw the person who attacked him clearly, his face turned pale. Chapter 656. P.S. On account of your hard work in updating every day, if you think it's okay, please give me a few monthly tickets. Crimson Light God King was stunned. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King, who were still fighting, were also stunned. F***ck, what was going on? How did Holy Mother's Guard get summoned? They had never heard that Holy Mother's Guard could be summoned. It didn't make sense for it to attack them after being summoned. Isn't it just summoning? I'm the best at this. Lin Fei finally let out a hearty laugh. After suffering so much, it was finally time for him to explode. Go, teach them a lesson. The Wanderer didn't say a word and attacked them with his long knife. The three great divine kings cursed and their scalps turned numb. They knew better than anyone how powerful Holy Mother's guard was. It was simply a war machine that didn't stop. It was like a madman. You did something, you must have done something. Crimson Light God King shouted and pointed at Devil Lin. If he had a beard, he would definitely have blown it. That's right, I did something. So what, kill me if you can. Lin Fei walked leisurely. I'm not trying to nag you guys, but little star is enough to give you a headache, how can you hope to kill me? Just as he said, once the Wanderer attacked, the three great divine kings were injured, especially Giant Eye God King. He was injured before, and now he was injured again. How unlucky could he be? Crimson Light God King was filled with hatred. He finally realized that he didn't ask that question for nothing. The other party was confirming if this was Holy Mother's guard, and he said it stupidly, giving the other party a chance to attack and summon the Wanderer. You've really tricked me. Retreat. The situation turned around, and Crimson Light God King didn't have the heart to fight anymore. Crimson Light God King didn't know how he was going to explain to Holy Mother after losing a giant beast of space and Holy Mother's guard. He had a well-thought-out plan, yet in the end, he had failed miserably in his hands. Crimson Light God King wanted to slap himself to death. Look at what he had done, he had clearly given Devil Lin his strength. Why is my life so bitter? Crimson Light God King felt bitter. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were in a sorry state. They had been waiting for Crimson Light God King to say this, and they had no intention to continue fighting. Yuan Chi Saber. Lin Fei made his move, and a long white knife slashed towards Crimson Light God King. Little Purple also made her move, and her heavenly fire formed a wall of fire to block their path. Fist of the Great Emperor. Crimson Light God King was furious. He was the one being hunted instead. In his rage, he punched out, and a Great Emperor appeared. Lin Fei's long knife slashed down. With the strongest fist skill, the apparition of the Great Emperor was cleaved apart with a single knife. This gave Crimson Light God King a fright, and a battle armor appeared on his body. Kacha. Cracks appeared on his armor, and a strange energy surged into his body, tearing it apart. With a loud bang, his body exploded. Lin Fei caught up and opened his mouth, sucking in a large amount of gray energy into his body. All of the quintessence that he had lost was restored, and his strength had increased significantly. So cool. After absorbing the gray stream, Lin Fei was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were scared out of their wits. Crimson Light God King actually exploded, and this was killing them. Devil Lin, this king won't let you off. At the end of the horizon, Crimson Light God King's figure appeared again, and he was in a sorry state. His eyes flashed with fear, and he tunneled into the void without any care. He didn't even want the formation flags. The pitiful Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King couldn't break free from the Wanderer's attack at all, and they felt sullen in their hearts. F***CK, what was going on? Both of you should leave something behind too. Lin Fei caught up, and his vital chi saber slashed down on the two of them. The strange energy that was everywhere transformed into knife light that entered their bodies, and they followed in Crimson Light God King's footsteps. We won't let you off. How could a God King of a foreign race be killed so easily? Lin Fei didn't continue to give chase, and he made the Wanderer stop. He flew back and stood beside him. Master, how did you tame this fellow? Little Purple was furious, and he had quite a bit of resentment towards this blockhead fellow. He had suffered quite a bit in the other party's hands, and now it looked like they were going to become partners. Can't you see it's a summon? Lin Fei said casually, and he said to Giant Eye God King and the rest, you are welcome to come again next time. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were so frightened that they almost fell from the sky. They thought Devil Lin had caught up again. Until they truly left, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Collect. His enormous consciousness swept out, and he found the formation eyes of the formation. He collected all the formation flags, and the inversion of yin and yang vanished, and the sun returned to its original state. I really hope they can come a few more times. Every time they come, they give me a huge gift. What should I do? Lin Fei thought happily. If Crimson Light God King heard this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood and curse. Who was willing to come? They didn't even come when given a chance. Giant Eye God King wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He had finally recovered, and now he was back to the past. Who was more unlucky than him? Once the formation was retracted, Lin Fei collected the Wanderer to prevent him from being exposed. City Lord Lin is mighty. City Lord Lin is mighty. Once the formation vanished, the myth city returned to normal, and the sun shone down again. Cheers came from the entire myth city, and they were even more determined to stay in the myth city. Even though they didn't see it clearly, they all knew that it was the Divine King who had made a move. Outside the myth city, all kinds of scouts were also confused. What exactly had happened, and who could tell them? Back at the city lord's manor, Lin Jiqing and Jin Feng were very worried, and they only let out a sigh of relief when Lin Fei returned. What are you worried about? The man in your family isn't as weak as you think. Lin Fei said to them with a smile. The divine kings of the foreign races are really shameless. Jin Feng said directly. Lin Fei said instead, the divine kings of the foreign races are indeed a little shameless, but they are all my money-giving boys. It's not easy to find such good people. Lin Jiqing smiled lightly. Husband, you tricked them again? Lin Fei was rather pleased. They are good people, so of course I have to trick them, in case they think that the identity of Divine King is very impressive. The rest of the people laughed along. In the entire continent, probably only Lin Fei dared to trick the divine kings of the foreign races like this. No one else had the guts to do it. Inside the divine fire space, the wanderer of the space was standing inside, and he had returned to his original form. He was a huge ugly thing, and his body was full of holes. He gave off the power of the starry sky. Luckily I have the system and points, or else I would really be in big trouble today. The wanderer of the space was too mighty. He didn't use any power to force him to this place. Lin Fei had never encountered such a thing before. At that time, Lin Fei suspected it was the Mother Empress, which was why he asked. He found a way to successfully subdue the wanderer of the space, and it became his summoned beast. Danger is danger. Crimson Light God King and the rest are probably vomiting blood from anger to give me such a strong helper. The wanderer of the space looked ugly, but Lin Fei was rather satisfied. He was simply a human-shaped robot. He wasn't in the heaven immortal realm, but his strength was enough to give a heaven immortal a headache. The divine kings of the foreign races were despicable and shameless, so Lin Fei decided to forgive them. They were good people, giving him a wanderer of the space and absorbing a portion of their power. For the final vital chi knife, Lin Fei used the vital chi of the system to see if it was effective against the foreign races. The result was even more surprising than he had imagined. Vital chi had extraordinary destructive power, and it caused the bodies of the 3 divine kings of the foreign races to explode. This was of great significance. When he attacked, Lin Fei was satisfied with leaving something on their bodies. As for anything else, he really didn't think about it. In the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. The gains were too great. Just the loss of the power of the 3 divine kings of the foreign races made Lin Fei's strength take a step forward. He had accumulated more, and this didn't include the terrifying existence of the wanderer of the space. It's best to use vital chi attacks against the divine kings of the foreign races in the future. After coming down from the heaven's secret vault, in addition to the people he killed recently, Lin Fei had accumulated a large amount of vital chi points that he hadn't used. Back then, he had used it once, and its power was extraordinary. At that time, he had too few points, so the power was only so-so. Lin Fei almost neglected it. Only when the vital chi saber killed the 3 divine kings of the foreign races did Lin Fei realize that he had nearly neglected a powerful killer move. Before the Continental Alliance begins, I have to study this vital chi. Lin Fei hadn't studied much about vital qi. He only knew that it was a power different from quintessential essence. In terms of quality, it was even stronger than immortal power. After opening the system and searching, Lin Fei was shocked as his eyes widened. There are specialized vital qi martial arts here? The system immediately found martial arts related to vital qi, such as the vital qi saber, heaven's shocking finger, etc. No wonder I couldn't see it before. So I didn't have enough points. Lin Fei came to a realization. He had nearly missed out on something good. Damn, after learning the vital qi saber, I can use vital qi to execute it. Compared to directly consuming vital qi, I can save 2/3. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse the system. It was too black-hearted. This was equivalent to using the vital qi saber once. He could use it twice more here. Vital qi points weren't easy to come by. Thankfully, Lin Fei didn't use any ultimate moves. Otherwise, he would have regretted it. Vital qi points weren't easy to earn. Vital energy protection. Vital energy Vajra shield. Vital energy finger. All sorts of vital qi skills appeared in front of Lin Fei. When he saw the price below, Lin Fei couldn't help but vomit blood again. Wasn't the price too expensive? He still needed to use vital qi to buy it. As for the points that couldn't be used, he felt helpless. This was a scam. Even though he had to spend a large sum of vital qi to buy it, Lin Fei was willing. His performance today was very impressive. Chapter 657. This was a fiery red place. The fiery red rocks, fiery red lava, and blazing aura turned into a huge storm that swept through everything. Everywhere it passed, the rocks exploded and the lava evaporated. The Red Rock World. A small world within the mortal world. The Xiantian continent was a major world, while the Redstone world was a minor world. A world with very few people. At this moment, there was a group of black-clothed people standing on the gigantic red boulder. Their gazes were cast towards the sky. There was a person standing there, an arrogant young man. Rumble. The color of the sky changed, and the Red Rock world instantly fell silent. A large dark cloud enveloped the area, and within the perimeter, a destructive aura spread out. The heavenly tribulation is here. One of the black-robed men below said. The rest of the people also had solemn expressions. Someone was undergoing a tribulation to become a celestial immortal. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize the person in the sky as none other than the Taoist master, who was currently undergoing his tribulation. The metal tribulation is coming. The heavenly tribulation was divided into 6 great tribulations. After overcoming 6 great tribulations, one would become a celestial immortal. There were the metal tribulation, the wood tribulation, the water tribulation, the fire tribulation, the earth tribulation, and the heart demon tribulation. Taoist gentleman was currently undergoing the metal tribulation. Rumble. A heavenly thunder as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. Come, heavenly tribulation. Taoist master gentleman's long hair fluttered in the wind. No one can stop me today. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, but Taoist gentleman blasted them all away. His powerful aura courageously advanced without fear. He had passed the metal tribulation. They had passed the wood tribulation. He had passed the water tribulation. The fire tribulation was over. Until the last inner demon tribulation, Taoist gentleman sat cross-legged in the sky. Sect master, looks like our celestial gate is going to have another heavenly immortal expert, said a middle-aged man with a smile. He was Taoist nobleman's master, Taoist regretless. The person in the lead was the sect leader of the celestial sect of wonders. He had a smile on his face. Junior brother, you've taught your disciples well. You've added another heaven immortal to our mystic gate. The sect master was in a good mood. Now that Taoist gentleman has become a heaven immortal, our mystic gate will definitely obtain the position of alliance leader in the Continental Alliance. The others revealed excited smiles. Success. The dark clouds dispersed, and a white light shone down from the sky. The Taoist master, who had been severely injured, was completely healed. Ha ha ha. I have finally become a heavenly immortal. The white light lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The Taoist master's body had also turned into an immortal's body. He looked like a transcendent being, and his immortal might was fully displayed. Greetings, sect master. Taoist gentleman descended from the sky and appeared in front of the sect master. The sect master said, "You are already an immortal. From now on, you will be the gentleman immortal. You can call me senior brother." Senior martial brother. Reverend gentleman said. Good, good, our celestial sect of wonders has another expert. The sect leader laughed. How long do you have before you ascend? 3 months. After 3 months, I will ascend to the heaven realm. Taoist gentleman said, I will take care of the matters of the sect before ascending. As for Lin Fei, I will definitely kill him. 3 months is enough. Let's go back. Adept gentleman successfully overcame his tribulation and became a celestial immortal. At the same time, in many unknown small worlds, there were also young elites who were trying to break through the threshold of heaven immortal. They were not the least bit inferior to enlightened gentlemen. In a small world where not even a blade of grass grew, the yellow sand that filled the sky formed a huge pit. A young man flew out from below and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I have finally become a heaven immortal. What 10 prodigies! This time, I will trample all of you to the ground. I will let you know that I am the true prodigy. This person flew up, changed into a set of black clothes, and quickly left, disappearing from this world. Such a scene happened in several worlds in a row. Divine Sword Sect. In the depths of the void. A huge palace. A group of elders was sitting cross-legged. They were not ordinary elders, but members of the Divine Sword Sect's Elder Pavilion. Previously, when the Elder Pavilion had a problem with the Sword God, it was this group of elders. No one in the Divine Sword Sect dared to go against their decision, not even the Sword God. Rumble, the palace shook. A figure broke through the hall and entered, appearing in the palace. Sword God, how dare you? Who allowed you to come in? An elder stood up and glared at the newcomer. Why are you still not kneeling and accepting your punishment? Punishment? Haha, with just you? The newcomer laughed loudly. A huge aura soared into the sky. With a point of his finger, it turned into a stream of light. Before the elder could make a move, his body exploded. Sword God, you have become a heaven immortal. Heaven immortal, he has become a heaven immortal. The group of elders' expressions changed dramatically. Staring at the Sword God above the palace, they felt a sense of powerlessness. When the Sword God was not a heaven immortal, he could fight with them. After becoming a heaven immortal, his body transformed into a heaven immortal's body. They were no longer a match for him. Humph, it's good that you know. The Sword God snorted coldly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Now pass down the order. This young master wants to be the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. Only in my hands, the Divine Sword Sect will flourish and dominate the continent. The elders of the Elder Pavilion collectively fell silent. Let him go. The last elder with the highest seniority sighed. No one in the sect is a match for the Sword God's strength. Even I admit that I am inferior. What about Lin Fei? Another elder said. The group of elders fell silent again. Then, they shook their heads. Previously, Lin Fei and the Sword God were both monstrous geniuses of the Divine Sword Sect. Before the two of them became heaven immortals, their Elder Pavilion adopted a fair countermeasure. That was why there was a warning to the Sword God later. Who would have thought that the Sword God would become a heaven immortal? The remaining choice was naturally clear. With the Sword God's aptitude, he would be a top-notch expert among heaven immortals once he advanced to become a celestial immortal. 3 months' time would be enough to change the situation of the continent, and the Divine Sword School would also be able to take an important step forward, advancing from a first-grade sect to a supreme sect. Lin Fei was given up just like that. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. How many times have I told you that the City Lord does not see guests? Outside the City Lord Mansion, a young man was extremely anxious. There were 2 guards at the door with sharp eyes, trying to drive the person away. I am the junior brother of the City Lord. I really have an urgent matter. The person begged bitterly. One of the guards laughed. Kid, I have encountered this reason more than 10 times this month. Do you think we will believe it? Scram. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. As the guards of the City Lord Mansion, their duty was to drive people away. For example, driving the person in front of them away. Greetings, First Madam. A young woman walked out of the City Lord's mansion, and the 2 guards immediately became respectful. Madam Lin, I am Yunxiang. At this moment, the person outside shouted. The expressions of the 2 guards changed greatly. If the madam knew that they did not fulfill their duties, it would be terrible. They regretted not driving the person out just now. It was too late to make a move now. Yunxiang, why are you here? Lin Jiqing was stunned at first. Then, she recalled that this young man was a friend of her husband. They were even from the same sect. The 2 guards' faces were like pig liver. They were terrified. Madam Lin, where is senior brother Lin Fei? I have something important to tell him. Chapter 658. On the vast sea region, the raging waves were crashing against the reefs one after another, as though displaying their mighty and brave side. F***CK, Sword God became the sect master. This doesn't make sense. On a reef, Lin Fei stood there with a gloomy expression. He even cursed. After snatching the benefits from the foreign race's godly king, Lin Fei quietly left after resting for a day. He was preparing to participate in the continent's alliance. Just as he reached the sea, he received a notification from the communication talisman. Thus, he found out about this matter. Sword God became the sect master. Lin Fei was very shocked by this news. It was no different from running into a beggar, only to find out that the beggar had won 5 million the next day. Senior brother, you have to be careful. He is now in power and will definitely make a move against you. Senior brother, you better be prepared. Yinxiang's voice came from the communication talisman. It turned out that when Lin Jiqing heard about the change in the Sword God sect, she realized that something had happened. Sword God was Lin Fei's enemy. She was very clear about this. The Sword God becoming the sect master was, of course, a bad thing. Zhao Fu quickly contacted Lin Fei and told him about this so that he could be prepared and not be caught off guard. You said that Sword God becoming the sect master was personally announced by the elder? Lin Fei frowned and asked. Yes, the elder personally announced it. I have never seen that elder before, but the sect master is very respectful to him. Yes, it's like this. After that, Sword God became the sect master of the Sword God sect. Yinxiang said after some thought. I understand. Lin Fei said, you be careful. Forget it, you better stay in the Myth City. The Sword God sect is controlled by Sword God and the atmosphere is foul. His Sword God guild will definitely be unbridled. It's not a good thing to return. After closing the communication talisman, Lin Fei didn't make a move. Sword God becoming the sect master. This is equivalent to me being abandoned. Lin Fei's heart was clear. Let me guess, why did the elder agree to Sword God becoming the sect master? Prestige? Impossible, he handed over the treasures? That's impossible. The only possibility is that Sword God broke through and became a celestial immortal. That must be it. Lin Fei understood. Sword God broke through to become a celestial immortal, forced the Council of Elders, and made him the sect leader. Apart from this explanation, Lin Fei didn't think any other explanation would work. He is indeed an overbearing fellow. After successfully advancing to the celestial immortal stage, he starts seizing power. Lin Fei thought, Sword God must have obtained a great fortune in the Tianji treasury. Since he has advanced, I'm afraid the other elites will also succeed. The continent is going to be lively. After successfully becoming a heaven immortal, he would ascend to the heaven realm 3 months later. Lin Fei knew that the next 3 months would be very exciting. The long war between the alien races would definitely speed up because of the appearance of a heaven immortal. Interesting, interesting. Lin Fei smiled. Furball, hurry up and scram. I'm leaving. Leaving these behind, Lin Fei roared. Under the water, a black shadow flew up and landed on his shoulder, dripping wet. You glutton. Lin Fei flicked Furball, and the fellow protested in displeasure, causing Lin Fei to burst into laughter. Continent Alliance. In the end, he was placed in a place that no one expected. Endless Sea Domain, Dragon Island. No one expected it. On the continent, there were alien race spies everywhere. Dragon Island was the only safe place. Lin Fei was quite unhappy about leaving it on Dragon Island. He didn't need to guess to know that it would cause a lot of trouble. Since the place was confirmed, he could only stare. Isn't it just Dragon Island? What's there to worry about? Along the way, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to rush to Dragon Island. He hunted some powerful sea beasts to exchange for vitality. Just like that, he strolled to the end of Endless Sea Domain. Ahead is the Dragon Clan's barrier. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in front of him. There was a terrifying aura of danger. This was the first time Lin Fei was so close to Dragon Island. When Lin Fei arrived, there were quite a lot of people outside. Here, he saw a familiar person. It was Prince High-Air who came here before. Originally, he didn't want to disturb him. Prince High-Air's eyes lit up and he directly flew over. City Lord Lin, I didn't expect you to come too. During the previous auction, Prince High-Air exchanged a lot of things and was praised by his father. This time, he was qualified to go to the Continent Alliance to take a look. When he saw Lin Fei just now, he immediately flew over. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm the same as you. Isn't it for the Continent Alliance? The continent is so big. It's really, Prince High-Air laughed. Dragon Island is known as the safest place. It's very difficult for alien race people to sneak in. Everyone, don't worry about Dragon Island. After saying this, his expression changed. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't angry. He knew that not long ago, Lin Fei slayed a dragon. How could he not be worried? Then you guys continue. I'll leave first. However, just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a group of people flew over. All of them were about the same age as Prince High-Air. They were arrogant and domineering. High-Air, when did you get to know a human? Why didn't you introduce him to us? That's right. I heard that you went to the Myth City's auction and got to know a human. Aren't you embarrassed not to introduce him to us? The young man teased Prince High-Air the moment he came over. They were all members of the marine race. They were the sons of various kings and big shots. They were most unwilling to make friends with humans. Of course, they teased Prince High-Air because they were jealous that he went to the Myth City. Prince High-Air really wanted to slap them. You guys know City Lord Lin too. My name is Lin Fei. Prince High-Air didn't say anything. Lin Fei said it himself. He knew that Prince High-Air didn't have the guts to say it. Good name. The young man smiled and didn't think much of it. Prince High-Air really wanted to tell them that Lin Fei was the famous Demon Lin. They would definitely be shocked. His only hope was that Lin Fei wouldn't be angry. Demon Lin's name was also very famous in the Endless Sea region. If he offended him, Prince High-Air would have a headache. Prince High-Air was thinking too much. How could Lin Fei be angry with them? They weren't on the same level at all. If he was really angry, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Fei turned around and was about to leave. The marine race person who spoke first stood in front of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for us to get to know each other. Why are you leaving so quickly? I quite like your pet. Give it to me. Asking for the pet was just a cover. In reality, he just wanted to humiliate the humans. All along, the human race and the marine race didn't have a good relationship. In the past, there had been a war. The human race rarely went to the marine race, and the marine race also rarely went to the human race's territory. They minded their own business. Mont, what are you doing? He's my friend. Prince High Air couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him. Mont laughed. High Air, look at what you're saying. I just like Lin Fei's pet. I really don't have any other intentions. He was laughing in his heart. What can you do to me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You want to buy my pet? I'm very interested in your pet. Mont laughed. Is 1 million Jin Yuan crystals enough? I'm a very generous person, especially when it comes to things I like. There were marine race people everywhere, so Mont wasn't worried that the other party would agree. It doesn't matter if I sell it to you. Anyway, this guy is a foodie. Lin Fei chuckled. Oh right, do you have a mount? Like a powerful pet? Mont was proud in his heart. You're a human, so you still have to be obedient. Of course I do. My mount is a two-headed shark. To show off, Mont released his mount. A 300 zhang long two-headed shark appeared in the sea, emitting a terrifying aura. This was actually an emperor sea beast. How is it? Not bad, right? Mont was very proud. He had spent a lot of effort to get this mount. At the same time, it had become his combat assistant. Not bad, not bad. Give me 1 million Jin Yuan crystals. I'll sell this foodie to you. Lin Fei laughed. I forgot to tell you. This guy has a huge appetite. You have to be mentally prepared. Mont looked at this guy. Huge appetite. How big could it be? Here you go. Mont was in a good mood. He threw out 1 million Jin Yuan crystals. Lin Fei pulled Hairball down from his shoulder. Foodie, you have a master now. Take your time to be a foodie. 1 million Jin Yuan crystals could humiliate the other party. It couldn't be better. At the same time, he could embarrass High Air. Why not? High Air, I'll be leaving first. Come over when you're free. Lin Fei flew towards the dragon race's barrier. Damn, this guy wants to fly over with his physical body? Mont and the others laughed. What a suicidal guy. Could it be that he was too angry just now? With nowhere to vent his anger, he ran to the dragon race's barrier. They were very clear how powerful the dragon race's barrier was. Even loose immortals would die if they entered. Even powerful sea beasts would die if they entered with their physical bodies. A human? How powerful could he be? Prince High Air sneered in his heart. City Lord Lin, the Lord is magnanimous. He won't bicker with you. Damn, he really went in. He's dead. The oceanic race disciples didn't even think about it. This human was too interesting. They went in just like that. Little guy, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, the little guy in his hand flew up and charged towards the two-headed shark. Mont frowned. He slashed out with his palm, wanting to kill the little guy. Hairball flew over and instantly turned into a huge existence. It opened its mouth and swallowed the two-headed shark. After letting out a satisfied burp, it flew towards the dragon race's barrier. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? My two-headed shark. He ate my two-headed shark. Mont spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to faint. His two-headed shark had been eaten. He couldn't imagine how an imperial sea beast could be eaten. High Air, who is he? Prince High Air couldn't stop laughing. Didn't you always say that you wanted to meet him? He is the demon Lin that you speak of. Damn. Mont spat out another mouthful of blood and fell into the sea. Chapter 659. When that happened, all the ocean race people sucked in a deep cold breath. That terrifying swallow made them feel like they had become a two-headed shark that fell into a bottomless abyss. Even now, they still felt fear. Demon Lin is too terrifying. Someone's body trembled and he shivered. A two-headed shark, an emperor beast. Even unorthodox celestials didn't dare to underestimate it. In the end, it was eaten by a pet. Not scary? To hell with it. They were from the ocean race and their original bodies were ocean beasts. Naturally, they could feel how terrifying that scene was. An emperor beast was so precious that even they wanted it. Now, it was eaten just like that. More importantly, they seemed to have mocked Demon Lin before. After Prince High Air said that, the ocean race young masters all disappeared one by one. They were afraid that Demon Lin would take revenge on them. As for Mont, he was fished out of the water and brought back by his subordinates. When he woke up, one could imagine what kind of expression he would have. He definitely wouldn't feel good. Hairball, that feels good, right? Hairball was really quick. How could she not be quick when she sped through space? Hairball, who landed on his shoulder, burped. Who would have thought that Hairball would be so ferocious? An emperor beast was eaten just like that. If Mont hadn't revealed his emperor beast, Lin Fei wouldn't have tricked him. If it was someone with status, he might have taught him a lesson. Lin Fei felt that it was pointless. Furball had eaten an emperor sea beast, which was a completely different story. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Lesson? That was a deep lesson. Lin Fei was magnanimous. But he had to be taught a lesson. No one could say anything about such a lesson. Lin Fei was indeed magnanimous and didn't care about anything. But Hairball ate the emperor beast and Hairball was sold. Lin Fei also took the money. One could say that no matter who heard it, they wouldn't be able to find a reason. Bullying the weak? That was impossible. His mount had been eaten by his pet. The Mont family was probably going to become a joke. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Lin Fei left the dragon clan's barrier. Lin Fei didn't feel any danger that others couldn't resist. It was just like scratching an itch. What a great place. The atmosphere is rich, as expected of the Dragon Island. As soon as the Dragon Clan's barrier came out, there was not a single cloud in sight, and the weather was beautiful. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Lin Fei quickly sensed the auras of the dragons. Hairball on his shoulder bounced up and down happily. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that this fellow wanted to eat a giant dragon. Behave yourself. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Hairball would steal a bite. Giant dragon? It was just a four-legged reptile, nothing much. It was best not to make a move for now. Once the Continental Alliance was over, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei flew towards the base of the Dragon Island. Everywhere he went, he could see giant dragons foraging for food. They had huge bodies and explosive strength, but they were all sub-dragons. Sub-dragons couldn't transform and couldn't become true giant dragons. On the Dragon Island, they were just cannon fodder. Even if they were cannon fodder, each of them had the strength of a lone celestial. Along with their strong defense, they were one of the nightmares of a lone celestial. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Very soon, he saw a giant island with a strong aura. That had to be Dragon Island. Even though he had never been here before, Lin Fei could still recognize it right away. Such a huge island, the many powers were like lights under the night sky. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the auras they gave off were true giant dragons. This was indeed Dragon Island. Lin Fei flew down from the sky and landed on the island. Demon Lin is here. It was unknown who shouted this, but it was unknown how many gazes were focused on him. I can't take such a huge welcome. Lin Fei smiled. Those people couldn't bring themselves to smile. Welcome? Who would welcome you? You murdering demon. The ones with the most grievances were the guys. Their gazes could kill. How could Lin Fei not see that their bodies gave off giant dragon auras? They were giant dragons that had transformed. Long Tianyi died to Demon Lin. The entire dragon race was shocked. They wanted to take revenge for the death of a giant dragon, much less the death of a deacon. It was difficult for the dragon race to give birth, so the death of one was a loss. Furthermore, a deacon giant dragon had died. When they heard that Demon Lin was here, they wanted to kill him to avenge Deacon Long Tian. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of anything, so why would he be afraid of the gaze of the giant dragons? The angrier they were, the happier they were. Who asked their happiness to be built on the pain of others? Stop looking. If you want to kill me, then attack. Why are you wasting time? Lin Fei didn't care. If you don't want to kill me, then scram to the side. Don't embarrass yourselves. Veins popped up on the giant dragon's hands. They had never seen such a provocative person, and he even provoked their dragon race. Wasn't he asking to die? But they didn't dare to attack. The chief ordered that no matter what, they couldn't attack Lin Fei unless Lin Fei attacked first. But now, with just a few words from Demon Lin, they wanted to attack. What was going on? Scoff. Helplessly, they could only scoff coldly, turn around, and leave. They reported the news to the elders. They were afraid that if this continued, they wouldn't be able to control themselves and attack. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei's current appearance was extremely shocking. Demon Lin is really scheming. He wants the dragon race to attack and slap their faces. It's best if we stay further away. Seeing that Demon Lin had angered the dragon race with just a few words, the others didn't dare to stay any longer in case they couldn't control themselves and attacked. D***men, a bunch of cowards. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei scoffed. If the dragon race didn't attack, then it was really pointless. If not, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Lin Fei came to participate in the Continent Alliance, but he didn't want to behave himself. He didn't have such thoughts. What did the Continent Alliance have to do with him? Oi oi oi, all of you are dead. Aren't you going to arrange a place for me to rest? Lin Fei was trying to anger the dragon race. The elders quickly passed down orders to not attack and to treat him according to the rank of the others. Since the higher-ups gave the order, even if the dragon race members were unhappy, they could only arrange a room for Demon Lin. After all, this meeting wouldn't end in a day or two. He had to stay in the dragon race for a few days. Dragon Island has quite a nice scenery. Pushing open the window, Lin Fei saw the calm ocean outside. This dragon really knew how to find a place. He stood aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, he was a little arrogant. Even though there wasn't much interaction, Lin Fei wasn't a fool. He could tell with one look, especially towards the human race. They all had the same expression. Chapter 660. He was annoyed by the four-legged bug, but he was the only power on the continent. No one could deny that. Even Lin Fei himself. Even the most powerful foreign clans wouldn't dare to attack the Dragon Clan. They would only target the Dragon Clan after they had conquered the continent and swept away all the other forces. Not long after Lin Fei moved in, Prince Haier came. At the same time, another person came. An expert, Ocean God Emperor. City Lord Lin, I have always hoped to meet you. One look and I know that you are a dragon amongst men. Your aura is really extraordinary. Ocean God Emperor smiled. You won't blame me for visiting without permission. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Why would I? I have admired you for a long time. Come in and take a seat. Lin Fei felt that there was a need to be on good terms with Ocean God Emperor. Especially when he came personally, he placed him on the same level. On the continent, apart from a limited number of experts, no one else had the right to make Ocean God Emperor do that. More importantly, he had just arrived on Dragon Island and Ocean God Emperor came. If he wasn't here for him, who would believe it? Lin Fei understood why. It should be something outside. In truth, that was the case. After Montilon offended Lin Fei, Prince Haier didn't dare to stay and told the news to his father. Lin Fei was a famous person on the continent and had exceeded a genius. He had to report this matter. Prince Haier was worried that Lin Fei would have a problem with the ocean race and cause unhappiness. After the ocean race used the pill from Myth City, they knew how important it was. So, after this matter, Ocean God Emperor really wanted to wipe out those blind people. If it was before, he might not have been moved. But it was different now. Myth City was a place where miracles were easily created. Especially recently, Myth City was covered by a formation and no one knew what happened. But Ocean God Emperor knew through his connections that the alien race God King attacked and was defeated. No matter what happened, it was enough that the alien race God King was defeated. Other than that, Lin Fei came to the Dragon Island alone. It could be seen that he was a person who would achieve great things. The Sea God Emperor should be on good terms with him. When he heard that the Sea tribe had captured that brat, he immediately rushed over to resolve his dissatisfaction. The two of them chatted about some simple topics, looking like old friends catching up. I heard that City Lord Lin has a daughter. This is a kind of sacred medicine of our Sea God Empire. Take it as a token of my sincerity. Before leaving, the Sea God Emperor took out a box of sacred medicine. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Half a month later, there will be an auction in the Myth City. Among the final treasures, there will be a treasure of your Sea clan. The Sea God Emperor laughed, many thanks. The Sea Deity Emperor had already achieved the objective of this trip. Even though he had given away a portion of saintly medicine in exchange for this piece of information, it was already enough. This old thing is really generous. Lin Fei looked at the sage medicine and knew that it was extraordinary. However, he did not know its specific uses. He had to go back and find out more about it. Brother Lin, this is good stuff. The demon lord appeared out of thin air. Looking at the thing in front of him, his eyes lit up. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Damn, you are a big shot. Don't you know how to knock before entering? You are too uncultured. The demon lord laughed. Do you think I would do that? But this sage medicine of yours is very good. Name a price and sell it to me. Lin Fei kept the sage medicine. In your dreams. The sea god, that old thing is rarely so generous. The demon lord sighed. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei gave him a mysterious aura again. Lin Fei was curious. What is this sage medicine? Tell me. The demon lord sat down and said in a bad tone. Beg me now. Maybe I will tell you. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I will raise the price by 30%. How about it? Lin Fei laughed. I am not afraid that you won't tell me. You are ruthless. The demon lord laughed bitterly. The sea god old thing gave you first origin true water. After refining it, you can transform your body of water. Now you know. Damn, this is good stuff. Lin Fei was also surprised. When he saw the pained look on the Sea God Emperor's face, he thought it was something good. He was shocked when he heard it. It can actually transform a body of water. Lin Fei knew that different physiques would have different effects on cultivation in the future. For example, if one had a body of water, it would be easy to cultivate water techniques in the future. The power that one could display would be stronger than ordinary attacks. For the Sea God Emperor to give such a gift, it could be seen how serious his intentions were. The demon lord really didn't know how this guy cultivated. He didn't even know such a good thing. Now you know the benefits of the sage medicine. And at this moment, in another room. Father, is it worth it for us to give away first origin true water? Prince High Air knew that this was a treasure of the Sea God Empire. It would only condense 1 drop every 5,000 years. Giving away 3 drops at once meant that it would take 15,000 years. The Sea God Emperor said. You are not far-sighted enough. You have to look far ahead. For example, you did well today. It almost affected our cooperation with the Myth City. Prince High Air was flattered. This is what I should do. The Sea God Emperor seemed to be recalling something. First origin true water is very important. 3 drops can form a body of water. City Lord Lin is worthy of our cooperation. Once his daughter forms a body of water, we will have a connection. In the continent, who can compare to our empire in terms of water techniques? Father is wise. However, the sea god emperor didn't say anything. Lin Fei was very strong. Even though he was only a half-step heaven immortal, there was a dangerous aura hidden in his body. You have to be careful this time. Still in Lin Fei's room. Be careful of the dragon race attacking me? Lin Fei smiled. The Fiend Lord truly didn't know how Lin Fei could smile. Most people would probably be covered in dark clouds and wouldn't be able to smile like this. 10 of the 10 prodigies have all become celestial immortals. Your old enemies, Reverend Gentleman and Reverend Sword Divinity, have all become celestial immortals. What do you think? I told you. Sword God is so amazing. He must have become a heaven immortal, otherwise, why would he have such power? Lin Fei knew that this would happen. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? That they will kill me? Lin Fei scoffed, since I am here, why should I be afraid of them? They are just heaven immortals. If they get angry, I will just kill one of them. The Demon Lord really had nothing to say. Demon Lord Lin was indeed Demon Lord Lin. If it was anyone else, the Demon Lord would have left right away. But towards Lin Fei, he really wasn't confident. This fellow was always able to surprise him. The Demon Lord decided not to say this as it would hurt their relationship. Demon Lord Lin could do whatever he wanted and it had nothing to do with him. Right, I heard that the God King of the alien race attacked you. The Demon Lord asked. You even know that? Lin Fei was surprised. The Demon Lord said gleefully, our demon sect's intelligence covers the entire continent. Your myth city is also the focus, so how could I not pay attention to it? Lin Fei sighed, it seems like I have to go back and clean myself up. Maybe one day, you will find out that I slept with that woman. The Demon Lord was nearly angered by those words. Lin Fei looked at the Demon Lord's defeated expression and felt delighted, seeing that you are being kind, I will tell you one thing. But, you have to hand over the spy from Myth City. Didn't you say that you were kind enough to tell me? The Demon Lord stared and really wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. I am being kind. Normally, I would have to pay a fee. But on account of Nangong Qianxian, I am giving you a discount. Lin Fei smiled cheekily. You win. The God King of the alien race has a giant starry sky beast that can ignore the array. Do you know that? The Demon Lord was shocked, giant starry sky beast? You met it? He was no longer calm. Of course I met it, but I chased it away. Lin Fei said, of course, believe it or not, it is up to you. Anyway, I said that you can hand over the spy from Myth City. Don't leave. The Demon Lord left in a flash, causing Lin Fei to be extremely resentful. Damn, he is a big shot, but he ran away in a flash. He is too lacking in quality. Lin Fei shook his head, Hairball, you Hairball, where did you go? In the blink of an eye, Hairball disappeared. You glutton, come back and I will lock you up. Lin Fei really couldn't do anything to Hairball. He couldn't afford to hurt Hairball who could travel through the void. Just as he finished speaking, Hairball came back and stood on his shoulder. Lin Fei stared, you are still willing to come back. Hairball had a wronged expression. She opened her mouth and spat out a medicinal herb. The giant dragon flew into the fog and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly set up the array and looked at the medicinal herb. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, you glutton, where did you go to cause trouble again? Hairball was proud of herself again. She jumped up and down and pointed at a place. You glutton, this is dragon grass. Lin Fei opened the system and recognized it. He immediately found a jade box and put the cage grass in it, so the dragon race really has this thing called dragon grass. Dragon grass grew after the death of a giant dragon. It contained the essence of the dragon race and could be said to be a heaven-defying sacred medicine. Lin Fei knew a little about dragon grass, but he didn't know that the dragon race really had it. After all, This had always been a legend because when the giant dragon's lifespan was exhausted, it would go to the dragon tomb and release all its energy. Dragon grass was built on this foundation. Hairball, quickly take me there. How can we let others take advantage of such a good thing? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Hairball showed a look of disdain. Just now you said that I am a glutton, and now you are begging me. Lin Fei really cared about the cage grass. What he lacked the most was undoubtedly dragon grass. As long as he could get some dragon grass, his strength would greatly improve. Even if he couldn't use it, it would be helpful to Jiqing and Jin Feng. Lin Fei would definitely plunder the dragon grass. If he didn't plunder it, he would be letting himself down and not living up to his identity as Demon Lin. After the matter is done, I can give you 2. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers. Furball raised 3 of his fingers. Chapter 661. There were no clouds in the sky and the sun was shining brightly on Dragon Island. Various factions arrived one after another. On the mountain closest to the resting area, there were 2 men who stared at a certain spot and didn't move at all. I really don't understand. Since when did our dragon race fear a human? One of them said unhappily. What is so amazing about the human race? A Big Six Alliance conference still needs to rely on Dragon Island. They are just a bunch of cowards. The other man's face was filled with disdain. To the dragon race, humans were cowardly and weak. Even the Big Six Alliance conference had to be held in Dragon Island. What are the 2 of you muttering about? A black shadow descended from the sky and appeared right in front of them. The 2 of them wanted to say something but they swallowed it back down. Deacon. The person who came was a deacon of the dragon race. In the dragon race, deacons had a higher status than others. Within the dragon race, their status wasn't low. Demon Lin is still inside? Although the higher-ups of the dragon race wouldn't do anything to him, they had to arrange for people to monitor him. Deacon, Demon Lin has always been inside and hasn't gone out. It seems like he is afraid. The dragon race deacon asked, since he entered, who came to find him. For now, there are only 2 people. One is the demon sex demon lord and the other is the ocean god emperor. As for the others, there isn't anyone else. Continue to monitor him and don't be careless. Once he does anything, inform me immediately. The dragon race deacon frowned. The 2 people who came were both big shots. As expected, Demon Lin hid himself deeply. I have to report this to the higher-ups. Don't worry, as long as we are here. Demon Lin will always be within our monitoring range. Okay, as long as you monitor him, you will have made a huge contribution. After the dragon race deacon said this, he turned around and left. Those 2 fools must still be monitoring me. With them as evidence, the dragon grass will all belong to me and no one will suspect me. In the pitch-black world, Lin Fei waited casually. He thought about how the dragon race would react when they found out that the cage grass had been stolen. Lin Fei had long known that the dragon clan had arranged for 2 people outside. It was precisely because of their presence that Lin Fei dared to venture into the dragon's tomb and steal the dragon grass to increase his strength. Fortunately, Hairball knows the Heaven-Earth Devourer technique and can use it to deceive everyone. Should I shift the blame to someone else? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He began to plot against others. The darkness in front of him opened up, and Lin Fei jumped out. They had arrived at the dragon tomb. This was a world of darkness, and it looked like a wasteland. This is the dragon tomb. Hairball, you didn't come to the wrong place, did you? Lin Fei frowned. It was obvious that the place was different from what he had expected. At the very least, the dragon's tomb should be imposing. Hairball reached out with her claws. He pointed to the front and flew away. Lin Fei followed him calmly. A giant white skeleton gave off the aura of a dragon. It appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the white bones, there were a few stalks of dragon grass. A few giant dragons danced in the mist, giving off a domineering aura. Lin Fei looked over and knew that this was a heaven-defying saint grass that had absorbed a body's essence. It contained the essence of a giant dragon. Hairball flew over, and the giant dragon pounced over, knocking her away. She landed unwillingly on his shoulder and complained to Lin Fei in a pitiful manner. You deserve to eat it alone. Lin Fei already knew that the dragon grass contained the will of a giant dragon. If he wanted to collect it, he had to suppress the will. Hairball suffered a lot in order to eat the dragon grass. Four-legged bug, haven't you always wanted to deal with me? I will steal all your dragon grass first. Lin Fei didn't know where the dragon tomb was, but there was one thing that couldn't be changed. The dragon tomb was definitely in the void. Apart from the dragon race, no one else could find it. Lin Fei was very assured that the giant dragons wouldn't barge in. Moreover, the dragon tomb was a forbidden area in their eyes. No giant dragons could enter unless they went against the will of the dragon god. Hairball, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of benefits for you. Seeing Hairball drooling, Lin Fei wanted to laugh. A foodie was a foodie. She could even find the dragon tomb. Divine Whip. A divine whip appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It gave off a scorching aura, and the surroundings seemed to be burning. He lashed at the giant dragon will. Paw! Paw! The divine flame containing divine might struck the giant dragon will. The domineering giant dragon will shattered on the spot, and the giant dragon will return to the dragon grass. Even though the wills of these dragons were very powerful and Lin Fei's divine flame contained divine might, how could a single dragon's will compare to divine might? Paw! 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 Lin Fei lashed out with another breath, shattering the dragon's will. Hairball flew up and dug out the dragon grass. She ate 3 of them on the spot. Lin Fei was speechless. My little ancestor, this is dragon grass, not cabbage. You are like a pig eating ginseng fruit. You don't know what it tastes like. Lin Fei put the remaining 2 dragon grass in a jade box. He didn't absorb and refine the dragon grass on the spot. He felt that it was not the right time. Continue forward. After a few steps, Lin Fei stopped. Celestial Immortal Giant Bone. With a little refining, it can become a celestial immortal grade celestial artifact. I can't miss such a good material. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and put away the giant dragon skeleton. It was rare to come to the dragon tomb. Lin Fei naturally had to plunder it. He couldn't let others take advantage of it. Moreover, Lin Fei didn't have any feelings for the dragon race. If he didn't plunder it now, when would he? This time, the dragon tomb was in trouble. Golden skeleton. This is awesome. It can be forged into a celestial immortal grade celestial artifact. The dragon race really doesn't know how to make use of it. Yang Jian shattered the will, took the dragon grass, and put away the skeleton. Then, he fearlessly ventured deeper. At the beginning, the dragon grass that grew from the skeleton didn't have a very strong will. But as he ventured deeper, the dragon will grew stronger. It was extraordinary, and the giant dragon skeleton was also stronger. What a powerful force. Just as Lin Fei collected the 3 stalks of dragon grass, a huge dragon flew out. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The dragon's might shook the sky and turned into countless huge dragons that attacked Lin Fei. F***CK. Yang Jian cursed. He swung his whip, and fire dragons surrounded him. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Who are you? Come out. Lin Fei roared. He didn't expect to meet an expert in there. Human, how dare you steal the dragon grass and giant dragon skeleton? What crime do you deserve? Chapter 662. An expert appearing in the dragon tomb surprised Lin Fei. He thought that it was an expert, but when he saw the illusory figure, he immediately understood that it was formed by intent and wasn't a threat. Why? You have a problem with that? Lin Fei didn't take the other party seriously. The illusory figure was stunned. It was obvious that it was infuriated by Lin Fei's reply. He actually dared to speak to it like that. It roared, cowardly human, you are courting death. The illusory figure chopped out with a golden saber light. This attack wasn't any weaker than a Heaven Immortal's attack, and it contained a strong dragon might. Just a mere intent. Open. The whip in Lin Fei's hand turned into a red spear. A flame spun at the tip of the spear as it clashed with the other party's saber light. The saber light fell into the whirlpool and shattered like a mirror. It was incredibly fast. Lin Fei wasn't worried about anything formed by intent. One mustn't forget that Lin Fei had consumed God's spirit grass before, and his body contained divine might. The dragon might didn't affect him at all. It retreated. The illusory figure's attack failed and it dissipated, returning to the darkness. Interesting. An intent took the initiative to attack. Lin Fei immediately realized that there were aged dragon grass in the depths of the dragon tomb. He was a bold person by nature, and he had an adventurous spirit in his bones. Lin Fei decided to head into the depths. Although the dragon grass outside was good, it probably couldn't compare to the amount in the depths. Lin Fei flew in, and everywhere he passed, the amount of dragon grass started to decrease. There were even some that didn't have any dragon bones. For it to still have dragon might after such a long time, it must have been a strong giant dragon when it was alive. An hour later, Lin Fei reached the depths of the dragon tomb. From afar, he saw a huge dark golden skeleton. The Jianghu shone brightly like a dark golden sun. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and Lin Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck. He subconsciously cursed. It was too long, and it was like a mountain range. In the darkness, it flickered, and it gave off a strong aura. Why would the dragon clan have a dark golden skeleton? Could it be that this dragon was the clan leader of the dragon clan when it was alive? Lin Fei was no fool. One look at the huge body and he knew that its combat power was extraordinary. It was definitely not as simple as a Heaven Immortal. Dragon grass. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the skeleton. It was a stalk of dragon grass that was about half a meter tall. It was incomparably eye-catching and dark gold, causing Lin Fei to drool. A resolute thought appeared in his mind. Snatch it, we must snatch it. There was a demon in Lin Fei's heart that kept urging him. On the way here, the draconic grass had all been black, looking very ordinary. However, the dark golden draconic grass gave off a boundless life force. Most importantly, it was half a meter tall, and contained a terrifying amount of essence. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that all the dragon grasses he had harvested could not even compare to a third of the other parties. No, it could not even be counted as a tenth of the other parties. He could not help but feel envious. As long as I have this draconic grass, I can definitely become a Heaven Immortal. Lin Fei could guess that this dragon skeleton must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. After it died, it devoured the essence of the dragon tomb and gave birth to the dark golden draconic grass. Later on, the dragon clan became weaker with each generation and did not dare to approach the depths of the dragon tomb. Thus, the draconic grass continued to grow. Draconic grass, come to my bowl. Lin Fei's body turned into a huge hand that grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass. He was secretly on guard against the attack of the will just now. Boom! The dark golden draconic grass released its power and actually blocked the attack. You still dare to resist? Lin Fei grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass again. This time, it seemed like a huge hole would be torn out of the space. Crack, the dark golden draconic grass only resisted for a moment before it shattered. The dark golden draconic grass fell into Lin Fei's hand. I got it so easily. Feeling the surging power, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The existence that he was worried about did not appear as he had expected. His divine sense swept across the dragon tomb but could not find the existence of the will. Lin Fei felt strange. Could it be that the will was released by another draconic grass? Looking at the dark golden skeleton in front of him, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Such a strong dark golden draconic grass must have a strong will. But wasn't it too easy for him? Human, you've been tricked. A cold voice came from the draconic grass in Lin Fei's hand. Before Lin Fei could react, swoosh, without any hesitation, a dark golden light rushed into the middle of his eyebrows and went into the depths of his sea of consciousness. F***ck, it's trying to take over my body. Lin Fei cursed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes with a sullen face. Not far away, a figure appeared with a victorious smile. Human, I didn't expect you to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and refine the Azure Dragon divine blood. Moreover, your body is so strong. It's the best body to take over. How could you become a draconic grass? Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He had been careless and allowed the other party to enter his sea of consciousness. You even deceived my divine sense. Heh, my divine sense can't find out. That means I am a draconic grass. Surprised. Long Shao laughed. He had waited for this day for a long time and finally found a carrier. No wonder you can deceive my divine sense. Lin Fei was shocked. I'm really curious. Your dragon clan died in the dragon tomb. How could you survive? Not only did you retain your will, but you also turned yourself into a draconic grass. When Long Shao entered the carrier, he knew that this carrier was quite strong. More importantly, it had refined the Azure Dragon divine blood, which was an incomparable advantage. At this time, he was not worried that a little human would resist him. The other party's spirit was too weak to affect him. I haven't talked for a long time. For the sake of you becoming my carrier, I don't mind talking to you a little more. Dragon Shao said, because I am the first dragon king of the dragon tribe, and my skills are as powerful as the sky. At that time, I met a powerful opponent and had to die. But he never thought that I would fake my death to escape and absorb the essence of the dragon tomb. When you become my carrier, I will find a place to cultivate and refine it. In less than 100 years, I will be able to reach the golden immortal realm and kill the powerful enemy of that year. Lin Fei gasped. This dragon king was crazy. He even thought of this method. No wonder when I saw the draconic grass just now, I sensed the huge power inside it. Are you scared? Long Shao was in high spirits. Even I am proud of my means. Dying in meditation in exchange for entering the golden immortal realm, I am too smart. This kind of crazy behavior, Lin Fei knew that ordinary people could not do. If there was an accident in the middle, everything would be ruined. Cut the crap. I am going to eat your spirit. But you can rest assured that I will make your name spread throughout the 3 realms. You will not be my carrier in vain. Long Shao laughed and turned into a golden dragon. With a long roar, he rushed down and wanted to eat Lin Fei. For this day, Long Shao had waited for 1,000,000 years. Now, 1,000,000 years in exchange for the golden immortal realm in 100 years was completely worth it. Moreover, after this carrier refined the blood of the divine beast and promoted to the golden immortal realm, he would also be the best among the golden immortals. He could even fight against Zenith Heaven golden immortals. In the eyes of Long Shao, Lin Fei was a fish on the chopping board. At first, he tried to attract the other party because he was worried that the other party would see through him. In the face of the fierce golden dragon, Lin Fei's serious look turned into a smile. You want to eat me? In your dreams. Hua, 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 the flame was like a sea of water, wave after wave, appearing out of thin air in the depths of the sea of consciousness. It quickly turned the sea of consciousness into a sea of fire. In front of Lin Fei, a wall of fire also appeared, protecting his spirit. Open. Long Shao tried to break the wall of fire. When the attack fell on it, the flame fell on his body and he felt pain. He was shocked on the spot. What kind of fire is this? And how can there be a flame in your sea of consciousness? Long Shao was shocked. He knew that he had been fooled and was delayed by the other party. How dare you lie to me? It was rare for a flame to appear in the sea of consciousness, unless it was virtual fire. Lin Fei's was not virtual fire, but the real divine fire. It was specialized in dealing with energy bodies and had extraordinary effects. You lied to me once, why can't I lie to you once? Lin Fei laughed. Now you have fallen into my sea of fire. Let's see what you can do. Just now, Lin Fei was really delaying. The Dragon King had a well-thought-out plan, but he ignored the mystery of Lin Fei. At this time, Long Shao regretted not paying attention to this carrier. A carrier that could refine the blood of the divine beast, how could it not fight back? Now, he was trapped in it. Do you think you can kill me with this flame? Although Long Shao perceived the danger of the flame, he could not kill him. In order to take possession of the carrier, Long Shao had no way out. The only thing he could do now was to find the flaws of the other party and take possession of the carrier in one fell swoop. It was either you die or I live. You have a good eye. I really can't kill you. Lin Fei really couldn't kill the other party. The other party's energy body was too overbearing. If your body is in the fairy immortal realm, I may be afraid. At this time, you have not become a fairy immortal and are in the sea of consciousness. You can't guard it day and night. Why don't you help me? Long Shao was determined to kill the other party. Lin Fei looked hesitant. Give up? Why should I give up? Anyway, you can't do anything to me. Who said I can't do anything to you? If it weren't for this damn flame, I would have taken possession of you, swallowed your primordial spirit, and occupied the carrier. How about this, we each take a step back? Long Shao said, you give up your body, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and then I will give you compensation. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Lin Fei said coldly. Don't worry, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and I will naturally compensate you for your loss. Long Shao laughed. I am the first Dragon King. If you agree to leave, I can make you the Dragon King and control the whole Dragon clan. What do you think? Chapter 663. Dragon King. Lin Fei was moved. This old thing was really willing to spend a lot of money. Long Shao had been observing. It was natural for a young man to be shocked. This was exactly what he had planned. How about it? As long as you leave with your spirit and give up your body, I will teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. You will be a big shot on the continent. In order to avoid being hunted down, you chose to fake your death and secretly planned to seize the essence of the dragon tribe. Do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei pointed to his head. I'm afraid you will kill me as soon as my spirit leaves. After all, if this matter is spread out, the dignified first-generation Dragon King will definitely become a joke in the mortal world. You are right. However, I can become the Dragon King, so I will naturally keep my word. Long Shao laughed. I can teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. This is enough to represent my intention. It had to be said that Dragon King's words were very tempting. The Dragon tribe was a big force on the continent. Even the alliance meeting was held on Dragon Island. Is the position of Dragon King so easy to sit on? After Lin Fei asked, Dragon King Long Shao laughed. I am not afraid that you won't ask. It's good that you asked. I am afraid that the position of Dragon King has been empty for a long time. I think there is only one chief on Dragon Island and no Dragon King. Long Shao said proudly. Lin Fei said, now that you mention it, it seems that there really is no Dragon King on Dragon Island. There is also no mention of the deeds of Dragon King on the continent. Dragon Island was so powerful. Lin Fei had heard of the chief at most, but there seemed to be no mention of Dragon King. Long Shao laughed heartily. It's not that easy to be a Dragon King. For them, it's already very good to be able to be a patriarch. A Dragon King can't be a Dragon King because it's arranged by the upper realm. The immortal world? Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this secret. If Dragon King really came down from the immortal world, it seemed normal that there was no Dragon King on Dragon Island. The Dragon tribe was not qualified to be Dragon King. To be exact, it should be the Dragon realm. Long Shao seemed to be recalling something. If you get my token and seize another dragon body, the position of Dragon King will be yours. Dragon roar increased the temptation. Lin Fei looked doubtful. Why do I still feel that it's not very reliable? Is the position of Dragon King really that easy to sit on? If the patriarch is dissatisfied and kills me in private, wouldn't I be in big trouble? The Dragon King Long Shao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What a waste of my saliva. I'll endure. When the time comes, you'll be in for a treat. The Dragon King, Long Shao, knew that this young man must have been tempted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this matter and attacked him instead. Humph, when you hear the secrets of the Dragon King, you will know why I let you be the Dragon King. Dragon King Long Shao decided to give the other party a taste of the sweetness and occupy the carrier as soon as possible. This vessel was no weaker than his physical body back then. Furthermore, there was also the blood of a divine beast. No matter what, he had to obtain it. I'm all ears. Lin Fei said, but in his heart, he thought, let's see who is tricking who. Sooner or later, you will suffer. You still want to occupy my body. Only a fool will be fooled. Both of them were scheming against each other. To tell you the truth, I'm just a doppelganger now. Long Shao said, I have another body in the dragon realm, which has now cultivated to the late stage of Xian Immortal. I'm afraid that you entered the dragon tomb and faked your death so that your doppelganger could break through to Golden Immortal. At that time, the doppelganger and your body will be united. Hee hee. Lin Fei sneered. Long Shao did not deny it. In the mortal realm, doppelganger was awesome, but in the dragon realm, its status was not high. Later, he figured out this method and became the Dragon King. In the dragon tomb, there is the treasure of the dragon clan buried by me. I can guide you to take it out now. When you see the treasure, you will know that I didn't lie to you. This guy deliberately did not want the dragon clan to have a dragon king. If the treasure he said has this effect, then I don't mind controlling the dragon island and becoming their master. Treasure? You must be bragging. Humph, the treasure is under the skeleton of the holy dragon. If it wasn't for the suppression of the skeleton, it would have been discovered long ago. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see for yourself. Let's see. Outside, Lin Fei opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the dark golden skeleton. So this dark golden skeleton is called the Holy Dragon. It is indeed sacred. If it was alive, I don't know how powerful it would be. It must be the strongest of the dragon clan. Lin Fei did not know that the entire dragon clan had only given birth to one holy dragon. The holy dragon played an indispensable role in the dragon clan's dominance on the continent. Back then, the holy dragon relied on its powerful strength to defeat all the experts on the continent. Because of this, the dragon clan became famous. Even after death, the skeleton still exuded powerful power. It should be below here. Lin Fei struck out with his palm, shaking the dragon skeleton. The huge holy dragon skeleton was forcibly moved away. Whoosh! A jingguang flew out, like a golden thread, undulating up and down, flying toward Lin Fei and entangling his body. It was so fast that he had no time to react. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. He urged his true essence and tried to shake off the golden thread. Unexpectedly, the golden thread seemed to take root and did not move. How dare you trick me? In the depths of the sea of consciousness, Lin Fei looked angry. I forgot to tell you that this treasure has an automatic function, which is to suppress the dragon clan. Anyone with the blood of the dragon clan can be suppressed, and this is just the first function. Long Shao said proudly. Lin Fei said bitterly, you are really insidious. I'm afraid your real purpose is to keep me in the dragon tomb and not let me leave this place, right? Smart, you are my carrier. How can I let you leave? Long Shao did not hide, this is the dragon taming rope, one of the treasures of the dragon realm. As long as you refine the dragon taming rope, none of the dragon clan will be your opponent. This is the privilege of the dragon king. If the dragon clan is not convinced, you can beat them and suppress them until they surrender. But now, let me swallow your spirit and obediently become my carrier. Long Shao said all that to lure the other party to move the skeleton. The dragon-taming rope had his mark. Although it could not attack, it could trap the other party. Boom, boom, the huge energy body turned into a huge golden dragon, constantly hitting the spirit. You're going to lose. Only when the other party's body was trapped, Long Xiao could really rest assured. The more the dragon-taming rope struggled, the more the other party would be entangled, and thus the power would be stimulated. After absorbing the essence of the dragon tomb, Long Xiao's energy body was extremely huge. Every time it hit, the sea of fire was suppressed, and the spirit became unstable. It was unimaginable that the spirit would be shattered alive. Chapter 664. Confidence. Of course, Long Xiao was confident. He had calculated everything in his heart. Apart from the unknown mystical flame that emerged from his opponent's sea of consciousness, which gave him a headache, everything else was normal. How could he not be confident? Long Xiao was determined to completely occupy this carrier. With this carrier, he could save at least a few hundred years of cultivation. It didn't matter if he lost a primordial spirit. Primordial spirits had to be devoured anyway. The original body outside was also entangled by the dragon-taming rope. Don't try to scare me. Long Xiao sneered. I won't fall for it. Let's see how long your primordial spirit can last. Boom, a red furnace flew down from the top of Long Xiao's head, suppressing him inside on the spot. It formed an area with a radius of about 100 feet, trapping him inside. Lin Fei shook his head with a kind face. Sigh, I just reminded you that there's something up there. Damn it, you just didn't listen. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You bastard. Long Xiao was furious. He didn't expect that this guy would do the same to him right after he tricked him. You think you can trap me with this? Try, I'll be waiting. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You tricked me just now, and now it's my turn. Life really has its ups and downs. Long Xiao turned into a giant dragon and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Every attack was shocking, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth furnace. Once, twice, until 10 times later, Long Xiao was shocked. With his strength, there was nothing that couldn't be broken. Even if it was the opponent's primordial spirit, Long Xiao could break it. Again. Long Xiao used all his strength and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Dragon King, continue. Dragon King, don't be discouraged. You can do it. Outside, Lin Fei was smiling. Every word was like a cut on his body and sprinkling a handful of salt. He was so sinister that he wanted to slap that guy to death. After dozens of hits, Long Xiao roared. You bastard, what the hell is this? With his attack, even if it was the primordial spirit, it would still collapse after dozens of hits. But this furnace was like a natural one and was not affected at all. Instead, the energy on its body gradually disappeared. Nothing. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now it seems that you are very suitable to live in there. From the very beginning, when Long Xiao tried to take over the body, Lin Fei had come up with a plan. That was why he said those words just now, in order to delay Long Xiao. Now it seemed that it was quite successful. At such a young age, you are so scheming. You must have done everything on purpose. Long Xiao had never thought that he would be schemed against. Previously, he had wanted to trick the other party, thinking that a young man would fall for it. Unexpectedly, he had been tricked first. You're a dignified Dragon King. Why bother with me? Lin Fei said, you absorbed the Dragon Tomb's essence and gathered all the energy in your body. If I didn't deliberately reveal my greed, how could I have deceived you? The heaven and earth smelt was something that Lin Fei could use anytime he wanted. If the other party were to dodge it once, he could forget about succeeding the second time around. That was the reason why he decided to take the bait intentionally. Impressive. I've misjudged you. Long Xiao sighed, then regained his confidence. However, you missed one thing. If I don't remove the dragon taming chain from you personally, you know the consequences. Is this what you're talking about? In the hands of the primordial spirit, Lin Fei, there was a long whip, a golden whip. I still have to thank you for giving me an immortal weapon that is specially made to subdue the dragon clan. You. How did you subdue it? It's impossible. Long Zhao's only hope collapsed. There's nothing impossible in this world. Lin Fei shook his head. Just like you can fake your death and plunder the dragon tomb's essence. Why can't I break your dragon taming chain? I have to say, the dragon taming chain is really powerful. You're really shameless. Long Zhao roared and attacked the heaven and earth smelt, but he couldn't break it. How could he know that the heaven and earth smelt was condensed from a miraculous cultivation method? If it had trapped the original body or a physical body, Lin Fei wouldn't have had it so easy. Since it was an energy body, it was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. If he hadn't cultivated the essence skill, he would have been trapped in the dragon tomb with the dragon taming chain. At that time, he would be in big trouble. It's boring to be too righteous and shameless. Lin Fei smiled. Thank you for giving me the item that gave me the opportunity to become the Dragon King. If Long Zhao could vomit blood, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. If someone else said this, Long Zhao would definitely scoff. How could you be the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan so easily? However, Lin Fei was different. He was different from everyone else. His body contained the Azure Dragon divine blood. Just this alone made him an honorable person in front of the Dragon Clan. No one could doubt him. Long Zhao was angry. In the end, he was helping the other party instead. Let me go. I don't want you as a host anymore. I will even give you compensation. Lin Fei believed that this guy must be scheming something. Naturally, he wouldn't agree unless he was a fool. There's no need to think about it. You are very useful to me. My advancement to Celestial Immortal depends on you. Dream on. Long Zhao roared. If you want to refine me, prepare to explode. I won't let anyone refine me. Hee, just wait patiently. I believe that you will know the result soon. Lin Fei closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He didn't care about anything. Don't go. Come back. Come back. Long Zhao watched helplessly. He was completely furious. I don't care what treasure this is. No one can trap me. Boom boom. Lin Fei opened his eyes again and heaved a long sigh of relief. This Dragon King is really scheming. I almost fell for it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Continue attacking. When you realize that you are providing me with primordial essence, you will regret it. Lin Fei no longer paid attention to it. Let's refine the dragon taming rope first. This was a treasure. It was equally useful against others. The focus was on the giant dragon, which was their nemesis. Lin Fei's huge divine sense rushed into the dragon taming rope and completely erased the imprint entrenched in it. Perhaps because of the time, the imprint was very thin and was about to collapse. After leaving his own divine sense, the dragon taming rope was controlled. After controlling the dragon taming rope, the corresponding usage came to him. This dragon taming rope could be used as a rope or a whip. The whip contained a special power that specifically targeted the strong defense of the dragon clan. This was really an advantage for Lin Fei. The strength of the dragon clan was well known. Even he himself was afraid. Lin Fei tried whipping himself, and an intense pain spread from the inside out. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Lin Fei grumbled, he was just asking for it. How did the dragon realm refine such an immortal artifact? It's really too torturous. Lin Fei asked himself if he could bear it a few more times. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh, what a good thing. It can be used to bind people and can also be used as a punishment immortal artifact. Hairball, you have done a great service this time. Hairball flew out from the corner and raised a claw. You glutton, you only know how to eat and eat. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? If not for Hairball, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to come to the dragon tomb. Not to mention collecting the dragon taming rope, not to mention suppressing the Dragon King. Lin Fei gave Hairball 2 stalks of dragon grass. Let's go out. If not for suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely swept through the place. Now, there was no need. The most important thing now was to refine it. Hairball was unhappy. It seemed like it wasn't full yet. Lin Fei glared at it. What's the rush? We have plenty of time next time. Remember, don't come and eat. The dragon tomb is our territory. Looking back at the dark golden skeleton, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If not for the fact that the heaven and earth smelt was suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely taken the skeletal remains away. Every single one of them could be crafted into a heavenly immortal bone spear. It could definitely be used as a terrifying trump card. Lin Fei returned to the house. Those two are still spying on me. After keeping the clone, Lin Fei opened the window. He didn't need to look to know that someone was spying on him. I was prepared to use the dragon grass to scheme against someone. It seems like I don't need to anymore. Lin Fei thought, using the dragon grass to scheme against someone is too boring. I still need their help. After Lin Fei thought about it, he didn't leave the house. He laid on the bed and went to sleep. Since the giant dragons on the Dragon Island were pushing him aside, the others were probably the same. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to go out. Anyways, the Continent Alliance conference hadn't started yet. Lin Fei decided to sleep. He went to learn crafting. With so many dark golden skeletons, he could definitely craft a heavenly immortal grade 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 immortal. At the same time as he slept, on the Dragon Island, one power after another arrived. Those who could attend the Continent Alliance conference this time were all big shots of the continent. They were existences that no one dared to ignore. Even though most of the continent had been occupied by the foreign races, the big powers and sects had yet to be breached. If it wasn't for the sects being breached, the Continent Alliance conference wouldn't have started in advance. If it continued, the continent would really fall into the hands of the foreign races. The conference had to be held. They had to unite all the powers that could be united. Is this the Dragon Island? At the exit of the Dragon Island's barrier, a group of people came out without using a battleship. The Taoist who spoke had the demeanor of an immortal. He immediately became the center of attention. Look, Taoist gentleman of the 10 prodigies is here. It seems like he has advanced to the heaven immortal stage. I didn't expect the celestial sect to send Taoist gentlemen here. It seems like they are determined to win the position of alliance leader. Taoist gentleman's appearance attracted a lot of attention. A heaven immortal couldn't help but be moved. Taoist gentleman, I didn't expect you to advance as well. I thought you died under the heavenly tribulation. An eccentric voice suddenly appeared from the other side. It turned out that another person had arrived. The person in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from the other party. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Another heaven immortal expert. Chapter 665. You're courting death. Taoist master gentleman shouted and thrust his sword towards his opponent's face. The sound of Sanskrit descended as if a gentleman in white was chanting. This strike was filled with the elegance of a gentleman, shocking everyone. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. That person snorted and punched. The sky changed color and dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was shocked. One strike, one punch. Boom, shockwaves surged out in all directions, showing how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. I didn't expect Taoist master gentleman to be so elegant after becoming a heaven immortal. If it was someone else, that strike would have killed him, a half-step heaven immortal said. The gentleman's sword pays attention to the way of the gentleman. A gentleman is full of righteousness. Taoist master gentleman's swordsmanship has reached great success. It makes people want to worship him. That black heaven immortal is also powerful. Didn't you see him block Taoist master gentleman's attack? Day turned into night. They can't do anything to each other. This alliance conference is really going to be interesting. Although the two heaven immortals did not use their celestial powers, it still caused a huge commotion. After all, if two heaven immortals fought, it would not be a good thing. A great battle was unavoidable, and no one wanted to see that. You two, this is Dragon Island. Please take a step back. A flying dragon flew out and stood between the two. I'll give face to the dragon race. Taoist Master Gentleman withdrew his aura. I wonder if they will give me face. If you give face to the dragon race, Black Heaven, will do the same. Black Heaven laughed. I thought you were strong, but it seems like you are only so-so. Taoist Master Gentleman said indifferently, you are not qualified for me to use my full strength. Is that so? A cold voice was heard. A cold light shot out from the sky and turned into a black ray. Taoist Master Gentleman's face darkened. He unsheathed his flying sword and slashed at the ray, trying to change its direction. The ray did not move. It deflected the sword light and went straight for Taoist Master Gentleman's face. This is Tai's godly archery. Someone could not help but exclaim. Taoist Master Gentleman was caught unprepared. He blocked the arrow by a hair's breadth. He did not look good, and at the same time, he was afraid. Tai. At the end of the Dragon Clan's barrier, a silhouette flew out. He was still clad in beast armor. He looked at Taoist nobleman from afar. We meet again. It's a pity that I didn't kill you with a single arrow. The black dragon, who was trying to stop the fight, felt a headache coming on. He was the most powerful genius of the fiend race, as well as one of the 10 outstanding elites. His godly archery was unparalleled under the heavens. That arrow just now had caused even him to feel a terrifying sense of danger. Tai, to think that you would also become a heavenly immortal. A hint of fury flashed across the adept gentleman's eyes. If you can become a sky immortal, why can't I? Tai laughed. Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me back then? But don't worry, I will kill you early in the evening and make a name for myself. No one had expected that the genius of the demon clan, Tai, would try to kill the Taoist master. Tai, I like your personality. Why don't we join forces and kill Taoist Master Gentleman? Daoist He Tian narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to speak. I hate Daoist Gentleman the most. He's a smiling tiger. Tai glanced at him coldly. I have no interest in joining forces with others. Taoist Master Gentleman was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He was a sky immortal, but now he seemed to have become prey. Anyone could take a bite out of him. How could a sky immortal like him feel? Seeing that Tai had become a sky immortal, the crowd sighed. Fortunately, they had passed their tribulations and would ascend to the heavenly realm in 3 months. Otherwise, they would have to go into seclusion. Tai, you fiends are quite bold. Fight me if you can. Boom. An immortal sword flew over. Another sky immortal flew over. Sword chi surged, as if no one could block his attack. Who the hell are you? Tai raised his giant bow and aimed it at the immortal sword. He used 3 stars chasing the moon and charged straight at his opponent. Tai, you're too arrogant. Tai, I, the sword god, have always wanted to experience your godly archery. Let's see what's so special about you. The immortal sword laughed loudly. 2 golden jingguang beams shot out of his eyes. The crowd below was shocked again. That mysterious sword expert, the sword god? I didn't expect the sword god to become a sky immortal. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 jingguang beams transformed into 2 giant golden swords. They slashed left and right. His strength and timing were perfect, and he blocked all of Tai's 3 stars chasing the moon. Take one of my swords as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tai's face darkened. He drew his bow and shot 7 arrows. Only then did he manage to block his opponent's attack, but he was forced back. Everyone could see that the sword god was slightly stronger. He managed to force Tai back with 1 strike. A powerful sky immortal flew over. Heroes, Please let go of your grudges for the sake of the Continental Alliance. Don't make things difficult for us. The meeting hadn't even started, and 4 sky immortals were already fighting. How could this continue? Perhaps the people on Dragon Island would start fighting before the meeting was over. The Dragon Elder finally came to stop them. Elder is right. The sword god put away his sword. Please arrange for someone to take us there, Elder. The Dragon Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of these sky immortals, but there was no need to offend them. Who knew if they would become profound immortals in the future? Just like that, the battle between heaven immortals and heavenly immortals came to an end. But to everyone, this alliance conference was going to be really interesting. Following that, everyone realized that almost all of the people who had come this time around were either elites or heavenly immortal powerhouses. This was even more of a heavenly immortal conference. All kinds of gossip began to spread. Perfected gentleman is here. Even Fiend Lin doesn't dare to come out. Of the 10 prodigies, 6 have already advanced to the celestial immortal level. This is truly inconceivable. Quick, look. Another superpower has arrived. After the scene of the sky immortal elites making a move, the elders of the dragon race deliberately stood guard outside to prevent any further commotion. Fortunately, the experts that appeared below were more restrained. This was the territory of the Dragon Island, and the elder of the dragon clan was personally overseeing it. Of course, they didn't dare to not give face, unless they wanted to go against the dragon clan. Night fell. All of the superpowers had arrived. The originally quiet Dragon Island started to become lively. Did you see that? That room belongs to Demon Lin. He doesn't even dare to come out. The various superpowers had arrived, but many people were more concerned about Demon Lin. How was this fellow, whose name had spread across the entire continent, going to face the other superpowers this time? Boom! While everyone was pointing and gossiping, the entire Dragon Island was filled with roars. Following that, giant dragons roared out, causing everyone to be confused. What was going on? Chapter 666. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the Dragon Island. No one knew what had happened. The dragons moved out in groups. What had happened to make the dragon race so angry? They had never seen such a scene before. It was too frightening and shocking. I think I heard something about dragon grass just now. Could it be the dragon race's holy herb? That's a heaven-defying holy herb. Could it be someone so daring that they ran to the dragon tomb to steal the dragon grass? I think so. Something big has happened. I don't know who did it. The smart ones seemed to understand what had happened. They were just shocked. Aside from the colossal dragons, no one knew where the dragon tomb of the dragon clan was. Colossal dragons would only enter it when they were on the brink of death. Very few outsiders knew the location of the dragon tomb. It was said to be somewhere deep in the void. But now, someone had stolen the dragon grass. To them, it was unbelievable. This was a big matter. Let's go and take a look. We must go and take a look. The various forces could not sit still anymore. They really wanted to know who had stolen the dragon grass. Everyone, something unpleasant has happened on the Dragon Island, please don't wander around. A sky immortal dragon appeared. His body rippled with sky immortal aura. His expression was solemn. He did not want them to look. Force them to look. They did not have the guts. They did not see the murderous look of the dragon race. They were probably suppressing their anger and wanted to find someone to vent it on. Rest, rest. I'm exhausted today. The group of people were smarter and chose to go back. They discovered that many dragons had appeared in the area they were staying in. The weakest one was a half-step sky immortal. The strength they displayed was shocking. This was the true strength of the dragon race. Of course, if they did not go and watch, there would be no problem. But if they did, it would mean that they did not take the words of the dragon race to heart. It would simply cause trouble for themselves. In every room, everyone discussed in private. For something like this to happen to the Dragon Clan, how could they not be shocked? This place was the Dragon Clan's territory. To be able to steal here, one's guts were not small. They couldn't help but suspect that those notorious people might have been moved by them. One could imagine what the consequences of the dragon race's rage would be. Has Lin Fei been in his room all day? In one of the rooms, Daoist gentleman was sitting. His aura was tyrannical and overbearing, making them feel inferior. Even the elders treated Daoist gentleman as their leader. He's always been here. I wonder what he's up to. Daoist gentleman laughed heartily. So Lin Fei also has a day where he is afraid. I thought he was fearless. Originally, Reverend Gentleman was prepared to teach Lin Fei a lesson in person. However, this fellow was smart. He stayed in his room and did not come out. Even though Reverend Gentleman had become a heavenly immortal, he could not forcibly cause trouble for Lin Fei. Senior brother, should we continue watching? Immortal Gentleman said, there's no need for that. The meeting will be held tomorrow. Lin Fei will have to come even if he doesn't want to. I don't mind inviting him out then. God damn it. Dragon grass and dragon bones. This is a sin. A furious roar came from a certain place, echoing continuously. At this moment, 3 people appeared in a space. Looking at the empty dragon tomb in front of them, their faces were filled with anger. Their eyes were almost spewing fire. These 3 people were the most authoritative people in the dragon race. One was the current chief, Long Badian. The other 2 were the Great Elder and Punishment Elder. Chief, is there a traitor among us? Otherwise, how would they know the exact location of the dragon tomb? Punishment Elder Long Xingyi said with an ugly expression. The one with the worst expression should be Chief Long Badian. The dragon race's forbidden area was intruded by someone, disturbing the peace of their ancestors. This caused his expression to turn ferocious. Investigate. We must find out the truth. Long Badian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless anger. Forbid those humans from leaving the resting area. Otherwise, don't blame us for shedding all pretense of cordiality. Intruding into the dragon tomb was the most important matter. Everything else became trivial. Long Badian was too ashamed to show his face. As the 3 continued to watch, they almost vomited blood. The dragon grass was robbed clean. Apart from that, there were also the skeletons of their ancestors. The place where the skeletons used to be was now empty. The remaining pits were no less than a slap on their arrogant faces. The dragon race had always treated the dragon tomb as a forbidden area. No giant dragon could enter it in their lifetime. They would only send them in when their lifespan was about to end. However, the dragon tomb in their eyes had been infiltrated by someone. The person even stole the dragon grass and the skeletons of their ancestors. How could the 3 of them not be furious? They've caught up with the thief. Punishment Elder Long Xingyi suddenly said, and a dragon scale appeared in his hand. Let's go. Long Badian was enraged. The pride of the giant dragon was replaced by irritation. On an island in the boundless sea realm, giant dragons surrounded the huge island. The originally barren island had been razed to the ground. Obviously, there had been a huge battle on the island. Now, the island was a work of art. Thief, you're not leaving today. There were more than 100 giant dragons, covering the sky and the earth. They even used a formation, trapping the entire island. Not even a mosquito could think about escaping from their blockade. Isn't it just a stalk of dragon grass? What's so rare about it? In the center of the island, a masked man in black held a stalk of dragon grass in his hand. He ate it in a few bites. It doesn't taste good, but you guys treat it like a treasure. Failure. What a failure. The masked man in black muttered to himself. The giant dragons in the sky almost spat fire when they saw his expression. How dare he eat the dragon grass in front of us? Who did he think he was? If not for the elder's order, they would have smashed him into pieces. Just you wait. When the chief comes, I'll skin you alive. An elder's eyes were spitting fire, and his tone was cold. The entire dragon race was enraged. You really talk a lot of nonsense. You want to kill me? You guys are really not enough. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to boast shamelessly in the face of death. The chief is here. 3 figures appeared in the air above the island. Thief, die. The punishment elder was the angriest. Someone had intruded into the dragon race's forbidden area, disturbed the peace of their ancestors, and even stolen the dragon grass. She was furious and slapped down with her palm. Boom, a deafening sound rang out. The palm split the island in 2, and the other part of the island sank. He's not dead. The black-clothed man didn't die, but was injured. The punishment elder's eyes widened. Could this person be a sky immortal? Apart from sky immortals, no one could block her palm. Punishment elder, stop. The first elder stopped her. Don't kill him yet. We still need to find out who the mastermind is. They must face the wrath of the dragon race. After so many years, this was the first time a brat had intruded into the forbidden area. The dragon race lost all face. Thief, tell us who the mastermind is. The punishment elder was furious. She reached out to grab him and interrogate him. Boom, a blazing aura erupted from the man's body, and a huge fireball engulfed him. Come, this treasure of mine is the #1 treasure in the world. If you can break it, I will tell you. But don't even think about it. No one is afraid of my treasure. The punishment elder's body was burning with flames. It took her a lot of effort to get rid of them, but she was injured unknowingly. Be careful, these flames are very strong. Using a treasure to stop them? How dare he be so arrogant? This was the first time they had seen such a shameless person. Take him down and bring him back to the dragon race. Interrogate him. Long Badian ordered. Did he think a treasure could stop the dragon race? What a joke. He finally knew why the other party was so arrogant. No wonder he snuck into the dragon tomb. If he didn't want to find out who the mastermind was, Long Badian would have done it himself. Attack. A total of 10 giant dragons whizzed down, trying to use their attacks to break the fireball and capture the thief inside. Bang! 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 Every time an attack landed, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. It was extremely terrifying. It was truly extremely terrifying, and even a heavenly immortal would turn pale with fright when they saw it. The dragon race was a group of violent fellows. It's not open. What's going on? All the giant dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. With their strength, even a protective celestial artifact would not be able to escape the same fate. But they were dumbfounded. I said that you can't break my treasure. You'd better leave obediently. Don't waste your time, or you'll end up wasting your time. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the dragon race is nothing. The man in black said lazily. Attack, until this celestial artifact is destroyed. The great elder snorted and ordered them to continue attacking. This time, there were more than 50 dragons, and their attacks converged into a single line. It was truly terrifying and frightening. Clan leader, is this thief trying to stall for time? The punishment elder whispered. I really hope that there will be helpers. Long Badian said, but in fact, his eyes were already solemn. More than 50 dragons, who were the elites of the dragon race, frantically besieged the other party. The man in black was shrouded in it, and the huge fireball kept shaking, resisting the attacks, and there was no sign of it breaking. But at this time, inside the fireball, Lin Fei was in a good mood, and finally provoked their anger. Bastard, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Let me go, or I will make you die a horrible death. As the dragons attacked, someone was afraid and panicked. Long Xiao was trapped in the fireball, and the attacks of the dragons fell and converged on his body. The energy was constantly consumed and flowed into the other party's body. Chapter 667. Waves surged violently on the azure blue sea, crashing continuously, creating waves that were dozens of zhang tall. They smashed down heavily, creating a shocking scene. Loud booms reverberated above the sea. All the sea beasts within a 10,000-mile radius ran away in fear. They wanted to die if they didn't run. What a terrifying dragon! What a terrifying dragon aura! It was an existence that they couldn't resist. It was like a towering mountain that they couldn't cross. There was nothing else in this area except for the terrifying energy waves. All the sea beasts were guessing what had happened to make the dragon race so angry. It's been 3 days. What exactly happened on that island? Some of the stronger sea beasts were spectators, paying attention to the movements in the sea. The dragon race is too terrifying. They didn't stop for 3 whole days. Fortunately, we didn't provoke the dragon race. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. The sea beasts outside had stopped for 3 days, but the terrifying energy waves were still coming from the sea. Rumble, another roar of energy reverberated in the sky. Even in the distance, the waves that were hundreds of feet tall formed a white curtain that connected the sky and the earth. It was extremely eye-catching, as if it was saying something. Don't waste your energy. My treasure is the #1 treasure in the world. No one can break it. The original island had been razed to the ground. The giant fireball was suppressed by the dragon and floated above the sea. Its scorching aura evaporated the seawater, and the air waves rose and spread for thousands of miles. Chief, we can't go on like this. The first elder's face was as black as coal. It would be strange if he didn't look black. This guy is too strange. That fireball seems to be supported by endless energy. It blocked the attacks of our elite dragon race for 3 days. The punishment elder's eyes were already red, as if blood would flow out at any time. 3 days. The entire dragon race, no, it should be the elite dragon race, actually couldn't break the fireball. Instead, they were reduced to nothing by the other party. How humiliating. When had the dragon race ever been humiliated? Long Badian was already furious. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. How dare you barge into the dragon tomb and steal the dragon grass and the ancestors' remains? You must be punished. Long Badian roared. Angry dragons danced around him. Use the 8-divisional pagoda. Patriarch. Both the Great Elder and the Punishment Elder were shocked. The 8-divisional pagoda was a supreme immortal artifact of the dragon clan. It did not originate from this world, but was instead bestowed by the upper realm. It was one of the most precious treasures of the dragon clan. Unless something big happened, the dragon clan rarely used this treasure. Now, they were going to use it for a human? There's no need to say anything else. I've already made up my mind. Long Baishan's tone was resolute. His treasure is extraordinary. It's nothing more than a suppressive energy. In these 3 days, the energy is constantly weakening. Once the suppressive energy disappears, we will definitely capture him. All right. The Grand Elder did not say anything else. This was an audacious human. If they didn't take down the other party, where would the face of their dragon race go to? The hundreds of giant dragons surrounding him suddenly stopped, their expressions solemn. Why did you stop? Do you want to retreat? Lin Fei was still provoking him. Bastard, you will be punished by the dragon clan, I promise. Long Badian roared and took out an immortal artifact. 8-divisional pagoda, crush all. The 8-divisional pagoda flew out, and all the giant dragons worshipped it. The 10,000 feet long Jingguang giant dragon roared out, covering the entire area in a golden color. The Jingguang giant dragon let out a long roar. The golden surface of the sea turned blood red. All the sea beasts that were hiding in the depths were shattered into pieces. None of them were spared. The entire sea had turned into a land of death. Dragon God. This is the might of the dragon god. Run. 10,000 miles away, the corpses of the sea beasts were strewn all over the place. A long roar dyed the entire sea red. Bam! The terrifying sound wave rushed into the fireball, and Lin Fei's physical body exploded on the spot. What a terrifying sound wave. Is this the treasure of the dragon race? Lin Fei was shocked. His physical body would not be able to withstand the first wave of attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Jianghu giant dragon split into 8. Each of the 8 Jianghu giant dragons was 10,000 feet long. They roared and crashed into the fireball. Boy, you've killed me. Long Zhao's expression changed drastically. He cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Tell me, what kind of immortal artifact are they using? Lin Fei yelled and forced the other party to answer. 8 Divisional Pagoda, one of the treasures of the Dragon Realm. Long Zhao seemed to have seen something terrible. Tell them to stop, or we're dead. Lin Fei shook for a while. His strong body cracked open, and blood gushed out. With his strong defense, he could not withstand the impact of the Jianghu giant dragon. If it landed on his body, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? I didn't expect the dragon race to have such a treasure. With a single thought, Lin Fei exploded once more, but he quickly recovered. Long Zhao was worse off than Lin Fei. His pure energy body was abruptly obliterated, and a clear current was injected into Lin Fei's body. Long Badian personally controlled the 8 Divisional Pagoda to crush the other party and take the treasure. Weren't you stubborn just now? The taste of the 8 Divisional Pagoda is not bad. Cool, so cool. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The more the better. Don't be shy. Bastard. Long Badian was infuriated. Under the 8 Divisional Pagoda, he still dared to be so arrogant. Boom boom boom, the 8 Divisional Pagoda fiercely attacked Lin Fei, drowning him in the attacks. He became a lonely boat in the storm that could be capsized at any time. Damn, what kind of treasure is this? Half a day later, Long Badian and the others were so tired that they were about to vomit blood. The other party still stubbornly resisted the intense attacks. You guys continue. Lin Fei took out a dragon grass and ate it. You can't kill me. You'd better let me go. Bastard. The group of giant dragons was furious again. They couldn't accept eating the dragon grass of their dragon clan in public. It was treason, treason. The dragon clan is really a group of irascible guys. They went crazy when I provoked them a little. Lin Fei pretended to be powerless, but secretly rejoiced. In another half a day, I can advance to Celestial Immortal. Bastard, this king surrendered. Don't let them attack. If they attack again, this king will really die. Long Zhao's huge body was shrinking at this time, and it was shrinking at a rapid speed. Your death has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that you would destroy me sooner or later? Lin Fei said sarcastically. It's better if you die. Master, I beg you, make them stop. Long Zhao was already in despair. As long as you make them stop, I will tell you how to use the 8 Divisional Pagoda and completely control it. You know? Lin Fei was shocked. I am the Dragon King. I happen to know the 8 Divisional Pagoda. Long Zhao was desperate and no longer dared to call himself this king. Chapter 668. The fireball that Lin Fei was in was bombarded with a torrent of attacks. The whole sea area was shrouded in a terrifying aura under the golden light. Within 100,000 miles, the sea beasts were either dead or injured, and all fled. Below the golden sea was the sea water dyed red. The sea beasts and the sea clan who tried to watch were all sweating. They thought they were ferocious, but compared to the ferocity of the dragon clan, they were nothing. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Every time Lin Fei's flesh and blood was reborn, his progress was improving. Long Zhao had no choice but to tell him the method. He thought he had the other party under control, but now he became the victim and faced a disaster. How hateful. As the first-generation Dragon King, it was a disgrace to the Dragon Clan that he couldn't find a second Dragon King. So, they haven't exerted the true power of the 8 Divisional Pagoda? After memorizing the method, Lin Fei said to Long Zhao. Yes, What they are using now is the dragon strike. Long Shao sneered, there is still the unity of man and treasure, and the 8 dragons unite. By the time they use it, we will have died many times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. You can stop them now. Long Shao struggled. Do you think they will agree if I speak? You idiot. Lin Fei curled his lips. Do you want me to surrender? How can I refine you? You broke your promise. Long Shao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei had a look of disdain on his face. It's not that I didn't keep my word. In truth, it was you who didn't keep your word. You can't blame anyone for that. I learned it from you. Of course, if you are willing to tell me everything your dragon clan knows and everything they know, I can guarantee that you won't die. After knowing the method of the 8-divisional pagoda, Lin Fei was tempted by the 8-divisional pagoda outside. This was a good thing. If he didn't grab it, he would be sorry to God. You mean it? Although he was tricked once, Long Shao was still tempted. If this situation continued, he would definitely die. If he could survive, he would definitely die. There would be opportunities in the future, even though the guy in front of him was shameless, sinister, and petty. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you believe it, it's true. If you don't believe it, it's not true. In any case, I won't lose anything if you die. In fact, I can't wait for you to die. Lin Fei said lightly. All right, I promise you. Long Shao gritted his teeth and decided to trust him again. As long as you keep me alive, I will teach you everything I know and know. I knew you would say yes. Lin Fei already knew that. That's more like it. We're not mortal enemies. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't forget to call me your savior in the future. Long Shao hated himself. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. If he had known that the person who could enter the dragon tomb was extraordinary, he would have taken the initiative to come to him. If you come to the immortal realm, I will definitely kill you. If I don't vent my anger, I am not Long Shao. Half a day later. It was night time in the endless sea realm. The other places were covered by the curtain of night, but this area was clearly visible under the golden light. The night was as bright as day. Come on, it's about to break. Long Badian was so tired that he was about to vomit blood. The high-intensity operation made them so tired that they kept rotating. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Fei clearly felt that the true essence in his body was constantly increasing. It was like a great river that kept flowing in, accumulating and increasing. Boom! The 8 dragons roared at the same time. It's broken, it's finally broken. The huge fireball treasure finally broke under the crazy attack of the 8-divisional pagoda. Sparks flew everywhere. Catch him. For this day, they were as tired as old bulls. At this time, it was finally their turn to vent their anger. A huge red dragon grabbed the flames with its huge claws, trying to grab the other party out and make a great contribution. Paw! A red whip flew out like a stream of light and hit the dragon. The red dragon didn't care. Do you think you can hit a dragon whenever you want? Ah, it hurts so much. The red whip hit the dragon, and a layer of electricity seemed to appear on its body. The huge body was whipped away and fell into the sea. A huge lotus slowly rose up like a sun. A man in black with long hair fluttering in the wind appeared under the group of dragons. Catch him. Don't let him escape. The other dragons rushed down, proving that they were the strongest. Paw, 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 Lin Fei held the red whip in his hand. Every time he whipped, a dragon would scream and be whipped away. It hurts so much. What the hell is this thing? Lin Fei kept whipping the dragons. No matter who it was, he would whip them. The dragon was in so much pain that they wanted to die. F***ck, this dragon binding rope is really awesome. I can't even endure it after just one whip. The invention of the dragon tribe is too awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why someone with the dragon binding rope could become the Dragon King of the dragon tribe. If they were not convinced, they would continue to whip. Lin Fei was so excited that he continuously lashed out. One giant dragon after another was sent flying, and all of them had pained expressions on their faces. Some of the stronger ones were unwilling to give up and charged up again. This time, it was even more painful and uncomfortable than before, and they even had thoughts of killing themselves. What the hell is going on? Long Badian and the other two were dumbfounded. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. They were dragons. How could they be sent flying with a single whip? It didn't make sense. The 100 or so dragons tried it out one by one. After trying it out, they didn't dare to rush up and directly use their dragon breaths to attack. However, that fellow swung his whip and sent them flying, causing them to be in so much pain that they didn't dare to attack again. What are you doing? Hurry up and take him down. Long Badian shouted. Clan Chief, the whip in his hand is too strange. If it lashes at us, we won't be able to take it. One of the giant dragons complained. That's right, that's right. I've been whipped continuously. The sky is dark and the earth is dark. I'm in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Another dragon complained. Long Bashan's clothes fluttered. You bastards, when we go back, you'll have a good time. Long Xingyi, as the punishment elder, go take him down. Long Badian could see that the whip was strange. More than 100 dragons couldn't take a single whip. He was full of doubts and could only let the punishment elder go up and try. Long Xingyi's expression was ugly. The whip was too strange, but he braced himself and went up. He couldn't just retreat. There's no need to do anything. Eat my whip first. Lin Fei rushed up and lashed down with the whip. It was like a flashing star, enveloping the punishment elder. It's just a whip. What's there to be afraid of? Long Xingyi snorted. The whip landed, and the punishment elder screamed. He fell from the sky and landed in the sea. He returned to his original form and kept rolling, creating waves. Could it be that the stronger one is, the more severe the punishment? Lin Fei thought to himself. He swung his whip and the punishment elder cried out miserably again. This time, the commotion was even louder than before. The dragons who were whipped opened their eyes wide and shivered subconsciously, as if the whip had landed on their bodies. Senior, don't hit us. We surrender, we surrender. Long Xingyi, who was struggling in the water, could guarantee that he had never experienced such pain in his entire life. When that whip came down, even his soul was suffering. Normally speaking, the dragon race had a strong defense, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But just now, when the whip came down, the sky had collapsed and his vision had turned black. He felt like he was going to die. Didn't you attack me before? That feels good, right? Lin Fei felt good. He lashed again, and Long Xingyi struggled in pain. Senior, please stop. I surrender. I was in the wrong that day. Please stop, I can't take it anymore. After a few more lashes, Long Xingyi, the punishment elder, felt like killing himself. He didn't care that there were others around, and he begged for mercy. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really kill himself. A suicidal dragon? Long Xingyi didn't even dare to think about it. Punishment elder, what are you doing? Great elder released a cold snort, unable to remain calm inside. He vaguely sensed an aura of danger. That whip descended, as if it was striking his body. Great elder, quickly surrender. The other colossal dragons also said, Great elder, he's a demon. Hurry up and surrender. Long Badian, the chief, coughed out a mouthful of blood. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Surrender? A dragon wants to surrender? Is there something wrong with your head? Die, 8 Divisional Pagoda. Long Badian subconsciously felt unsafe. He took out the 8 Divisional Pagoda and charged at Lin Fei. No matter what Lin Fei was up to, he would kill him first. Lin Fei flashed, dodging the powerful attack. He lashed out with the whip in his hand, and a red light shot through the air. Piak! Long Badian was wary of the red whip, but when it attacked, his divine soul actually left his body, as if there was an unknown force suppressing him. No! The red light hit Long Badian, and he was sent flying. Blood gushed out of his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The first elder's face paled, and he immediately turned to flee. How could this be? Even the mighty clan chief had been sent flying. Piak Lin Fei's whip was extremely strange. It hit the great elder's body, and the pores on his body stood on end. Then, blood gushed out of his body, and he was also sent flying. The other dragons all gasped. It was as terrifying as if the whip had landed on them. They were glad that they didn't attack again. Even if it would embarrass them, they wouldn't dare to attack again. That was a demon that made them tremble in fear. They would rather kill than face this demon. Have a good taste of this. Lin Fei let out a roar as he charged toward Long Badian, the Grand Elder, and the Punishment Elder. His whip lashed out at them like raindrops. Chapter 669. Under the night sky of the endless sea realm. The dragon tribe was suffering the humiliation they had never experienced in their lives. They were being whipped. They were being whipped. The red whip, which was like a demon in their eyes, kept falling on them. The strong defense they were proud of had become a joke. An electric pain filled his entire body. For the first time, the proud dragon tribe lowered their noble heads so that they wouldn't be whipped by the demon. They were afraid. They were really afraid. This was a nightmare they would never forget. The whip in the other party's hand was like a great killing weapon. They didn't dare to move or even escape. They had learned from their mistakes and didn't dare to act recklessly. Despicable human, I will kill you. Dragon Overlord Body rushed up again, trying to snatch Nightmare's red whip. Paw! Paw! The whip hit him strangely and he fell into the water again. Long Badian didn't know how many times he had fallen into the water. Was it the 10th or the 20th time? The humiliation he had never experienced before was written on his face. It was hard for him to swallow it. What is that whip? Why does it look so familiar to me? Long Badian was constantly whipped. His strong defense was now useless. He even lost the legendary first defense on the continent. Fear was already in the depths of Long Badian's soul. It was an indelible imprint. The dignified leader of the dragon tribe was being whipped by a human. The strange whip suppressed his strength. It was as if he was not facing a whip, but a terrifying demon king. After falling into the water again, Long Badian didn't dare to move. What's wrong? You don't want to continue? Lin Fei was having a good time whipping. It was a great feeling. No wonder the Dragon King's words were so reasonable. If you don't accept it, keep whipping. If you resist, keep whipping until you accept it. Do you think I'll let you whip me? Long Badian was full of resentment. These words represented the thoughts of all the dragons. Among those present, Long Badian was the most miserable. His skin and flesh were torn. More importantly, with their strong defense, they couldn't recover quickly. They were shrouded by a mysterious power, which was the weirdest thing. F***ck, they knew not to resist. It was too boring. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the dragon clan had already lowered their heads. Since the other party had given in, it was time for the second scene to begin. After all, 3 days had passed. Looks like you're smart. Lin Fei laughed, but then he changed the topic and started scolding. Long Badian, you're really good at being the clan leader. You've really thrown away your family. Do you know what the whip in my hand is? If it was any other time, the other giant dragons would have rushed to the chief's door to kill him if he was insulted by a human. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party. But now, all of them lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. They didn't dare to say a single word. That kind of terrifying pain was something they didn't want to experience again in their lives. Clan leader, just suffer a bit. Lin Fei lashed out with his whip, and Long Badian suffered another lash. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The more times he was whipped, the greater the pain. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. Fortunately, they didn't say anything just now. "What right do you have to slap me?" Long Badian complained. Both Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shut their mouths. Their pride was completely shattered by the whip. If they had to kill someone now, they wouldn't hesitate, as long as they stayed away from this terrifying demon. "Who asked you not to recognize this thing? If I don't whip you, who else should I whip?" Lin Fei snorted coldly. "Do you remember now?" "Can I say I don't remember?" Long Badian hesitated, and the whip fell again, sending him flying into the water like a drowned rat. "Great Elder, do you know?" Lin Fei's gaze shifted as he played with the whip. Great Elder's body began to tremble. "Can I think about it?" Unsurprisingly, Great Elder also cried out from the whip. He couldn't bear the pain, and he realized that every time the whip fell, the pain would multiply. It was too torturous. "Looks like you don't know either." Sentencing Elder also suffered a lash. The other giant dragons shrunk their heads, regretting now that they had provoked this human demon. The giant dragons vaguely remembered that this whip had something to do with the dragon race. Long Badian, Great Elder, and the others cursed him 10,000 times in their hearts after being whipped once, but they still quickly thought about the whip's origin. An hour later, Long Badian, who was in unbearable pain, suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the red whip. "How did you get our dragon binding rope?" "Dragon binding rope?" The group of colossal dragons were confused. What was that thing? Long Badian was truly angered to death by them, but he was shocked. This was the lost treasure of the dragon race. How could it appear in the hands of this human? Could it be a punishment immortal artifact? Great Elder's expression changed as well, and he subconsciously shivered. How could such a treasure of information fall into the hands of a human? What? This is a punishment immortal artifact? The massive dragons were flabbergasted. Then, fear spread out from their hearts. All giant dragons on Dragon Island had to learn the rules of the dragon race from birth. One of the rules was that if they made a mistake, they would be whipped by punishment immortal artifact. It was a pity that they did not know what punishment immortal artifact was. Right now, they finally understood that this immortal weapon of punishment was a terrifying whip that whipped their hearts and minds, their bodies, their pride, and everything about them. "Not bad, you finally remember." Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the whip did not stop. It turned into a red light that whipped everyone, and there was another wave of miserable screams. "Who are you?" Long Badian was extremely agitated, because a bad thought appeared in his mind. "Humph, after so many years, it seems that you have forgotten that there is a dragon king above you all." The giant dragons, including Long Badian, Great Elder, and the others, were shocked. When Long Badian said that it was a punishment immortal artifact, they vaguely guessed something, but they could not connect the two together. The difference was too great, so great that they could not connect the dots. "Dragon King, how is this possible?" one of the giant dragons said. In return, they received a whip from Lin Fei. Everyone was whipped. "You have ruined the reputation of the dragon race," Lin Fei said. "I hate you so much that I will whip you to death." Long Badian and the others did not know what to do. Chapter 670. Dragon King. This was a name that they had almost forgotten. If the chief had not mentioned it, they would have forgotten that there was a Dragon King in their dragon clan. The Dragon King was a Dragon King specially arranged by the upper realm to better lead the Dragon clan. Back then, it was precisely because of the Dragon King that the Dragon clan truly had a place on the mainland. Later on, they became a dominant force. At that time, the dragon race was very powerful. At that time, the dragon race was above all the major forces. In this, the Dragon King played an important role. Everyone had to be convinced of their superiority. Only then would there be a powerful dragon clan. However, with the disappearance of the Dragon King, the powerful dragon race stopped advancing. After 1,000 years, they believed that something had happened to the Dragon King and kept praying to the upper realm. But in the end, it was to no avail. The elders of the Dragon clan all had their eyes on the position of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was the one with the greatest authority in the dragon race. He could rule over the entire dragon race. For the position of Dragon King, no one wanted to fall behind. The competition was fierce. After the incident, no one was willing to accept the position of Dragon King. They believed that in order to become a Dragon King, one must have the dragon binding chain. This was a punishing celestial artifact. Otherwise, no matter who became the Dragon King, they would not be convinced. The dragon binding chain itself was a proof of being a Dragon King. Without a punishing celestial artifact, would one be considered a Dragon King? With a reason, the position of Dragon King was still empty. Everyone in the Dragon clan, be it the elders or the deacons, sent people out to search for the dragon binding rope in an attempt to become the second Dragon King. Things did not go according to plan. After 10,000 years, the dragon binding rope had disappeared without a trace, and not a single clue had been left behind. They believed that the dragon taming chain had disappeared along with the Dragon King. The dragon taming chain was one of the most important pieces of evidence of the Dragon King. At the same time, it was also something that he always carried with him. The dragon taming rope could not be found. After a long time, no one had the intention to touch the Dragon King anymore. Unless the dragon binding rope appeared, they would not be willing to become the Dragon King. Time passed. In the beginning, there were still people looking for it. However, as time went on, people stopped looking for it. The position of the Dragon King was gradually forgotten. At the same time, there was also the punishment immortal item, the dragon binding rope. But now, the dragon binding rope had appeared. According to the legends, it was an immortal artifact specially used to punish the Dragon clan. This was the first time they had experienced it. It was an indescribable pain that could not be erased for the rest of their lives. Dragon King? This human before him was the Dragon King? As soon as this thought appeared, he could not stop it. The dragon binding rope could not be used by humans. Only those with dragon blood could use it. Dragon King? The disappeared Dragon King? If it was the Dragon King, he indeed had the right to slap them. The group of colossal dragons felt uneasy. If it was really the Dragon King, they did not dare to continue thinking about it. You were in the mood to fight just now. How did you become mute all of a sudden? Lin Fei roared and lashed out with his whip. The snapping sounds were like the roar of a demon, scaring them into sweating profusely. Are you really the Dragon King? Long Badian restrained himself and carefully probed, even though he was almost there. Lin Fei's whip landed on Long Badian's body, causing him to tremble. What a blind guy. Lin Fei said angrily, come here. The 8-divisional pagoda flew out of Long Badian's body and landed on Lin Fei's palm. The 8-divisional pagoda is a treasure of the dragon tribe. You can't even use the last few levels. What a disgrace. At this moment, no one would complain for the Dragon King. The human in front of them, no, the dragon, was most likely the Dragon King. Even if he was not the first Dragon King, he was the second Dragon King with the punishment immortal equipment. There was no mistaking it. You can control the 8-divisional pagoda. Long Badian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head in shame. The 8-divisional pagoda did have a few ways to attack. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the first Dragon King, the method to activate it was lost. As such, he felt like crying. If Long Badian was still doubtful before, he was now 80% sure that the other party was the Dragon King. How can I not know the 8-divisional pagoda of the Dragon Realm? Lin Fei was delighted. Everything was going according to plan. You guys are a bunch of useless fools. Look at what the dragon tribe has become in your hands. The group of colossal dragons once again experienced the feeling of being electrocuted. This time, they didn't have any anger. Whoosh! Lin Fei turned into a dragon man. His body was covered in dragon scales. He no longer concealed the aura of the azure dragon. His azure dragon bloodline was noble, and they immediately felt the pressure on their souls. It was an innate pressure of noble bloodline. Long Badian greets the Dragon King. Long Badian knelt down, cold sweat rolling down his face. This was the real Dragon King. Other than the Dragon King, who else could control the dragon taming rope? Who else could have such a noble bloodline? It was something that no human could imitate. Luckily, I refined a drop of azure dragon divine blood and fooled them. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. He believed that from now on, his position as the Dragon King was stable. Lin Fei's impersonation of the dragon taming rope was actually very risky. Whether the dragon taming rope was as powerful as the legend said, Lin Fei was not sure. He only knew after it worked. Even if he could not become the Dragon King, the dragon taming rope in his hands was enough to suppress the dragon tribe. The one who wanted to vomit blood the most was Long Shao. He was the first Dragon King, but all of it was given to Lin Fei. In the end, he almost lost his life. Hundreds of giant dragons prostrated themselves. It was a spectacular sight. Lin Fei felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was the strongest race on the continent, and there was no other. I'll let you off this time. Lin Fei kept the dragon taming rope. As for the 8-divisional pagoda, he would keep it first. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a few whips. I'll make you suffer 100 times. SSS. All the giant dragons sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear. 10 whips was enough to make them wish they were dead. Over 100 whips, no matter how strong they would be on their last breaths and could die at any time. In the past, they did not think much of the punishment immortal artifact. After trying it, they still had lingering fears. They cursed the originator of the punishment immortal artifact countless times. Lin Fei returned to his original appearance and removed his black hood, revealing his true face. It's you, Demon Lin. The punishment elder did not stop in time and called out the other party's name. Unsurprisingly, the punishment elder was struck by the whip. The pain was so great that he clenched his teeth so hard that he nearly crushed his teeth. Everyone was shocked. Everyone on Dragon Island knew of Demon Lin. He had killed Deacon Long, and they were prepared to take revenge on him. But in the blink of an eye, there was such a drastic change. Humph, that's my alias in the human race. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The giant dragons did not dare to raise their heads. They rejoiced that they did not attack the Dragon King. Long Batian, the first elder, and the others were also rejoicing. They knew of Demon Lin. He was an extremely cruel fellow who had even killed one of their deacons. Now it seemed that Long Tianyi had asked for it. He dared to offend even the Dragon King. He could only blame his bad luck for offending the Dragon King. They also had many questions in their hearts. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. How would they dare to ask? The second Dragon King was even more cruel. If he was slightly unhappy, he would whip them. Little did they know that Long Shao, the first Dragon King, had also whipped the dragon race, imprinting the rules deep in their souls. Lin Fei held the punishment celestial artifact and whipped them continuously. Subconsciously, he felt that it was right. Tell them to go back first. Spread the news of what happened today, and anyone who disobeys will be whipped 100 times. Lin Fei had already placed himself in the Dragon King's shoes. Long Badian hollered. Did you hear that? If anyone finds out, I will whip you to death. Everyone shuddered. We understand. They were even more afraid. No matter what, they would not speak of this matter and would keep their mouths shut. One chief was enough for them to suffer. If they offended the Dragon King, they would be whipped 100 times. That kind of pain would be worse than suicide. More than 100 giant dragons had come menacingly. At this moment, their faces were full of fear. Hearing this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They flew away quickly, afraid that they would be the last to be whipped. These bastards. Long Badian had already started cursing. Lord Dragon King, if you return to the dragon race, we will definitely reach the peak again under your leadership. The first elder was already sucking up to him. He wanted to leave a good impression first. I heard that the dragon race is going to ally with outsiders. Is that true? Lin Fei asked indifferently. Upon hearing this question, Long Badian and the others' faces turned pale. Lord Dragon King, let me explain. Long Badian was afraid of being whipped again, so he hurriedly explained. Lord Dragon King has not been around these years, and the dragon race has not interfered in the affairs of the mainland. But this time, we think that this is an opportunity to expand our influence. Actually, the alliance between the dragon race and the human race was just a wild guess by Lin Fei. He was scared out of his wits. Humph. Humans are all a bunch of cunning fellows. With your fiery tempers, even after being sold, you still want to help them earn money. Lin Fei coldly snorted. They were the ones who took the initiative to invite you and then elected you as the alliance master. Lord Dragon King, you even know this. Long Badian realized that he had said the wrong thing. Everyone knows about your petty cleverness. Lin Fei said, originally, I had no interest in the dragon race. But after all, we are of the same bloodline. If the dragon race is gone in the Shantian continent, the higher-ups will not look good. That's why I came out to meet you. This time, they finally understood. Lord Dragon King already knew why people broke into the dragon's tomb. Lord Dragon King is a good person. He is always paying attention to the dragon race. Long Batian's eyes were filled with cold sweat. It was as if he had found an organization. Chapter 671. What a hateful boy. Long Shao, who was suppressed, vomited blood. Under the final attack of the 8-section pagoda, Lin Fei collected the last trace of his true spirit. He was not dead, but for Long Shao, his vitality was greatly damaged and he lost the ability to resist. Even a low-level demon beast could bare its fangs and brandish its claws at Long Shao. Originally, the power of the dragon clan could be a great help to Long Shao, but now he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing more miserable than this. The most excessive thing was that Lin Fei could not help but force him to listen on the side. You are a bunch of fools, the stupidest fools in the world. An outsider scared you away. It's a disgrace to the dragon clan. If Long Shao could go out, he would want to slap them to death. Speaking of which, Long Shao was also very helpless. This boy had the right time and place, and he had to pretend. If he did not trick the other party, if he did not want to occupy the other party's body, Long Shao regretted that he even became a prisoner. Everything in front of him originally belonged to Long Shao, but now it was stolen by others, and he could only watch helplessly. By the way, this boy absorbed such a huge amount of energy, why didn't Heaven's retribution fall and kill this damn guy? Suddenly, Long Shao felt that he seemed to have neglected a very important thing. Heaven's retribution, the damn Heaven's retribution did not appear. All the essence of the dragon clan was devoured by the other party, but now the Heaven's retribution did not appear. Strange, really strange. He could not figure out what was going on. If the Heaven's retribution fell, it could at least make the other party suffer. Long Shao had never seen that the Heaven's retribution did not fall after absorbing such a huge amount of energy. He almost wondered if this guy was a bottomless pit. What was the origin of this guy? Was he transformed from a demon beast and had the ability to swallow the sky? He must keep a close eye on him. Lord Dragon King, now that everyone has come to the Continental Alliance Conference, what should we do next? Long Badian had completely lost his temper. After suffering so many lashes, he still had a lingering fear. He dared not disobey the Dragon King's words. After you go back, pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fei said, do whatever you want to do next. Is this appropriate? Great Elder asked. They had originally thought that after the Dragon King returned, he would teach the human race a lesson and display the power of the dragon race once again. They did not expect to hear such an order. What do you know? Lin Fei glared at them. There's a saying in the human race that's right. The one who laughs last is the winner. How long do you think we should laugh? I understand. Sentencing Patriarch said excitedly. Finally, he found a chance to speak. We purposely let the human tribe be happy first, and then destroy them in the end. Is that what His Excellency Dragon King is planning? Yo, this fellow can still understand. Punishment Elder is right. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Fei praised. After you guys go back, continue what you dare to do. I've been a demon for a long time, so don't show any flaws, lest all your efforts go to waste. Rest assured, Lord Dragon King. We will definitely do as you say. We'll pretend that we don't know the Dragon King. You guys go back. I believe they're getting impatient. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent them away. Long Badian, Great Elder and the rest did not dare to say anything. Since the Dragon King had spoken, they should hurry up and leave. The sea was silent. If not for the remnant dragon might, no one would know what had happened here. Good boy, they're finally gone. It's time to see my reward. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and tore open the void, disappearing on the spot. His Excellency Dragon King is really scary. As he said this, Great Elder looked back secretly, afraid that the Dragon King was still behind him. Indeed. The legendary punishment immortal equipment lives up to its name. It was indeed made to suppress the dragon race. Even now, I still have lingering fears. Sentencing Elder was also on tenterhooks. This kind of thing happened once, and it was enough to scare them. Do you guys suspect that this Dragon King is fake? Long Badian asked carefully. Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shook their heads like a rattledrum. Patriarch, do you think we can deal with someone as powerful as him? The first Elder's words struck at Long Badian's weak spot. Yes, could they deal with such a person? Long Badian did have his doubts. The Dragon King had appeared at the wrong time. He could not have appeared earlier or later, but at this moment. He even made use of their attacks to help him accomplish something big, while they were the ones who were exhausted. That was why he had this doubt. Chief, unless he's from the upper world, the Dragon King is the Dragon King. Moreover, his bloodline is nobler than ours. It's a bloodline that we can't compare to. Great Elder continued. There's such a Dragon King? Do you think he's bad? No matter what the reason is, he's the Dragon King to us. He has a noble bloodline and in punishment immortal equipment. What else can we ask for? Long Badian calmed down and thought it through. We took a wrong turn just now. Thank you for reminding us. Long Badian thought it through. To us, the Dragon King is beneficial to the Dragon Clan. If he wants to make use of us, why can't we make use of him? Chief is right. Whether he's the real Dragon King or not, it's fine as long as he's helpful to the Dragon Clan. Sentencing Elder also spoke up. You guys seem to have overlooked something. This Demon Lin is the famous city lord of the mythical city. As our Dragon King, don't you think the Dragon King should take care of the Dragon Clan? Long Badian and Great Elder's eyes lit up. They had overlooked something previously, and that was the identity of the Dragon King. Now that they thought about it, they understood the significance of it. I heard that the mythical tower has many elixirs. The Dragon Clan is naturally strong, but we need a long time to cultivate. If the Dragon King takes out some elixirs, the strength of the Dragon Clan can be raised to another level. Long Badian's first impression was of the elixirs of the mythical tower. Great Elder smiled. The Dragon King is very beneficial to us. When we return, we must do as the Dragon King says. It's not easy to come across such a good thing. Who said that the Dragon Clan was hot-tempered and only knew how to use force? When they were smart, they were rather smart. Chapter 672. The Dragon Tribe is so gullible. Lin Fei muttered as he left. He had thought that it would be difficult and that he would have to put in a lot of effort. The Dragon Tribe was one of a kind on the continent, but they were taken down with just a few words. He even got addicted to it and gave them a good beating. This was not something that he could come across often. Lin Fei loved the dragon taming rope so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. He suspected that the person who made it was also for the sake of getting addicted to it. After leaving the area, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go back. He had his doppelganger, so there was nothing to do for the time being. After finding a safe place, Lin Fei entered the divine flame dimension. He transformed into seawater and flowed with it. I can't believe that I've finally become a sky immortal after a few decades. Lin Fei thought that it was incredible. He had accumulated a lot and was not something that an ordinary sky immortal could compare to. Dragon Roar did not absorb the essence of the dragon tomb for nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he could break through to the golden immortal realm. The 8 divisional pagoda's attacks constantly refined Dragon Roar's huge energy. It was hard not to break through. This was all thanks to the Dragon Tribe. In the entire continent, only the Dragon Tribe had the capital to do so. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the Sky Immortal Realm. After opening the system, Lin Fei heard what he loved to hear. Then, he saw his stagnant points increase rapidly. He had 100 billion points. This was awesome. This was the first time that Lin Fei had obtained so many points. 100 billion points. This was such a huge number that he could buy a lot of high-end treasures. He didn't have to watch anymore. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming a Sky Immortal. Upgrade system will be updated. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was ejected from the system. He was very surprised. No way, the system can be updated? Ever since Lin Fei had obtained the system, he had never seen the system update. Why would it suddenly say that it had been updated? He couldn't help but look forward to it. Usually, when the system is updated, there will be new things. I wonder if my system is like this. For the first time, 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Lin Fei. Ding! Upgrade system update complete. You can enter now. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go in. He wanted to know what new things would appear after the system update. He turned on the system. Ding! The upgrade system update has been completed. There is still 1 year until the time of ascension. Please make your preparations. After opening the system, the first message that popped up was none other than a reminder of the time of his ascension. Lin Fei could clearly see the number next to it, 365 days. F*CK, I haven't even crossed the tribulation and I'm going to ascend? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This didn't make sense. In the Xiantian continent, in theory, to ascend, one had to pass the heavenly tribulation. But he clearly hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation yet, so why was he about to ascend? And it was only for a year. It seemed longer than the others, but Lin Fei was still unhappy. What a scam. Lin Fei really didn't want to ascend. His daughter was only 1 year old. Ding! Player Lin Fei has accumulated a total of 3 lottery chances, plus 1 lucky draw. It will be unlocked after ascending. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. Wasn't it good to draw now? Why did he have to ascend to the heavenly realm? Alright, so be it. There was nothing he could do about it. He originally thought that no news would pop up. In the end, a third message popped up. Ding! Player Lin Fei, please choose your Ascension profession identity. Lin Fei was suddenly full of questions. Ascension profession? Was there a choice? Lin Fei was absent-minded. An image appeared in front of him. On the left, there was a dancing golden dragon. On the left, there was a celestial body. On the left, there was a rippling demonic chi. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. After pondering for a while, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the system blocked the heavenly tribulation and I can choose my physique? Lin Fei knew that if he succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation, his physique would become the celestial body. As the saying goes, the celestial body is truly immortal. But the celestial body? Lin Fei was quite surprised. Celestial body existed, but what was the celestial body? He was full of questions. Players have 10 seconds to make their choice. A reminder time popped up. Was the celestial body better or the celestial body better? Lin Fei frowned. He really couldn't choose. I choose the celestial body. Although he didn't know what the celestial body was, the name seemed to be more impressive than the celestial body. Everyone had the celestial body. If he chose the celestial body, it would be more impressive. Ding! Congratulations, player has successfully chosen the celestial body. Ding! Celestial body transformation begins, duration, 1 day. Ding! Transformation begins. Lin Fei felt his vision go black and he directly fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he cursed, "Damn, isn't it just transformation? Why did you have to make me faint?" Dragon Island. Originally, the Continent Alliance Conference was going to be carried out as scheduled. However, 3 days ago, the elites of the dragon race went out to hunt someone. In the end, they didn't return. At this moment, the major forces on Dragon Island began to guess who was worthy of the dragon clan's mobilization. The rumor of the dragon grass also spread. After a full 3 days, the dragon race finally returned. Although everyone had a bellyful of anger, they didn't dare to ask anything. They only knew that the black-faced dragon race chief had returned and they didn't mention anything about this trip. Many people guessed that the matter within was thought-provoking. Dragon grass was a sacred grass that grew in the dragon tomb. Who could steal it? Many major powers suspected that there was a traitor in the dragon race who stole the dragon grass. When the dragon race chief returned to Dragon Island, the big shots of the major powers came to visit. In fact, they wanted to know when the Continent Alliance Conference would begin. Of course, they also wanted to get to the bottom of what happened along the way. However, this time, Long Badian kept his mouth shut. No matter how they tried to eavesdrop, they still didn't get any results. The Continent Alliance Conference would begin a day later. It could be considered a confirmed time. This was something to be happy about. Although they really wanted to know what happened on Dragon Island, the Continent Alliance Conference was also very important. These humans are all scheming. As expected, they aren't good people. After they left, Long Baishan's face darkened. It won't be that easy to get information from me. At this time, the Great Elder came in. Chief, someone from the Celestial Gate wishes to see you. Celestial Gate? What's there to see? I won't see you. Long Badian shook his head. I think it's better for Chief to see you. The Great Elder said. Why? The Celestial Gate has a grudge against Lord Dragon King. Especially the Taoist gentleman who wishes to see you tonight. He has a lot of resentment towards Lord Dragon King. It's said that he suffered a loss at the hands of Lord Dragon King. There's a saying in the human race, don't go to the Temple of Three Treasures. This guy must have an unspeakable secret. It's not a bad thing to meet him. Long Baishan's eyes lit up. Then bring him in. The Taoist gentleman came in alone without any subordinates. A heaven immortal didn't need any subordinates. He could go anywhere in the world and was already a top expert of the continent. Celestial gentleman of the Celestial Gate greets Chief Dragon. After entering, the Taoist gentleman cupped his hands and smiled. In this aspect, being polite was the way of a gentleman. Please sit. Long Badian was expressionless. After all, everyone knew that something big had happened to the Dragon Clan. Long Baishan's expression was very normal. No one would suspect anything because of this. I heard that something unpleasant happened to the Dragon Clan. If there's anything you need help with, Chief Dragon, just say the word. Our Celestial Gate will definitely help. The Taoist gentleman was very good with words. He immediately expressed his goodwill. Long Baishan's face darkened a bit. Many thanks for the Celestial Gate's good intentions. The matter is almost settled. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. May I know what business Taoist gentleman has with us? The Taoist gentleman didn't want to pry anything. He smiled and said, "Would like to ask Chief Dragon to help us in the election of the Alliance leader. After the election, the Celestial Gate will reward you handsomely." "I can't do anything about the Alliance leader." Long Badian shook his head. "You know that our dragon clan has never interfered in such matters." The Taoist gentleman's face was still full of smiles. "I heard that the dragon clan used to have a punishment immortal tool, the dragon binding rope. What if the Celestial Gate thanked you with the dragon binding rope? Moreover, a certain deacon of the dragon clan recently lost his life to someone. I can help you deal with this person. Consider it a token of our Celestial Gate's sincerity." Bastard. What a motherf asterisk king bastard. Long Badian cursed in his heart. This guy is truly vicious. He even named himself the Taoist gentleman. What a despicable person. The dragon binding rope? It's already in the hands of the Dragon King, yet you still want to kill him. You really aren't a good person. If it was before, Long Badian might have considered it. After all, the dragon binding rope was too important. It was related to the Dragon King's position. He might really help. However, after suffering from the dragon binding rope's whip, it was still fresh in Long Badian's mind. He wanted to curse out loud. "You don't have to trick me. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Long Badian's hesitant expression caused the Taoist gentleman to feel very indifferent. He believed that Long Badian would definitely agree. As long as he had the Dragon Clan's help, his chances of winning the Alliance leader position would be much higher. The dragon binding rope is no longer an extravagant request from the dragon binding rope. The time is not right. Don't think about it. As for the enemy who killed the Dragon Clan, we will naturally take action. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. Long Badian's face darkened. "Send the guest off." The Taoist gentleman's expression froze. He didn't expect Long Badian to not care about the dragon binding rope. Could it be that Long Badian knew that the dragon binding rope had truly disappeared from this world? His heart was filled with doubts. "Dragon Clan leader, please reconsider." The Taoist gentleman stood up. "There's no need. What will come sooner or later." The Taoist gentleman had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 673. The forces that had been holding back for 3 days were finally free. 3 days ago, for some reason, the dragon race moved out for 3 days. They had been stifled for 3 days, almost suffocating to the point of bleeding. Only the dragon race could make them feel restraining fear. On the day of the Continental Alliance's conference, the sky above the Dragon Island was filled with clouds. It was a piece of clear sky, it was a pretty good weather. If it weren't for the fact that something had happened to the Dragon Clan, perhaps everyone's thoughts would be on the Continental Alliance conference. Fortunately, everyone's thoughts were also focused on the Continental Alliance conference. It's finally starting. That's right. If we don't convene it soon, we'll all get sick from holding it in. It's all the dragon race's fault. They went out for 3 days without telling us what happened. Do you want to die? If the elders of the Dragon Clan hear this, I guarantee that you won't have a good ending. On the Dragon Island, everyone regained their freedom and headed for the meeting room in groups of 3 to 5. Who didn't want to know about the internal changes of the dragon race? In private, everyone would still discuss it. Even though they had their own guesses, if the dragon race didn't say anything, they could only stare. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have suspected that something big had happened. Furthermore, Long Badian had kept his mouth shut after he returned, which showed that something was not right. Did you see that? Taoist gentleman of the 10 outstanding heroes has already become a heavenly immortal. It seems like he has the intention of competing for the position of Alliance leader. Let alone Taoist gentleman, even young Master Divine Swordsman has the same idea. As soon as he ascended to the celestial immortal realm, he seized the position of Sect Master. He is extremely vicious. The position of Alliance leader is destined to be born from the 10 prodigies. Provoking them is equivalent to offending a heaven immortal. Before you leave, even if they get angry at you, you won't be able to do anything. Let's just watch the show. With a heavenly immortal realm expert as the alliance leader, we'll be able to reduce a great deal of pressure when going against the outsider's army. The alliance master should be a heaven immortal expert. I'm more optimistic about Daoist master gentleman of the profound sect. He should have a very high chance of becoming the alliance master. What's so great about Taoist gentleman? I think only Black Taoist is qualified to be the alliance leader. Many people started discussing who would be the alliance leader in the end. Don't underestimate the position of alliance leader. In this war against the outsiders, it was very important. First of all, if he became the alliance master, the power behind him would definitely rise. This was something that could not be found normally. Secondly, if he became the alliance master, he would be able to rope in many factions and provide them with benefits. Of course, he would also be able to secretly deal with hostile sects and make things difficult for them. These were not the only benefits of being an alliance leader. If he became one, the benefits would be endless. Daoist gentlemen, I heard that you want to become the alliance master. I advise you not to worry too much. A gentleman like you isn't suitable. Some people started discussing. On this side, the elites were unwilling to accept each other. They were also arguing over the position of alliance master, drawing quite a bit of attention. Daoist gentleman was dressed in white today. He was extremely elegant, causing people to subconsciously want to worship him. Daoist He Tian, don't boast so shamelessly. The position of alliance leader is for the virtuous. It's not your turn. Subconsciously, he despised Daoist He Tian for having a bad temper and not understanding the way of a gentleman. What right did he have to be the alliance leader? The Xianmen Orthodox Dao was the best candidate for the alliance leader. What is the path of a gentleman? It's nothing more than some crafty plots and plots. The one who becomes the leader of the alliance should be decisive in killing, leaving millions of corpses behind. Black Heaven's murderous aura was oppressive, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold, causing people to subconsciously shrink their necks. This Black Heaven's murderous aura was too heavy. Many people were secretly shocked. Thinking about it, Black Heaven's words seemed to make sense. The path of a gentleman and the path of killing were two different paths. Normally, the path of a gentleman seemed to be perfect, but in the war against the outsiders, it seemed like the path of the king was the path of killing. The two of them quarreled for a bit before stopping. Tai, I heard that you know the demon Lin. Is he here yet? Seeing Tai appear, Black Heaven flew over. Subconsciously, he treated Tai as one of his own. Although he was arrogant towards others, that didn't mean he was condescending. He also knew how to find allies for himself. Tai was expressionless. He didn't dislike Black Heaven's words and coldly said, he didn't come. No way, is the demon Lin afraid? Daoist Black Sky laughed. He immediately sensed the killing intent coming from his opponent, and struck out with a palm strike. If there's a next time, I won't mind letting you have a taste of a true cold arrow. Lin Fei isn't like you say. What does Daoist gentleman count for? Even if he becomes a heavenly immortal, Lin Fei won't back down. Black Heaven was really shocked. He laughed dryly, Tai, I was just saying. Why do you take it so seriously? He was even more interested in this Demon Lin. Demon Lin's reputation was very resounding on the continent. He had repeatedly done world-shaking things, so Black Heaven Saint naturally wanted to meet him. Of course, if he could be on good terms with him and exchange some pills, that would also be a good thing. It's good that you know. Tai snorted coldly. Everyone in position. Zhongzheng's loud voice reverberated on Dragon Island. This time, the continent's alliance meeting wasn't held in the main hall. Instead, it was held in a place on Dragon Island. The huge throne was arranged for each faction. There were more than 30 factions participating in this meeting. They were the true factions on the continent and only they had the right to participate. Once these 30 or so major forces elected a leader, those who didn't have the qualifications to participate would have to send their family members to fight against the outsiders. Otherwise, they would be enemies with more than 30 major forces, and would be annihilated. This alliance meeting was really important and it wasn't ordinary at all. Father, why hasn't Lin Fei appeared? Demon Lord sat on a throne on the left and Nangong Qianqian stood beside him. She was looking around like she was searching for something. What is this kid doing? Demon Lord was slightly stunned. Only then did he notice that the Demon Lin hadn't appeared. If he doesn't appear, Taoist gentlemen and the others are going to cause trouble. Elites gathered. Demon Lord heard the news from other places and Taoist gentlemen contacted some factions. If the Demon Lin didn't participate, it would be the same as him being pushed out. When that happened, his life wouldn't be good. With Taoist gentleman's personality, he would definitely plot against the Demon Lin. If the Demon Lin did something, it would be the same as going against their alliance. Demon Lord suspected that something happened to the Demon Lin, which was why he didn't come. He couldn't help but worry. Apart from Demon Lord, Ocean God Emperor was also filled with doubts. I think it's about time. We can start the alliance meeting. Taoist gentleman said calmly. Chapter 674. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky above the boundless sea. Taoist gentlemen, you've made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. I want you to kill Lin Fei in the battle for the Supreme Alliance leader tomorrow and let him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unfathomable. He has a backer, and he has treasures to protect him. I can suppress him, but killing him will be quite troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that you're about to master the noble swordsmanship. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump cards, you'll definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shots. Taoist gentlemen, who had mastered the noble swordsmanship, had a will of its own, constantly influencing the surroundings. No matter how strong a person was, they would still be affected. Unknowingly, the noble swordsmanship was strange. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Qianqian looked worried. It's hard to say. The Demon Lord still couldn't see any flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about Taoist gentlemen's mastery of the noble swordsmanship. It's really puzzling. Although Taoist gentleman's sword wasn't earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was really something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great accomplishment. Enjoy the way of a gentleman. Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of a gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed surface, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent auras disappeared, replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of a gentleman. He's enlightened these savage sea beasts. The way of a gentleman followed the path of the noble emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten millions. Not to mention a sea beast, even a great demon would have to submit to a gentleman, learn the way of a gentleman, and believe in his master. This despicable person does have some tricks up his sleeve. He's putting down his butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He remained unmoved. Under the suppression of the immovable Wisdom King, he realized how terrifying this sword technique was. However, it was only terrifying, not to the point of making him feel fear. The noble enlightened being, you are just a despicable person. Even if your sword technique reaches great perfection and your will forms a nation, you are still a despicable person. You will never be able to become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your way of a gentleman. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Towering flames spread across the surface of the sea. The flames turned into a dense mass of soldiers as they charged forward. Their killing intent was revealed as they slaughtered the way of a gentleman. The sound of metal resounded through the air. With the pressure of the army, they slaughtered the way of a gentleman. In an instant, the noble enlightened being's nation was slaughtered by the army. Cities after cities fell. Etiquette deserved to be killed. Modesty deserved to be killed. No rage deserved to be killed. The originally peaceful noble nation was now filled with the flames of war. He wanted to rebel against a nation, using slaughter to counterattack and destroy all the way of a gentleman in the world. What a good sword technique. Using slaughter to destroy the way of a gentleman. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy noble nation and make himself a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to counterattack was the way of a gentleman. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Noble enlightened being didn't think much of it. Killing is a sin. The words of a gentleman is to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The noble nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many gentlemen suppressed the army and the situation instantly changed. I am a great demon. I should sweep through the world. Gentlemen are nothing but lowly people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. Divine flames appeared again. The killing aura was even stronger than before. The sky was filled with flames. Wherever the army went, they destroyed one city after another. They were truly invincible and killed all the gentlemen in the world. In the blink of an eye, they had descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, millions of corpses will fall. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Noble enlightened being's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman great emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei in the noble nation and enlighten this great demon. It's useless even if the gentleman great emperor comes. The great demon has no qualms about sweeping through the heavens. A mere gentleman great emperor is useless. Above the noble nation, a flame giant appeared out of nowhere. Its face was that of Lin Fei. With a swing of the blade in his hand, millions of people died as he began a massacre. This was a battle of wills of sword techniques. The expressions of the spectators changed continuously. They hadn't expected that Demon Lin would be so terrifyingly strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, truly a demon. Noble enlightened beings gentleman Tao is feasible in times of peace. However, when it comes to the Tao of slaughter, it's slightly insufficient. It can't suppress everything. However, it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Noble enlightened being was continuously suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique was still unable to suppress the other party's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Even though noble enlightened being used the gentleman Tao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true noble emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what had been said before. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Pfft! Noble enlightened being took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. In a battle of wills of sword techniques, he had completely lost. This was something he hadn't expected at all. He had lost in terms of will. In the end, the gentleman Tao couldn't compare to slaughter. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, no one could stop it. Noble enlightened being a villain, your sword technique isn't that great. What other ultimate moves do you have? Feel free to use them. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he looked at noble enlightened being. I admit that I underestimated you. Noble enlightened being said, you're even more powerful than I imagined. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Noble enlightened being opened his mouth and spat out an immortal weapon. It turned into a square jade seal that covered the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. Under the surface of the sea, all the sea beasts were shaken to death, forming a river of blood. When the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked once again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item is not bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky. A blazing long saber with a blazing aura turned into a blazing sun. It simply chopped down on the square jade seal, tyrannical and ferocious. When it neared, a dragon emerged and swallowed the square jade seal in one gulp. Chapter 675. After Enlightened Gentleman became a celestial immortal, the first person he wanted to deal with was Lin Fei. Especially after he came out of seclusion, Lin Fei used their profound gate as a stepping stone and kept stepping on him. He could not take this lying down. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to torment Lin Fei during this Continental Alliance conference. Killing Lin Fei in front of the Dragon Island would offend the dragon race. Naturally, Enlightened Gentleman was not stupid enough to do so. He could suppress and mock him, but Lin Fei refused to come out. Enlightened Gentleman felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. If Lin Fei did not appear, Enlightened Gentleman would not be able to do anything. He could not just smash his way in and cause the dragon race to be unhappy. He had to give the dragon race some face. At first, Daoist Gentleman was happy. Lin Fei was finally afraid of him and did not dare to show his face. However, Lin Fei hid for several days. After his initial joy faded, he could not help but feel angry again. Go on, hide. Continue hiding if you can. Enlightened Gentleman arranged for someone to stand guard outside. Once Lin Fei appeared, he would immediately humiliate him. He wanted to make Lin Fei's spirit collapse and be replaced by fear. Kill. There was no point in defeating the other party. Destroy Lin Fei's spirit, destroy his pride, and erase all of his existence. That was the best way to kill someone. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to play Lin Fei to death. In the end, Lin Fei could not make a choice. Enlightened Gentleman thought that Lin Fei would definitely appear during the Continental Alliance conference. At that time, he would have plenty of opportunities to make a fool of himself and destroy Lin Fei's proud existence. Now, Lin Fei did not show himself. Enlightened Gentleman was very unhappy. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone straight to Lin Fei's door. There was no need to hold it in. Lin Fei did not appear. Enlightened Gentleman was very scheming. He immediately thought of a plan. Since you are not coming, I can squeeze you out. At that time, as a member of the Alliance, I can suppress Lin Fei and share the mythological tower. At that time, I can continue to suppress them. This is not a bad thing. With this in mind, Daoist Gentleman took the initiative to speak. It seems like someone is still in the future. Everyone, do you think we should wait for a while? The big shot sitting on the throne below the gentleman kindly reminded them. What a shameless fellow. Why didn't this fellow mention it earlier or later? Why did he show himself at this time? Furthermore, he was acting like he had good intentions. It was clear that he was in cahoots with Daoist Gentleman. Although he looked like a leopard, he was actually supporting Daoist Gentleman. Whose seat is this? Oh, I remember now. It seems to be Lin Fei of the Myth City. Where did he go? Another king stage big shot said. Daoist Gentleman sat upright and still. In fact, he was feeling very proud of himself. Lin Fei, you can hide, right? I'll see how long you can hide. I'll first cancel your qualifications. Subconsciously, Daoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei was someone who was good at stirring up problems. For example, during the last auction, didn't they turn their own sect upside down? It caused the death of several half-step heavenly immortals, a considerable loss. It was better to drive Lin Fei out first. I think it's better to cancel people like Lin Fei who don't keep to time. This is an important meeting that concerns the continent. He must be punctual and follow the rules. Another big shot said. This was a suggestion of his own initiative. The group of big shots was shocked. Daoist Gentleman's methods were powerful. They did not know how many big shots he had won over. He must have promised them some benefits before he pointed at Lin Fei. People like Lin Fei should be disqualified. Once young Master Sword got to work, his influence was great. Expressionlessly, he said, "Moreover, I hereby announce that Lin Fei has a bad character. As the sect leader, I officially expel Lin Fei from the Divine Sword sect. From now on, he will no longer be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect." Wow, everyone was shocked. Young Master Sword actually expelled Lin Fei for a small matter. This was definitely a big matter. Moreover, he used his position as the sect leader to expel Lin Fei as a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. One mountain can't have two tigers. Young Master Sword has made his move. Since he lost his right to be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, young Master Sword will deal with Lin Fei soon. Even though this news was unexpected, everyone still thought that it was normal. Young Master Sword and Lin Fei were the two geniuses of the Divine Sword sect. Now that one had become a heaven celestial and become the sect leader, he naturally had to deal with the other. It was inevitable that young Master Sword would make his move today. Sect leader Sword God, you are really bold. People like Lin Fei should be expelled. Demon Lin has harmed humans. I think he has to be punished. Let's start with his right to act. The people who spoke were either from Life Alliance, Tianluo sect, or Blood Alliance. Their disciples had all died at the hands of Demon Lin. Young Master Sword had become a heaven celestial and his methods were really strong. He had become the sect leader. No one would miss out on hitting someone when they were down. It would be best if they could split up Myth City. I don't agree to expel Lin Fei. Taiyi's cold gaze swept across. Sword God, Taoist gentleman, this isn't your territory. You can't do whatever you want. Taiyi's words made everyone fearful. He did not expect someone to speak up for Lin Fei at a time like this. Furthermore, Taiyi was considered to be the most overbearing of the 10 prodigies. His archery skills were unparalleled in the world, and no one could stop him. Now that Taiyi had spoken, they had to consider whether or not offending him would bring them trouble. If they were targeted, no one would be able to stop him if he stabbed them in the back. Those who were about to speak now chose to remain silent. I'll say a few words as well. This time, everyone has to be present at the Continental Alliance conference. As for Lin Fei not appearing, he might have been delayed by something. Why don't we wait a little longer? Moreover, it's still early. The Sea God Emperor looked amiable as if he was a middleman. However, no one dared to treat him as a peacemaker. He was clearly on Lin Fei's side. Taiyi was a rising star. At most, everyone was fearful of him and did not dare to offend him. But now that the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker, they had to give him face. Otherwise, they would be going against the Sea God Emperor. After all, the Sea God Emperor had the backing of the entire Sea clan. Even if there was internal strife, as long as he was there, he would be a stabilizing force that could not be shaken. The big shots were once again at a loss. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had already made friends with some big shots in such a short time? Taiyi was fine, but how did he get involved with the Sea clan? That was what surprised them. They had all heard that the Dragon clan had been toying with the Sea clan outside the barrier. Logically speaking, the Sea God Emperor should have hit them when they were down. Ahem. Of course, the Demon Master had to make a statement. As an ally, he had the obligation to do something. I think Big Brother Sea God's words are very reasonable. This kind of thing should not happen in our first Continental Alliance conference. As for expelling him, that's not very good. The punishment is too heavy. Who knows if he's busy and can't make it in time. I think it's better this way. Let's all wait a little longer. What's the harm in that? The Demon Master's words were very reasonable. After all, the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker. That damned Lin Fei. The perfected gentleman's wishful thinking was immediately ruined. Taiyi was fine. He was a newcomer, so it did not matter whether he gave face or not. The Sea God Emperor and the Demon Master were both difficult to deal with. The perfected gentleman had already become a sky immortal, so he would definitely lose against these two. Let me say a few words, the perfected gentleman said with a smile. Taoist gentleman smiled. Lin Fei is one of them, yet he is putting on such airs. Logically speaking, he should be chased out. However, since everyone believes that Lin Fei has not arrived, there must be a reason for this. In that case, let's let the Dragon Patriarch decide. I believe that no one has any objections. Wait? There was no need to wait. The perfected gentleman was very pleased with himself. Although he did not know much about the Dragon Clan was the most particular about rules. Lin Fei had clearly broken the rules. Given the Dragon Clan's temperament, they would definitely chase Lin Fei out. The Dragon Clan hated people who broke the rules the most. Long Baishan's influence was considerable. More importantly, he had no connection to the human clan, so he was the most suitable person to make the decision. The perfected gentleman could already see the Dragon Clan chasing Lin Fei out. I also believe that the Dragon Clan head is the most impartial. It would be best to let him make the decision. Young Master Divine Swordsman said with a smile. Tai, the Sea God Emperor, and the Demon Master could not help but change their expressions. They had not expected them to make such a move. This was not a good thing. They had still underestimated the perfected gentleman's power. With a few words, he had reversed the situation once again. They had seen the perfected gentleman's power. This move of borrowing a knife to kill was very powerful. Given Long Baishan's temperament, he would definitely chase Lin Fei out. They wanted to persuade Long Batian, but as an old neighbor, the Sea God Emperor knew Long Baishan's character very well. This time, he could not stop him even if he wanted to. Long Baishan's dignified expression made people feel that he was not a person to negotiate with. They seemed to have already seen the outcome of Lin Fei's expulsion. It was impossible to change Long Baishan's mind, especially to a person who had always been particular about rules. Long Baishan's previously half-closed eyes opened now, and he cursed in his heart, a bunch of treacherous people. You've schemed, and now you want me to scheme against the Lord Dragon King. Dream on. If not for that scene, Long Batian would have definitely chased them out. He had the right to do so, and everyone would be convinced. Since you've left the matter to me to handle, I think it's better to be fair, Long Batian said indifferently. Then let's wait until noon. What? Wait until noon? Young Master Divine Swordsman and the perfected gentleman almost vomited blood. After spending so much effort, Long Baishan's words surprised everyone. Dragon Clan head, isn't this a little inappropriate? Long Batian glared. What's inappropriate? Tell me. With this glare, the other party was speechless. He did not know why Long Batian was so angry. It was purely because he had delivered himself to be scolded. He had nothing better to do, so he deserved it. Chapter 676. Long Baishan's decision was indeed unexpected. No one dared to think too much. At most, they thought that Lin Fei was lucky. It was rare for Long Batian to be magnanimous, otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out of the Continental Alliance Conference. Noon. They could afford to wait. They had no choice but to give face to Long Batian. They had no choice but to do so. Especially Sword God Young Master, perfected gentleman. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He wanted to make use of Long Batian to kill him. In the end, he gave it to Lin Fei. With Long Baishan's words, the only thing they could do now was to sit and wait for Lin Fei. Of course, they hoped that he wouldn't appear. That's great. Nangong Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat. Daughter, go and see why Lin Fei hasn't appeared yet. The Demon Lord was glad that Lin Fei was lucky. If the dragon race changed their words, it would definitely be a big problem. Fortunately, Long Batian didn't make things difficult for him. No one stopped Nangong Qianqian from leaving the throne. She was the daughter of the Demon Lord. Who would dare to stop her? Following Nangong Qianqian's departure, many people also left. Their departure was not so conspicuous. Everyone knew that they were leaving to stop Lin Fei from coming. Once noon arrived, if Lin Fei didn't appear, they could easily chase him out. If they couldn't do it openly, they could do it secretly to stop Lin Fei. Nangong Qianqian quickly came to the door. Lin Fei, come out. When are you going to stop? No one. After a while, there was no movement inside. Nangong Qianqian pushed the door open. The room was empty. There was no one. What's going on? Nangong Qianqian was puzzled. The room was clean and tidy. There was no sign of fighting, but the person was gone. Did he go out? Nangong Qianqian was smart. She turned and left, heading out of the dragon race's barrier. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, Nangong Qianqian had a premonition that Lin Fei would do something unimaginable. Time ticked by. There was less than an hour before noon. Daoist gentleman was already smiling. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fei would lose this qualification. A disciple appeared beside Taoist gentleman and said respectfully, "Senior brother gentleman, we've already arranged for someone to stand guard outside. As soon as Lin Fei appears, we'll be able to stop him immediately. Go back and watch carefully. If you stop Lin Fei from entering, you will have done a great deed. You will be rewarded handsomely when you return." Daoist gentleman laughed. "Just delay him." Someone reported to Daoist gentleman and young master divine swords. "The traitor Lin Fei is not on the Dragon Island. We suspect that he is outside. We have already arranged for people to stand guard outside." Sword God young master was expressionless. "Once Lin Fei appears, kill him without mercy. Killing traitors is one of your duties." Understood. The other bigwigs made their own arrangements. On the surface, they were waiting, but in reality, they were playing dirty tricks. Long Badian saw everything. Despicable humans. No wonder the foreign tribes are still fighting each other even at this time. Long Badian thought to himself, "Lord Dragon King, what are you trying to do?" Long Badian had a lot of questions about this young Lord Dragon King. He wanted to understand him, so he closed his eyes and meditated again. What happened inside? Why are there so many people outside the barrier all of a sudden? Someone exclaimed. A few days ago, the dragon tribe moved out, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. This is really a case of another wave rising before the first wave subsides. Let's stay away from here. Even if we can't see the Continental Alliance Conference, we can still watch the show. The Continental Alliance Conference was a big event. Almost all the mid-tier factions had arranged for people to wait for the final result. Hence, there were many scouts outside the Dragon Tribe's barrier. They are really shameless. Nangong Qianqian's face turned cold when she saw people from different factions coming out. She was very angry. If it was any other time, Nangong Qianqian would have already chased them away. However, at this time, all the top factions of the continent were gathered together. She did not dare to act recklessly. "Damn you, Lin Fei. Do you know what you are doing?" Nangong Qianqian cursed. Lin Fei was the one and only person who made all the continent's experts wait for him. She loved and hated him at the same time. "Miss Nangong." Prince Hai Air walked up and greeted her politely. "You are the son of the Sea Emperor. I remember you." Nangong Qianqian remembered. "Miss Nangong, you have a good memory." Prince Hai Air smiled. "I wonder if Miss Nangong knows where Brother Lin went?" Prince Hai Air also came out to scout the situation. "I don't know. I suspect that he has left the Dragon Island." Nangong Qianqian had met him a few times in the Myth City. He just likes to cause trouble and doesn't know the situation. Instead, he was taken advantage of. Heaven helps the worthy. I believe that Brother Lin will arrive on time. With these people outside, they won't be able to stop him. Prince Hai Air was very confident. "I hope so." Nangong Qianqian swept her gaze over the people she had arranged. Their auras were enormous, as dazzling as suns. Even without thinking, it was clear that they were deliberately trying to prevent Lin Fei from participating. There is still one incense stick's time left. Perfected Gentleman and the others were determined to win. Lin Fei would definitely be chased out of the Dragon Island and lose the right to participate in the meeting. Tai, the Demon Lord, and the others couldn't help but worry. It had already come to this. Why hadn't Lin Fei come out yet? Outside the Dragon Island's barrier, Nangong Qianqian and Prince Haier looked solemn and anxious. They stared at the sea surface, trying to see what Lin Fei looked like. It has already been one incense stick's time. Nangong Qianqian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Could it be that Lin Fei had given up on participating in the meeting? Or was he afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others, so he left without saying goodbye? No, it couldn't be like that. Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. How could he leave without saying goodbye? He definitely wasn't that kind of person. He definitely wasn't. Nangong Qianqian shook her head and swept away the thoughts in her mind. In her eyes, Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. He had helped her when she was in danger, and he didn't hesitate to meet Perfected Gentleman. There had to be a reason why Lin Fei hadn't appeared yet. Nangong Qianqian believed that Lin Fei would definitely come. Look, someone is coming over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sea. It's Demon Lin. Quick, stop him. When the figure got closer, everyone finally saw that it was Demon Lin. Lin Fei, go in quickly. There is less than one incense stick's time left. Nangong Qianqian sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei with her divine sense. She was afraid that she wouldn't know and would waste time. Got it. Hearing Nangong Qianqian's words, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He immediately understood what was going on. Wasn't she trying to trick him? Stop him. Don't let him in. Chapter 677. Demon Lin? That Demon Lin who made Montilon suffer? Isn't Demon Lin on Dragon Island? Why is he outside? Even though it happened a few days ago, the news of Montilon's suffering at the hands of Demon Lin spread like wildfire. An Emperor Ocean Beast was eaten just like that. Montilon was so frightened that he didn't dare to go out. It was as if he would become food for his pet at any moment. How could they not be shocked when they heard that this person was Demon Lin? There were only a handful of people who had seen Demon Lin before. In their impression, Demon Lin was a ferocious existence. He had to be strong and muscular. He was a giant-like existence. But when they saw Demon Lin, all of them were shocked. Demon Lin was too young. Now, they finally understood why Montilon didn't think much of it. Demon Lin was just too young, so young that it was ridiculous. If they encountered him, they wouldn't necessarily think that he was the famous Demon Lin. They really couldn't associate him with the words Demon Lin. Even if Demon Lin appeared beside them, they would treat him as a newbie and show off their strength. Who would know that he was the famous Demon Lin? It was normal for Montilon to be unlucky. They had learned a lot, they had really learned a lot. Of course, they couldn't help but curse the person who named himself Demon Lin. He was simply too ridiculous. Giving such a nickname was simply a scam, okay? One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Now, they had a deep understanding of it and it would be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Damn system, I nearly missed something huge. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Originally, one day was enough to modify the demon god body. Who knew that it would exceed the time limit? Apart from that, the clone on Dragon Island also had a problem. After the modification was completed, Lin Fei rushed over right away. He knew that Perfected Gentleman and the others would target him. When he heard Nangong Qianqian's words, Lin Fei knew that they were going to attack. In less than 5 minutes, it was noon. Lin Fei understood right away that they were trying to stall for time. Meteor fire rain. Even though he wasn't interested in the Continent Alliance meeting, Lin Fei didn't want them to succeed. Stop me? Only you can think of something like that. Lin Fei loved to play the devil's advocate. If they wanted to stop him, he would mercilessly use meteor fire rain, a heavenly immortal level immortal art, to give them a taste of their own medicine. So hot. Run. That's a sky immortal's immortal art. A huge fiery meteor shower descended from the sky like meteors, forming a fiery net that swept across the area. Ah! The rain of fire smashed onto their bodies, burning them half to death on the spot. The smell of burning was everywhere. Those who were slightly weaker were quickly engulfed by the rain of fire. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were directly turned into ashes. The sea of people who tried to stop Lin Fei was broken just like that. Retreat. The originally aggressive people fled in a sorry state, escaping from the range of the rain of fire. A sky immortal's immortal art shocked everyone. That terrifying aura seemed to appear in their hearts, causing their hearts to palpitate. Look, a high-level loose immortal was burned to death just like that. Terrifying indeed. As expected of Demon Lin. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, constantly wiping it off. Their backs were also covered in cold sweat. They were really frightened. He was young and looked cultured and refined. Once he attacked, it was a storm of attacks that swept through the group of experts, destroying their obstruction. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and a huge power enveloped Nangong Qianqian and Prince Hai Air as they rushed into the dragon race's barrier. Lin Fei, hurry, it's almost noon. Nangong Qianqian was also shocked. Lin Fei's attack had destroyed more than half of the experts from the various factions. His attack power was so fierce that she almost suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Since I'm here, they can forget about doing anything. Lin Fei really wanted to see what they were up to. With Long Badian around, they really couldn't do anything. If they really did something, he didn't mind giving them a few dozen whips to have a taste of his power. Prince Hai Air was also shocked, and he was surprised to find that Lin Fei's strength was amazing. The dragon race's barrier was said to be able to destroy everything, and they had to be careful when entering from the outside. But now, Lin Fei relied on just his body to ignore the dragon race's barrier. The terrifying astral wind attacks slashed on it and were directly sent flying. Prince Hai Air couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. His body was so strong that he could ignore the astral wind attacks. Not only did Lin Fei block the attacks himself, but he also blocked their astral wind attacks. They knew that they couldn't compare to him. Looks like we can announce it now, Perfected Gentleman said lightly. Since noon was about to arrive, and Lin Fei had yet to appear, there was nothing anyone could say at this point. All right. People like Lin Fei who don't follow the rules must be expelled. He can be late today and ignore the meeting, but it's hard to guarantee that he will also have problems in the future when fighting against the mutated races. Sword God Young Master said calmly, this is an irresponsible behavior to everyone, and we must stop it. This was the start of a revolt. Everyone looked at Long Badian, wanting to see his decision. Long Badian opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in them. He said indifferently, everyone, look for yourselves. The person is here. Who is here? No one doubted Long Badian's words, because there was no doubt about his strength. If he was here, then he was here. There wouldn't be any changes. How is this possible? Taoist Master's face was as ugly as a pig's liver, and he couldn't help but stand up. He had arranged experts outside, so how could Lin Fei barge in so quickly? Do you think that these people can stop me? 2 corpses flew over, emitting a burning smell. They landed on the ground, and it was incomparably glaring. Taoist Master's eyes flashed with killing intent, you dare to kill my people. Taoist Master recognized the 2 corpses on the ground at a glance. They were his Mystic Gate disciples. He didn't expect them to turn into corpses in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei had a look of surprise on his face. Your man? I don't know, but I do know. I don't know why there are so many foreign race spies outside the dragon race's barrier. You know that I'm a kind-hearted person, so I sent them home. However, when did the foreign race spies become your people? Could it be that you're colluding with the foreign race? Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Taoist Master's killing intent was cold, how could my people be foreign race spies? Taoist Master knew that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. He killed his own people the moment he made a move, and he even tried to frame him. He was extremely hateful, and he couldn't admit it. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to disgust the other party. If he wasn't disgusted, then when would he do it? Even if it was useless, there was no loss. Dragon Race Patriarch, I suggest that you go out and investigate. Someone might sneak in from the outside, and that wouldn't be good. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. As for killing the Mystic Gates people, Lin Fei really didn't care about it. Lin Fei's attitude was indeed incomparably resentful, because they quickly discovered that the people they had arranged outside had countless casualties, and almost all of them had turned into charred corpses. This time, their faces were filled with anger. Disciples had died in the dragon race's territory. What was this? Demon Lin, you're so ruthless. How dare you kill people from our life alliance? Our Tianluo Gate wants justice. They were angry, all of them were angry. So many people had died at once, and they died so miserably. If they didn't make a stand, they would lose face. Lin Fei didn't care, and still replied. Your disciples? You can't blame me for this. I was just about to enter the dragon race's barrier when a group of people attacked. Of course I had to fight back. Who told them to attack? They were about to vomit blood. If they had known that Lin Fei would be so unreasonable, they wouldn't have arranged for their disciples to be outside, and they would have tried to stop Lin Fei. Now, they had stepped on a landmine, and they were the ones who were injured. Tragic, very tragic. The Demon Lord laughed. I really can't blame City Lord Lin for this matter. The Endless Sea Realm is full of danger. Even if it was me, if I met a group of people who attacked, my first reaction would be to attack. I can't let them attack first, right? The Demon Lord was feeling great, playing tricks in private. Now, his disciple was dead, and he was injured. His face was also slapped. How great! Everyone, be careful in the future. The Sea God Emperor said. City Lord Lin, since you're here, everyone was waiting for you. It's important to discuss business. Lin Fei accepted humbly. Actually, I also wanted to come earlier, but something happened. I was too busy, please forgive me. His tone didn't have the slightest intention of admitting his mistake. He walked to his seat with a smile and sat down. His expression made the other big shots have the urge to pinch him to death. Everyone is here, let's begin. Long Badian said with a dignified expression. As for what happened before, he acted as if he didn't see it. He was also shocked because he felt a dangerous aura from the Dragon King's body. This was a very dangerous aura, and even he felt shocked. If he wasn't strong, he might not have sensed it. Everyone, let's discuss and express our opinions. The Continental Alliance Conference was not so easy to hold. More than 30 forces started to discuss one after another. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? The Demon Lord asked through his divine sense. Nothing, I just found some good things, so I snuck out. Lin Fei laughed. Right, I still have to thank you for what happened today. Otherwise, Taoist gentleman's plot would have succeeded. The Demon Lord felt that Lin Fei didn't mean what he said, so he didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. It was very difficult to get anything out of him. Since that was the case, it was useless to continue asking, so he might as well not ask. Chapter 678. On the first day of the Continental Alliance Conference. The topic of discussion was naturally about how to stop the alien race's army and how to drive them out of the continent so that the continent can return to peace and so on. Everyone had their own ideas, and I had mine. I didn't know who was better to listen to. There were more people talking than listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Who didn't want the alien race to get out of the continent? As long as the alien race existed, they would be the unlucky ones. They might be killed one day, and their inheritance would be cut off. With so many previous examples, they all knew that the alien race must be driven out of the continent. Driving the alien race out of the continent as soon as possible and restoring peace was what they should do. Driving the alien race's army out of the continent meant that they would have to divide the continent again. This was very important. Their current forces could continue to grow and accumulate prestige. This was the real key. Otherwise, who would come to participate in the Continental Alliance Conference? It was because there were benefits to be gained. If they didn't come, it would be like missing out on a chance to develop. They might not even get another chance in 100 years or 1,000 years. If they didn't act now, when would they? As for the first-rate forces, they were aiming to become the superclass forces. They wanted to expand their influence and become the real giants of the continent. No matter how they looked at it, the superclass forces were much bigger. On the first day of the conference, they didn't come up with any good ideas. Instead, it was a mess. They didn't think that they could come up with a solution on the first day either. This needed time. Plus, this was only the first day. The real core content was the key. That was the real fierce competition. Right now, it was just a warm-up exercise. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Just like that, the first day of the conference ended. They didn't come up with anything. Instead, it became a conference of complaints. There was nothing useful to be said. Finally, I can rest. Lin Fei's ears had calluses. It went in one ear and out the other. It was so boring. It couldn't be helped. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this kind of thing. It reminded him of those officials. Didn't they like this kind of thing? Something that was supposed to take an hour could take 4 or 5 hours to make their presence known. Lin Fei despised such a method. From the beginning of the meeting, Lin Fei didn't say anything at all. It wasn't worth talking about. He wasn't interested in unimportant things. Disperse, disperse. No one left just like that. Everyone knew that there was going to be a good show. Their gazes were all focused on Demon Lin. If nothing went wrong, there would be another war of words. Who wouldn't like to watch a show? Lin Fei, it looks like you've escaped yet another calamity. Daoist gentleman walked over with a smile. However, his words sounded sarcastic no matter how one looked at it. My luck is pretty good. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Fei said with a smile, I guess you must be cursing me to die a horrible death in your heart, but you can't do anything here. It must be very painful. Daoist gentleman really had the guts to slap him. This Lin Fei was truly a bastard. Anyone would be angered to death. Didn't he know how to be more reserved with his words? Did he have to expose his scars like that? You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. Don't you think you should do something? Daoist gentleman decided not to continue discussing this topic. He changed the topic. Lin Fei's lips curled up, do something? Do you think I can do anything? Everyone knew that Daoist gentleman would make things difficult for him. As expected, he did. Demon Lin was more domineering than they had imagined. He didn't even put a sky immortal in his eyes. He simply didn't know what was good for him. If this was a different place, Demon Lin would definitely die. Daoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei would do this. Actually, he had expected it. I don't want much. You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. As long as you kneel down and apologize, I can let bygones be bygones. He wanted Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Kneel down and apologize? Yang Jian laughed. Yang Jian laughed heartily. Who do you think you are? I kneel to the heavens and kneel to the earth. You want me to kneel and apologize? You'd better do it yourself. I don't have the time. He turned around and walked away. Daoist gentleman instantly had the guts to use his full strength to heavily injure him. In the end, his big move was ready and Lin Fei just walked away. It was like his punch had landed on thin air. He was extremely unhappy. He felt like he had been played. Bear with it, bear with it. Daoist gentleman kept telling himself, let him be cocky for a few more days. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The others had a new understanding of Lin Fei. This guy was clearly a tough nut to crack. After Lin Fei shook them off, he returned to his room. As for Daoist gentleman and the others' threats, he really didn't care. A while after he returned, Tai took the initiative to visit. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You're even stronger than I imagined. The moment he entered, Tai looked at Lin Fei. Dangerous, very dangerous. Are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Fei laughed. I'm not a dangerous person. Don't forget, I'm a monster. I'm very sensitive to dangerous auras. Tai actually wanted to show off a little, but when he saw Lin Fei, he couldn't help but feel a dangerous aura. He wasn't a sky immortal, but he was more dangerous than one. How was that possible? Lin Fei chuckled. Congratulations on becoming a sky immortal. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Tai was very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to become a sky immortal so quickly. I just happened to stumble upon it. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Tai revealed his goal. Brother Lin, what do you think about the position of Alliance leader this time? Was he testing him? Alliance leader is very important. I think it's better to have someone with publicly recognized ability, like the Dragon Clan's leader. Lin Fei directly brought up Long Badian. Tai was obviously surprised. You don't want to be the Alliance leader? Daoist gentleman and the others are all competing for this position. I also heard that they've decided to elect 10 counselors to decide the power. 1 Alliance leader, 10 counselors. F***CK, they're making the standing committee and non-standing committee the same. That's interesting. Everyone knows Sima's intentions. Lin Fei said. Tai clearly didn't understand, but he felt that it made sense. That's what they mean. Brother Tai, I think it's very suitable for us to have a counselor. As for the position of Alliance leader, that depends on the situation. Lin Fei said after some thought. Chapter 679. The Continental Alliance Conference continued to be held. After the first day, everything was normal for the next few days. At the beginning, it was just like a meeting in a market. Now, when they discussed the specific methods, they could vaguely see the outline. This was not the most important thing. It was just to unify the methods. When the time came, they would have a definite direction to choose from. It was not like they could not think of a solution. It had to be said that there was strength in numbers. In this aspect, they were all very good at coming up with good ideas. Moreover, these ideas were very useful after listening to them. They weren't just armchair strategists, but real skills and knowledge. The conflict between Taoist Master Gentleman and Lin Fei seemed to have stopped after the first day. Taoist Master Gentleman seemed to have chosen to restrain himself. Of course, for the big shots, Taoist Master Gentleman's restraint was equivalent to an eruption in the future. It was equivalent to accumulating power. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, he would definitely make a move against Lin Fei. The Divine Sword School did not look for Lin Fei. This was also very interesting, especially Lin Fei. After being expelled, he did not have any complaints. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone could not help but admire Lin Fei's quality. Facing a celestial elite, he could be so calm. That was very rare. If Lin Fei was a celestial immortal, it would really be a great show. But now, it was destined to be a one-sided struggle. Lin Fei was the one who was one-sided. He would lose without a doubt. After spending 3 days, they finally reached an agreement. At this point, the warm-up exercise was equivalent to the end. It was time for the power that they cared about the most. Everything was laid out for the sake of power. In the Continental Alliance Conference, the most important thing was power. Even the strong would be tempted by this power. The first to propose the 10 counselors was naturally a first-rate sect. It was tantamount to starting a craze of competition. The 10 counselors were the true center of power. As for those outside, they were nothing. At most, they could only have the right to speak. As for the right to vote, they basically did not have it. Being a thief was the construction level of power. Once the 10 counselors proposed it, almost no one objected. They could not wait to be happy about such a good thing. How could they object? Once they became a member, their influence in the continent would increase greatly. The 10 counselors, I don't think it's suitable. While everyone was filled with joy, Lin Fei said lazily, undoubtedly interrupting their dreams. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. The group of big shots glared at Lin Fei angrily and insisted that he give a reason. Otherwise, they could drown him with their saliva. City Lord Lin, I think the 10 representatives are suitable. What's wrong with that? The Tianluo sect leader asked angrily. They had lost many disciples and experts outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Why don't you tell us? When he heard Demon Lin's rejection, he was the first to step out. Lin Fei smiled and said, I didn't say that the 10 counselors aren't good. I just feel that there's a small flaw. I wonder if anyone can see it. They didn't believe that Lin Fei could point out any flaws. Speak, we want to hear what you have to say. I think you're just playing to the gallery. The 10 great counselors are building a continental alliance. Who would dare to say that it's not good? Facing everyone's criticism, Lin Fei was still all smiles. To him, this was nothing. He wouldn't die. His heart was strong and he wouldn't be affected. Don't you think that the 10 counselors might be inappropriate in confirming certain things? For example, 5 against 5? Should they be placed aside? I don't know if everyone has thought of this. A blow to the head. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head that woke them up. They were surprised, really surprised. They didn't expect Demon Lin to say anything. But at this moment, they had to say that Demon Lin's words hit the nail on the head. Moreover, it hit the flaw of the 10 counselors. If the 10 counselors were confirmed and such a situation occurred, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Would they have to do it all over again? Or would they have to waste time on this? I think that it's best if there are 11 of them. Then, such a situation definitely won't happen. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Since they chose the 10 counselors, then he would add one more. Moreover, the reason was something that they couldn't refute. City Lord Lin is right. We have to have 11. Only 11 counselors would be perfect. Don't look down on a counselor. To the 30+ forces present, this was equivalent to a chance for them to become a counselor. How could they not be grateful to Lin Fei? Gentleman Immortal, Legendary Swordsman, and the rest almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, can't you do this? You've ruined their plans. Lin Fei chose to ignore the gazes that were directed at him. 10 counselors? Only fools would do that. 11 counselors. You'll have to put in more effort. You'll have a good time. Unknowingly, I'll be able to increase my reputation. How great is that? Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. Those who had a good impression of Lin Fei liked this kind of straightforwardness. Hence, after a round of debate, the 10 counselors finally became 11. To someone, the addition of one counselor wasn't a good thing. No one said anything about the alliance leader, who was above the counselors. The selection of the counselors was the most important thing. There was nothing more important than this. I suggest that we let the Sky Tyrant clan leader be the notary for the selection of the counselors. This time, Gentleman Immortal did not ask anyone else to do it. Instead, he took the initiative to say that Long Badian would be the notary. No one had any objections to this suggestion. I think that the candidates for the selection of the counselors must be powerful. Of course they must be powerful. Everyone spoke in a few words. Cough cough. Long Badian said. Since the Continental Alliance has been established, we can't follow the old method of electing the counselors. Coincidentally, the dragon tribe collected some meteorite stones from the Tianji secret warehouse. It can be used as a test. Meteorite stones? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had never heard of this item. It must be something extraordinary to be able to bring it out from the Tianji secret warehouse. May I know what this meteorite stone is? Someone took the initiative to ask. He was unfamiliar with the meteorite stone and had never heard of it. It was rare for Long Badian to take it out. Go down and bring me a meteorite stone. Long Badian ordered. Soon, a member of the dragon tribe came up with a black stone slab. This stone slab was not very big, only the size of a table. It was emitting the aura of the starry sky. This is the meteorite stone. I've looked up some information. It should be from a certain space. It's very hard. I was going to forge it into a weapon. Unfortunately, even I can't refine this meteorite stone. It's so hard. How can it not be refined? Everyone was shocked once again. A stone slab that could not be refined? How hard must it be? The meteorite stone cannot be refined. However, from half-step heaven immortals onwards, we can use a formation to shatter it. Long Badian said. When the continent is in trouble, our dragon tribe has a joint attack formation called the Mountain Splitting Formation. It can summon an ancient great emperor, Pangu, to shatter the meteorite stone. Everyone understood what he meant. The goal was to shatter the meteorite stone. This kind of selection was really interesting. Why don't everyone give it a try? Long Badian said. Immediately, a member of the dragon tribe took the meteorite stone and handed it to one of the big shots. So hard. The big shot squeezed with all his strength, but it did not move at all. There was not even a trace on it. This big shot was a veteran half-step heaven immortal. He was very powerful, but he could not even squeeze it. Therefore, the others could not help but look forward to it. Even a veteran half-step heaven immortal could not crush it. The material was unimaginably hard. It's too hard. I can't crush it. Me too. What is this meteorite stone? Every big shot who tried shook their heads. They had never encountered such a strange thing. No wonder they needed a joint attack formation to shatter the meteorite stone. Young Master Sword God is making his move. Everyone could not help but look forward to it. He was a heaven immortal. It should be very easy for him to crush a meteorite stone. The material is so hard that I've never seen it before. Young Master Sword God smiled and handed the meteorite stone to the next person. This time, everyone calmed down. Even a heaven immortal could not crush it. It meant that everyone was fair and there would not be any cheating. This is the method of the heaven splitting formation. Go back and familiarize yourself with it. Then, Long Badian arranged for someone to teach everyone the method of controlling the heaven-splitting earth-shattering technique. This action undoubtedly shocked and terrified the experts present. The foundation of the dragon race was indeed unfathomable. Just this formation alone, when it was deployed, would be like heavenly immortals. It was truly terrifying. The dragon race was powerful. Since a long time ago, many people didn't think much of the dragon race now. However, after seeing this, they knew that they were wrong, extremely wrong. The dragon race was still so powerful. After looking at the method, they knew that this formation was very terrifying. It could gather a large number of experts. The more people there were, the harder it was to control. But once it was successfully controlled, it would be truly invincible. It would be able to conquer cities and conquer lands. The dragon race was able to bring out such a technique, but it was a pity that it was the simplest control technique. To them, it was like chicken ribs, and they were extremely displeased. Even though they were displeased, they still had to comprehend it and grasp it. This concerned the position of the 11 representatives, so they could not afford to make any mistakes. Luckily, each power could send 3 people up. The one with the most broken pieces would be the winner. This was equivalent to giving them 3 chances. Don't look at the 3 chances. It was very significant. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? Everyone hurriedly went back. They still had to find 3 disciples who had a higher chance of succeeding, or experts. Chapter 680. A day later, on the Dragon Island. A total of 18,000 people. The experts of the human race stopped in the sky and gathered together. They were like a dark cloud that pressed down like Mount Tai. It was a rather spectacular sight. Everyone, please take a look. That's a gathering of 108,000 human experts. They can use the most basic, heaven and earth splitting formation. Long Badian said blandly, no matter who controls it, it can ensure fairness for everyone. Ever since Long Badian provided the formation and used the meteorite to screen out the 11 representatives, more than 30 forces were very concerned about this qualification. They were most worried about unfairness. Now that there were 18,000 human experts to ensure fairness, it all depended on one's ability to control it. Everyone was very satisfied with Long Badian's words. Fairness, justice, just like the pride of the dragon race, they would not mess around. Who will go first? Long Badian's loud voice echoed in the sky. Our cloud gate will go first. No one had any objections when one of the forces below took the initiative to fight for the qualification. One of the young men flew up and stood in the sky, formation. He is Cloud Gate's Yun Tian, publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the sect. He has the strength of a half-step sky immortal. Someone below immediately recognized him. Everyone was paying attention to how much of the power of Genesis Splitter could the Cloud Sect's Yun Tian display. Rise! 18,000 people quickly formed a formation. When the formation was formed, a giant took its place. The giant's body exuded a vast and boundless aura. This is the heaven and earth splitting great Emperor Pangu. Someone exclaimed. The charm and aura are exactly the same. This formation is amazing. If it is used to kill enemies, it will be an invincible weapon. The eyes of the big shots present lit up. Although Pangu was a distant legend, it did not prevent people from feeling the legendary Pangu's aura from the heaven and earth splitting formation. That was the existence of heaven and earth splitting formation, the strongest existence in the world, an invincible existence. Cloud Gate's Yun Tian is quite strong. He can condense Pangu, but I wonder how much of his combat power he will have. Long Badian smiled. This caused some young people to feel pressured. Could it be that he was not strong enough to condense great Emperor Pangu? Yun Tian tried his best to calm himself down. However, that kind of super powerful strength had surpassed the half-step heavenly immortal realm. It had completely reached the level of a heavenly immortal. A casual strike from him could kill a heavenly immortal expert. After controlling great Emperor Pangu for a while, Yun Tian made use of every second to familiarize himself with the formation. A few giant dragons flew over and picked up the table-sized meteorite. One by one, they stacked on top of each other until there were 10 of them, like a small mountain. You may begin. Yun Tian took a deep breath and said in his heart, I can definitely do it. A giant axe condensed in Pangu's hand. This was Pangu's supreme treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Back in the day, Pangu had used this supreme treasure to create the primal chaos world. Kill! Yun Tian let out a loud roar. Pangu's giant axe came down from the sky. It was an ordinary strike, but it caused everyone's heart to tremble. It's just a phantom, yet it has such a terrifying aura. What other treasures are the dragon race hiding? Everyone knew that the dragon race had a deep foundation. A heaven-splitting earth formation was enough to shock them. They wouldn't be surprised if they took out other treasures. It broke. It really broke. The ordinary axe, in their eyes, was the strongest and hardest meteorite. Cracks appeared on it, like a spider web, turning into fist-sized stones. 2. Of the 10 meteorites, the bottom 2 were broken. How is it possible? Only 2. Yun Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He really couldn't toughen it. His powerful strike ended up breaking into 2 pieces. Yun Tian, you can be proud. Among the half-step heavenly immortals, you are one of the strongest. Long Badian laughed. Yun Tian recovered and felt flattered, I was impolite just now. A half-step heavenly immortal controlling a formation could only break 2 pieces. Everyone was shocked at the toughness of the meteorite. At the same time, they were also shocked by this heaven-splitting earth formation. If this formation was built with the same strength, 108,000, 180,000, or even 1,800,000, then the power would be unimaginable. Next, Yun Tian took the lead, bringing a lot of pressure to the geniuses. My turn. Another genius flew up. He was also a half-step heavenly immortal. He formed a formation and tried to control Pangu. The summoned Pangu was very weak, as if it could be broken with a finger. From this, one could see that this genius was far inferior to Yun Tian. Sure enough, the meteorite didn't even budge after this genius's move. This was a huge embarrassment, and at the same time, it brought them great pressure. It turned out that for a half-step heaven immortal to operate this formation, he also needed his own strength. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would lose face for nothing. His name as a genius would no longer be that of a genius. After this scene, the rest of the geniuses all used their full strength, afraid of embarrassing themselves. The one with the best result was a genius from the Life Union, who had 3 broken pieces. As for the others, they either had 1 or 2 broken pieces. This was just the beginning. Daoist He Tian went up. In the sky, another figure flew up. It was one of the 10 prodigies, Daoist He Tian, an early heavenly immortal expert. Everyone was paying attention to how many meteorites Daoist He Tian could break. Pangu, heaven-splitting earth formation. Daoist He Tian's essence, qi, and soul merged. Everyone could smell the true danger from this axe. He was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 prodigies. Hua la la, hua la la. The sound of meteorites breaking could be heard. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 6 pieces. Daoist He Tian removed the formation and looked at Daoist gentleman with provocative eyes. It meant to say, I am still stronger than you. If you are not convinced, then come and try. The 6 meteorites were all shocked. The best result, no one else could compare. If there were no accidents, the force behind Daoist He Tian would obtain one of the counselors. This Daoist He Tian is very strong. With the power of 6 meteorites, his strength is comparable to an old heavenly immortal. This was the thought of the big shots. The world of the young. Daoist He Tian of the 10 prodigies broke 6 in one move. What about the other young prodigies? Will their results surpass this number? Daoist He Tian breaking 6 meteorites out of the 10 gave a lot of pressure to the other prodigies. Chapter 681. Erebus was in first place for now. Aside from the celestial immortals, the rest of the geniuses' expressions darkened. The mountain of pressure was already blocking their way. It would be difficult to cross it. In fact, it was like this. After Black Heaven Priest, the other geniuses who went up were blocked by the 6 meteors. They couldn't surpass them. This Erebus has accumulated a lot of experience. Lin Fei thought, as expected of the 10 prodigies. They've all had great fortunes in the treasury. I hope Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman won't disappoint me. Lin Fei felt that the 2 of them had accumulated a lot of experience. From the moment he'd ascended, he'd treated them as tools for his own advancement. The dragon race's Genesis splitter formation could undoubtedly determine a person's strength. In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a difference between them. Tai, do your best. Another group of geniuses fell dejectedly. It was Tai's turn. Tai wasn't good with words. He stood up. I'll bring out my strongest power. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you just giving me pressure? Tai curled his lips. Pressure? You're the one giving me pressure. With that, he flew up. Rise. Tai had never taken Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman seriously. In his mind, Lin Fei was the strongest. No one else could compare to him. He trusted his instincts. What a shocking display. After Tai flew up, the commotion was very shocking. Although it was not a howling wind, the summoned Pangu the Great had a certain degree of clarity in his facial features. Even He Tian could not be compared to him. Tai's power is too strong. Tai's attack was straightforward. His sky-splitting axe caused everyone's expressions to change. This monster genius was indeed one of the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I have to be careful of Tai in the future, Divine Swordmaster said to himself. Though he become a celestial immortal, Divine Swordmaster had suppressed Tai with a single strike and seemed to have the upper hand. But now that he saw his opponent go all out, he felt apprehensive. Damn you, Tai. Virtuous Gentleman was wary as well. Why is he so strong? Fortunately, the sect gave me the Flame Lizard. I have a trump card. I'm not afraid of any tricks. 6.5. When the results were announced, Tai shook his head in disappointment. He was not too happy. Tai, I didn't want to admit defeat at first, but now it looks like I have to admit defeat. After being surpassed, Black Heaven was very depressed. Fortunately, you are only half a piece more than me, and your face is not ugly. Brother Tai, if you have 1,000,000 human experts, the great Emperor Panga you summon will definitely be the strongest. Lin Fei said with a smile. He was not trying to flatter Tai. It's a pity that I only shattered 6.5 pieces. Tai sat down. These words made countless geniuses vomit blood. Only 6.5, and you still have the nerve to say that? How do you expect us to live? After Prime, the rest of the geniuses who broke through to celestial immortals all received at least 5 sky meteors. Very few received 6 sky meteors. This sky-defying immortal of the Life League is so powerful. He actually shattered 6 sky meteorites. Prince Kaiser, isn't it still 6 heaven meteor stones? As the peerless geniuses took action one after another, Tai remained in first place. Councilman qualifications were revealed one by one. If nothing unexpected happened, the councilman qualifications were in the hands of these powers. Young Master Divine Sword has made his move. Young Master Divine Sword, who had been motionless, flew out, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, why does Young Master Divine Sword give me a feeling that I can't see through him? I don't get this feeling from other geniuses. This was not the first time Lin Fei had this feeling, but he could not see anything. This time, I must kill Young Master Divine Sword. Lin Fei had already given him a death sentence. This kind of unfathomable person should not be allowed to live. From the moment Young Master Divine Sword expelled him from the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei knew that this would be the result. If he did not deal with Young Master Divine Sword, Young Master Divine Sword would deal with him. Since Young Master Divine Sword had to make a move, there was not much difference between making a move earlier or later. The great Emperor Panga that Young Master Divine Sword had summoned had clear facial features and a solid body. It was no weaker than Tai, which shocked everyone again. Kaiser, you have to be especially careful of this Young Master Divine Sword. Neptune Emperor said calmly as if he was talking about something unimportant. Kaiser's first prince's face turned serious. Young Master Divine Sword is a strong opponent. His background is very mysterious, but I am not afraid. The stronger Young Master Divine Sword is, the more motivation I will have until the day I defeat Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's eyes were full of spirit as he looked at Young Master Divine Sword in the sky. Neptune Emperor was gratified. When you have time, contact Lin Fei more. He is also very mysterious, no weaker than Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's first prince retracted his gaze. Lin Fei? He has to have strength that I value, otherwise, everything is empty. 7 pieces of meteorite. Below, there was another exclamation. The Demon Crown Prince got 6 pieces of meteorite, but Young Master Divine Sword got 7 pieces of meteorite, winning by 1 step. This Young Master Divine Sword is indeed much stronger than me. Tai was full of fighting spirit. He was not unwilling. City Lord Lin, you are under a lot of pressure, Black Taoist joked. Young Master Divine Sword descended from the sky as if he had just done a small thing. He looked at Lin Fei's side and said, Demon Lin, I heard that you are a monstrous genius. I didn't know you had this ability. From the words Demon Lin, everyone could clearly see that young Master Divine Sword wanted to defeat Lin Fei step by step. First, he seized the position of the Sword God Sect's leader and confirmed his strength. Then, he drove Lin Fei out, which was young Master Divine Sword's first step. You and I are called monstrous geniuses in the sect, but now, you are still driven out by me. Hee, I have always believed in one sentence. Nothing is certain until the end. Faced with young Master Divine Sword's provocation, Lin Fei said calmly. I am looking forward to it. Young Master Divine Sword laughed mockingly. After young Master Divine Sword took first place, he was basically qualified. After the remaining geniuses failed, it was Taoist Gentleman's turn. He had been holding it in for a long time and seemed eager to show off. 6 pieces of meteorite. Taoist Gentleman was very dissatisfied with this result. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve more than this result. He might even surpass young Master Divine Sword's first place result. City Lord Lin, everyone has discussed more or less. Could it be that you have chosen to give up? Taoist Gentleman was not very satisfied with this result, but it didn't mean that he couldn't vent his anger on someone. Taoist Gentleman, your ears are really bad. Who said that I am giving up? Lin Fei said with a smile. Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was eloquent. He was no match for Lin Fei in this aspect. He could only use facts to mock Lin Fei. Then, go ahead. Don't waste everyone's time. We still have to elect the alliance leader. You are eloquent, but how can you, a half-step heaven immortal, compare to me? Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was very strong. No matter how strong he was still a half-step heaven immortal. Back then, he set up the level 9 spell formation to accumulate his strength. Taoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei's accumulation was very deep. It would be very difficult for Lin Fei to break through to the heaven immortal stage. It could be said that Lin Fei had to break 5 pieces of meteorite to be qualified to become a counselor. You despicable person, watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed heartily and soared into the sky, hovering there. Taoist Gentleman's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully endured it. Lin Fei was a bastard. Why bother with him? Brother Sword God, how many meteorites do you think Lin Fei can break? Taoist Gentleman sat down and asked Sword God Young Master. It shouldn't be more than 5. Sword God Young Master said with certainty. Taoist Gentleman laughed, I think so too. Taoist Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, don't you think that Lin Fei will lose for sure? How about we make a bet? Taoist He Tian laughed, if you don't dare, then forget it. Taoist Gentleman had already determined that Lin Fei would lose for sure. He wasn't worried at all. Taoist He Tian, I heard that you have a sacred medicine on you. It can regenerate flesh and bones. I quite like it. Taoist Gentleman looked at Taoist He Tian and said. Taoist He Tian clapped his hands, as expected of the profound sect. You even know this kind of information. With a wave of his hand, a wooden box appeared in his hand. Runes were sealed on it. The appearance of the sacred medicine shocked them. With the sacred medicine, one could not die from serious injuries. It was one of the best treasures for self-defense. Taoist Gentleman, I've taken out the sacred medicine. Taoist Black Tian said, I heard that one of the profound sect's treasures, the unfettered fan, is in your hands. Why don't you take it out for a bet? You think your sacred medicine is worth that much? Taoist Gentleman was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to really take out the sacred medicine. Then what about my demon bao? Tai snorted coldly. A black longbow appeared in front of him, emitting boundless demon chi. This time, everyone was stunned. Taoist He Tian taking out the sacred medicine was already shocking enough. Now, Tai took out the demon bao. Was he crazy? Could it be that Lin Fei could really create a miracle? Taoist Gentleman hesitated. If it was just the sacred medicine, Taoist Gentleman definitely wouldn't care. But with Tai's demon bao, he had to think about it. Tai's strength was all in the demon bao. If he lost the demon bao, Tai's strength would decrease by about half. How could Taoist gentleman not be tempted? What's wrong? You don't dare? Taoist He Tian said smugly. Who said I don't dare? Since Taoist gentleman had spoken, how could he refuse? You can take out the sacred medicine and the demon bow. Do you think I can't take out the unfettered fan? Taoist gentleman was still somewhat afraid of Tai's strength. If he could take out the demon bow, Tai's strength would definitely drop. Senior Long, please be the witness. Taoist gentleman turned his head and said. Long Badian said, since you want me to be the witness, leave it with me. In reality, Long Badian was laughing in his heart. When he regretted it later, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 682. No one had expected that because of Demon Lin, Taoist Master Junzi would place a heavy bet and even take out the Carefree Fan. The Carefree Fan was one of the treasures of Xianmen sect. It was a celestial artifact that could suppress one's fate. It was rarely shown to the public. Who would have thought that they would get to see it this time? It really is the treasure of Xianmen sect. Taoist Master Junzi handed the Carefree Fan to the people of the dragon race. The fan shone brightly and could be considered a treasure. Tai's demon bow isn't bad either. The other treasure was Tai's demon bow. Black fog surrounded it and the roar of a demon beast could be heard. It was made of demon bones and contained the powerful aura of a demon beast. How crazy! Almost no one present thought highly of Demon Lin. Black Sky Priest sat down and sent a voice transmission to Tai. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of losing your demon bow? I believe that Brother Lin won't disappoint me. Tai was very calm. You're crazier than me. Black Sky Priest was impressed and thought to himself, Lin Fei, you have to work hard. Don't screw over Tai's demon bow. The people who had been watching the show couldn't help but be tempted. Taoist Master Black Sky, how about we make a bet? Seeing that they could make a huge profit, the other factions couldn't help but be greedy. They headed straight for Black Sky Priest, wanting to get something out of him. Black Sky was originally arrogant and unruly. You people from the Life Alliance have nothing good. Don't join in the fun. The people from the Life Alliance had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Demon Lin. It wasn't easy for them to get some money, so they naturally had to be thick-skinned. Whatever the Xianmen can take out, our Life Alliance can too. With the Life Alliance interfering, the other factions couldn't sit still and all made their moves. They didn't dare to bet with Demon Lin, so they didn't mind starting with Black Sky and Tai. They would take their benefits and attack him. Anyone with eyes could see that they were close to Demon Lin. If they didn't attack him, it would be too unkind. In the sky, Lin Fei was familiarizing himself with the technique. When he saw the scene below, he found it funny. A bunch of idiots. You'll suffer later. When the time comes, you have to get a treasure from Black Sky Priest. I can't lose out. Gambling was what Lin Fei had kindly reminded him about. Tai, I heard that you demons have a decree left behind by the Heaven Realm Patriarch. Why don't you take it out? The Sword God, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a sharp tone. It was obvious that he didn't care for ordinary treasures. A decree. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Sword God wanted to bet with Tai? Decrees were decrees that could only be refined by a great power in the Heaven Realm. They contained a supreme celestial might that could suppress the 1,000 worlds, and no one could stop them. Aside from the top forces, no one else had this kind of lost treasure. The reason why the great sects could survive for 10,000 years was because of their inheritance and their own resources. Just a decree alone was enough to make others feel like they were in the dust. Young Master God of Swords, you are well informed, you even know about this. Tai Yi's expression did not change. The Demon Clan does have the decree of the Demon Clan's Patriarch. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you. Things had developed to this extent, which was completely unexpected. He had even taken out a supreme treasure like the decree. It's just a decree. To me, it's just a useless thing. It won't be of any use. Young Master God of Swords waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in front of him. There was a rune stuck on it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. A decree. It must be a decree in the jade box. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the big shots. This young master god of swords was too mysterious. He was even crazier than them to place such a heavy bet on a decree. This sort of decree precious treasure was entirely capable of crushing a heavenly immortal realm expert as soon as it was utilized, and it was capable of easily annihilating the expert. Now, he was using it as a bet? They suspected that they were seeing things. Tai Yi moved slightly, and a jade box also appeared in his hand. It also gave off a terrifying aura, and it was obviously much stronger than young Master God of Swords' decree. Young Master God of Swords is so bold. Tai Yi raised his hand, and the jade box flew out and appeared in front of Long Batian. Young Master God of Swords also brought the jade box in front of him. Long Batian took it quietly and used his own strength to suppress the two jade boxes to prevent any accidents. A decree. What a shocking aura. Lin Fei was multitasking, paying attention to the movements below. Dragon King, what is a decree? Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with a decree. Don't burn me, I'll tell you. In the divine fire space, Long Xiao was wrapped in divine fire, forming a small space. At this time, he was extremely miserable and could be extinguished at any time. A decree is actually not a powerful thing. It's nothing more than a sentence. It contains the will of an immortal master, which is the strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal. After a long time, the will weaken. Long Xiao said disapprovingly. So, a decree can only be used by an immortal master of zenith heaven golden immortal? In theory, yes. However, this kind of decree must be from a powerful immortal master, otherwise it won't have any power. Lin Fei came back to his senses and had a doubt. Could it be that this sword immortal is related to the immortal realm? Long Xiao said that a decree was worthless, but the sword immortal could easily take it out. It was conceivable that there must be a problem. As for taking it out from the divine sword sect, it seemed unlikely. Begin. Lin Fei threw out the thought and controlled the Big Bang formation of 18,000 people. Come out, Emperor Pangu. Lin Fei's divine sense fused into the formation. A huge accumulation burst out and was injected into the formation. Why is the sky dark? The sky above the Dragon Island suddenly darkened, shocking everyone. Could it be that the alien races are attacking? Those who didn't know the reason couldn't help but stand up with a solemn expression. Everyone, don't worry. It's not the alien races. Long Baishan's voice reverberated above the Dragon Island. This is just the power of the Big Bang formation. Power? Bullshit. So many people attacked before, but there was no change in power. Why did Demon Lin attack? Heaven and earth changed color. Although it covered the Dragon Island, one could see that it was extraordinary. The half-step celestial immortal geniuses were all dumbfounded. Just this change in power was definitely enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. I'm not convinced. We're all half-step celestial immortals, how can Demon Lin produce power? These words undoubtedly represented the unwillingness of those geniuses. Having power doesn't mean that he can break more meteorites. It's just an empty shell. Taoist gentleman was obviously very calm. How could Demon Lin be more powerful than him? What a solid Emperor Pangu! Someone exclaimed. He really couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 683. Only one person wasn't surprised. It had to be Long Batian. When they had attacked Lin Fei, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. Instead, they had become his helpers, allowing him to become much stronger. This was something they had found out later on. From this, they could see how strong Lin Fei was. At this moment, Lin Fei had summoned the powerful Emperor Pangu. This wasn't a surprise at all. Long Batian had known from the start. The expressions of the others changed. For example, Black Sky Daoist, Tai Yi, a bunch of genius disciples, and even the big shots. They all stood up at the same time because they were stunned. Tai, did you know this from the start? That's why you took out your demon Bao to bet. You're going to be furious. Black Sky Daoist wanted to be on good terms with Lin Fei. One reason was because of Tai, and the other was because of the pills from the Myth Tower. He didn't have much confidence, but who would have thought that the outcome would be so surprising? He had become the big winner. Right now, the Xiantian continent was filled with war everywhere. Pills had become a hot commodity, and the God Myth Tower was one of the most outstanding of them all. Despite having researched for several years, they were still unable to unravel the mysteries of pills. As a result, pills had become mainstream, and everyone wanted to obtain pills from Lin Fei. Thus, they came to the conclusion that Lin Fei wasn't that great of a person, but his pills were top-notch. Brother Lin was born a monster. There's nothing to be surprised about. Tai was really calm. Before he was half a step into heaven celestial, Lin Fei had been able to fight with perfected gentlemen. Tai also knew about the battle outside Myth City. He had been so terrifying back then. After becoming half a step into heaven celestial, his strength had increased. Tai believed that Lin Fei would give them a surprise. We're rich. Black Sky's eyes lit up. With this aura, the Emperor Pangu that he summoned would definitely be extraordinary. There should be no less than 5 meteors that could be smashed. The other big shots weren't in a good mood. In order to get some money from him and attack Lin Fei, they had spent a lot of money. When they saw Demon Lin's attitude, their faces turned black. They were just short of praying to the gods. Why did they have to put on such a show? If they knew that Demon Lin's accumulation was so terrifying, they definitely wouldn't have placed such a huge bet. Now, they had placed such a huge bet. On the contrary, he could not see any hope. A shadow shrouded his heart like a mountain pressing down on him. Open. Emperor Pangu opened his eyes, and a disdainful aura enveloped a large area. Those with low cultivation immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. The others couldn't do much either, but they all had good expressions on their faces. Crack, crack, crack. The giant axe falling from the sky seemed to have landed on their hearts, causing them to palpitate in fear. The dark clouds parted, and Pangu the Great scattered. Dragon Island returned to normal. However, to them, the scene from earlier was a huge blow. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 pieces, a total of 8 pieces. A giant dragon reported the final number. The geniuses were stunned. The big shots were stunned. They wanted to scold him and suspect that he was cheating. Since when did a half-step heaven celestial have such strength? That didn't make sense. No matter how much accumulation he had, he shouldn't have reached such a level. He was even stronger than Sword God Young Master. Noble Master, Sword God Young Master, the bunch of geniuses were all stunned. Their gazes landed on the shattered meteor stones and they were unable to connect it to what had happened just now. Demon Lin smashed 8 of them right away. 8 meteor stones, he exceeded Sword God Young Master. City Head Lin, you really make me look at you differently. The first to speak was the demon leader. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's actions. A total of 8 meteor stones. City Head Lin, you are young and promising. In the future, you will be the younger generation. We are old. Ocean God Emperor smiled and said. At the same time, he said to Crown Prince Kate, do you still need to question Lin Fei now? Crown Prince Kaiser's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was subconsciously disgusted by Lin Fei, who had caught up to him. Lin Fei was just an undeserved reputation. No matter how strong a half-step heavenly immortal was, how strong could he be? 8 meteor stones. Crown Prince Kate was speechless. Noble Master, I'm sorry. I'll be taking it away. Hei Tian came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. The carefree fan was one of the treasures of the Xian sect's righteous path. How could Hei Tian not be happy? Daoist gentleman's face darkened. He had simply lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. He was in a bad situation. Senior Brother Noble, the carefree fan is our Xian sect's treasure. Are you going to let him take it away? An elder was furious. He could only use this method to express his dissatisfaction. Elder, don't worry. I will take the carefree fan back. Noble master suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. How could Demon Lin break 8 meteor stones? He didn't even have the strength of a heaven celestial. After breaking 8 meteor stones, Noble Master was reborn. Lin Fei's strength was like before, half-step heaven celestial. However, half-step heaven celestial had played a huge joke on him. Lin Fei, you must have cheated. A half-step heaven celestial genius flew out and questioned Lin Fei's ability to break 8 meteor stones. You're just a hindrance. Everyone saw Lin Fei shoot forwards like an arrow and appear in front of that genius. His fist smashed into that genius's body, sending him flying. Lin Fei's foot came down from the sky and trampled that genius into the ground. The ground beneath that genius's body cracked open, and he fainted. I don't know. Who dares to say that I cheated? I don't mind helping him loosen his bones. A cruel half-step heaven celestial. Those who were originally dissatisfied saw the other party in such a miserable state. After weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to make a move. They were not on the same level, so they decisively chose to remain silent. All the big shots had tried the meteor stones. Lin Fei had a grudge against the dragon race. How could he cheat? Lin Fei kicked the genius away. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I would have crippled him. The sect behind this genius did not dare to say a word. It was simply unreasonable. City Lord Lin, the carefree fan is useless to me. How about exchanging it for pills? Just give me one and Tai one. Lin Fei just walked back. He Jin came down with the carefree fan and tossed it to Lin Fei without a word. It was as if he didn't care about the treasure at all. No problem. Lin Fei picked up the carefree fan. This fan is not bad. It will be good for auction. I think many people will like it. He Jin knew that this would happen. He took out other treasures. City Lord Lin, will you accept these pills? Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand. Of course we will. Can't you see these treasures? They are worth a lot. Our legend tower is lacking items to auction. The people who placed the bets cried out in their hearts. They wanted to get benefits from He Jin, so naturally, they placed huge bets. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. The treasures landed on the legend tower. They were stunned once more. This was really bad. Lin Fei didn't wait for them to react. He kept the treasures. When the auction starts, he would make all of them vomit blood once more. He Jin was satisfied. Since Lin Fei said that, then there would definitely be no problems. Tai, do you have a problem with this? Tai smiled. No, I like this way of doing things. When the elders saw that Taoist Erebus, Tai, and the others had sold their treasures to Demon Lin and didn't care about them at all, they were furious. If the treasures landed on He Jin and Tai, they might be able to get them back. But when they heard that Demon Lin wanted to auction them, they were stunned. They were so furious that they vomited blood. Each of the treasures in their hands was extraordinary. If Demon Lin really took them out to auction, it wouldn't be a small matter. If the treasures landed in the hands of other sects, they would lose all their face. I didn't expect you to hide so much. Sword God Young Master lost the decree treasure. There were no emotions on his face, but in truth, he felt pained. He had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He didn't have heaven celestial strength and instead, he was even stronger than them. He had used the power of an emperor. Hide. Lin Fei shook his head. I have never hidden anything. It is just a problem with your eyesight. It is just a decree. You don't seem to feel any heartache. Lin Fei was the best at mocking people. Next. Long Badian spoke up to stop them. They were about to continue arguing. After Lin Fei showed off, the geniuses behind him were all covered up. No one paid attention to them anymore. Just like that, the 11 representatives were chosen. Apart from 3 first-rate factions, the other 8 were from the top 10 factions. As for why 2 of them didn't get chosen, it was because they had hidden their strength well. The 11 representatives were chosen. They had an important role in the continent. They would become giants that could punish any faction. From this moment onwards, the 11 forces would change the power structure of the continent. Especially after the outsiders' army was driven out, the 11 counselors would replace the 10 super forces and establish the true importance of the continent's alliance. Over time, a new interest group would be formed. If not for the appearance of the alien race army, the factions of the continent wouldn't have allied together. The current situation had reached a point where they had to ally together. Okay, now that the representatives have been chosen, we will begin the selection of the alliance leader tomorrow. Long Baishan's words meant that today's matters ended here. Tomorrow would be the most intense day. But speaking of which, today was still very lively. For example, the elders who lost many treasures. Chapter 684. Bastard. Lin Fei, you bastard. I will kill you. In a resting room. Daoist gentleman was in a rage. After returning from the meeting, he was in a state of rage. His originally smiling face was replaced with malevolence. Lin Fei. Daoist gentleman had never hated a person so much, and Lin Fei was the one he hated the most. Everyone in the room, including the elders and others, did not even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, they had to resist the immortal might of a heaven immortal. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and they were suffering unspeakably. They originally thought that they had Lin Fei in their grasp, but in the end, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. Daoist gentleman's plan was to first chase Lin Fei out of the position. When the time came, he would have a legitimate reason to take care of Lin Fei, and no one would be able to find fault with him. In the end, Lin Fei climbed all the way up to the position of counselor. Not just anyone could change the Continental Alliance Conference. Daoist gentleman was powerless. Now that Lin Fei was in this position, he had the qualifications, and his status would be the same as them. Every time Daoist gentleman saw Lin Fei, he felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Today's scene was especially infuriating. 8 pieces of sky meteor. If it was someone else who broke 8 pieces of sky meteor, Daoist gentleman would not be so angry. However, it was this brat, Lin Fei, who kept swaying in front of him. I must kill him. Daoist gentleman did not plan to deal with Lin Fei step by step. He could not wait any longer. If he did not take care of Lin Fei, there would always be a shadow in his heart that would affect him and his cultivation. It was like an inner demon, and if he did not get rid of it, the impact would be great. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed my way to Myth City when I became a heaven immortal and killed Lin Fei. It would have been better than him sitting in the position of counselor. Daoist gentleman really wanted to slap himself. He was filled with regret. If Lin Fei became one of the 11 counselors, he would be one of the top powers in the continent. Myth City had the ability to develop, and no one dared to look down on them. Tomorrow's selection of the alliance leader will be an opportunity to kill him. Daoist gentleman thought to himself, when the time comes, as long as I act quickly and don't give Lin Fei any chance to escape, I'll kill him. Even if the others have other thoughts, they won't oppose me. A dead man, no matter how valuable he is, will vanish with his death. Taoist gentleman continued on, but he felt that the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. Daoist gentleman, can you come out for a chat? Daoist gentleman's face darkened, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, since young Master Divine Swordsman has invited me, how could I dare not come? I'll be there in a moment. In the room, the celestial might dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Daoist gentleman didn't even spare him a glance. He dutifully opened the door and walked out. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the sect leader asked senior brother gentleman to come. An elder let out a light sigh. His performance and actions this time had greatly fallen short of his standards. Even more so, he had been blinded by hatred. Outside the dragon clan's barrier, an elegant voice came from an island. At the beginning, the tune was elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Then, a storm arrived, filled with killing intent. The scarlet smell of blood spread across the surface of the sea. Sea beasts surfaced one after another, but they were not breathing. What a killing tune. The sound waves contain sword intent. It truly kills without leaving a trace. The white-clad man landed on the island, and the sound waves surged up, but they were dispersed. The sound waves split into two, bypassing the white-clad man. The sound of the zither stopped, and the sudden storm faded away. The surface of the sea returned to normal under the night sky. Sea beasts leaped out of the sea one after another, devouring the bodies of the sea beasts happily. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. It's just something that can't be shown in public. This white-clad man was naturally Daoist gentleman. As for the person who played the killing tune, he was none other than young Master Divine Swordsman. His zither-playing skills were excellent, and few could compare to him. Young Master Divine Swordsman withdrew. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared in front of him, and wine was placed on it. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a reunion between old friends. Everyone knows that young Master Divine Swordsman is good at sword techniques, but who knows that not only is his sword technique outstanding, but he is also good at playing the zither. I'm very impressed. Daoist gentleman was very wary of young Master Divine Swordsman. This guy was too mysterious, and he could even make an upper realm decree. It was impossible not to be wary of him. Young Master Divine Swordsman poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. I know you want to deal with Lin Fei, but I also want to deal with Lin Fei. It's not a good thing if we don't get rid of him. Daoist gentleman smiled. Divine Swordsman, you have a grudge against Lin Fei, so why did you invite me? With your ability, dealing with Lin Fei should be a piece of cake. Deal with Lin Fei? I won't be a knife in your hand. I'm not an idiot. You want me to make a move? Don't think that I have to give you face just because you're the sect leader. We're both heaven immortals, there's nothing to compare. Although Daoist gentleman wanted to deal with Lin Fei, it did not mean that he would be his knife and charge through enemy lines. Young Master Divine Swordsman shook his head. A mere Lin Fei is nothing to me. In my eyes, he's just a clown. I can crush him with one hand. I didn't ask you out for Lin Fei, but for something else. Interesting, interesting. Daoist gentleman was puzzled. What was this young Master Divine Swordsman up to? He poured himself a cup of wine and said, I'm all ears. Have you thought about what it would be like to go to the upper realm? Young Master Divine Swordsman looked at Daoist gentleman. What do you mean? Daoist Master Gentleman's expression changed, and he put down his wine cup. His previously calm demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. It's nothing. It's just that if a genius like you doesn't have anyone to support you in the upper realm and doesn't have a good sect, you will fall into obscurity. Young Master Divine Swordsman said, you can treat it as a lie, but your heart will tell you that the upper realm is cruel. It's not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Daoist gentleman fell silent. Although everyone spoke of the upper realm as beautiful, as an elite of a large sect, Daoist gentleman knew that the upper realm was even more cruel than the lower realm. In the lower realm, he was a genius, but in the upper realm, geniuses were everywhere. Speak your mind. Daoist gentleman said bluntly.